Have you back on day 2 of India Today Conclave 2013. To start with a couple of important announcements, we have an exclusive Twitter page for the Conclave this year. You can participate all through the event. The hashtag you have to use is Conclave13. And if you don't have a Twitter account, you can go visit any of the Twitter booths we have set up right across the hotel. Also, there is a new section we've added to the Conclave this year, Bright Young Things, a series of mini sessions by rising stars in their respective fields. And the first 2 sessions, in fact, are going to be with 2 such bright young things. And kicking it off right away is Anushka Sharma. She's the bright young thing in Indian films, and she's going to be talking about the real woman. Please put your hands together for the young, talented, and much acclaimed Anushka Sharma, a woman who's not afraid to speak her mind. And I'm very happy to say that I do have something in common with her. She also is an army kid. A very quick introduction, Anushka, before I give the floor over to you. Anushka is not someone who needs much introduction. I'm sure most of you in the audience would have seen her films. Already in her 5 years in the Indian film industry, she's the recipient of a Filmfare Award. But it's the one thing that really caught my attention when I was researching about her. 2 roles that she has played. One in Band Baja Barat and the other in Ladies vs. Ricky Behel. Anushka played a woman who's not afraid to put her career, to put herself before everything else. She was not willing to play the Sati Savitri, the woman for whom family was foremost. And maybe her career came second, and she, of course, came last. She was a woman who did not have any guilt whatsoever of being who she is. She is the new woman, and that's exactly what she's going to be talking about today at the Conclave. Anushka, over to you.
I look very attractive right now. Please be nice to me. I'm extremely nervous. I'm a terrible public speaker. Thank you. So when I was asked to speak here today, I was thrilled because I thought, these guys think I'm smart enough to speak in front of such an intelligent audience. And immediately I felt fear because you can make me feel smart, but like I said, you cannot get rid of my stage fright. So I wanted to be really prepared with my speech to dazzle you all. The topic kept changing, so I would write something and then it would change, so I'd tear the paper off and, so on and so forth. Till finally I spoke to Kaveri and she calmed me down and she said, don't worry, forget about any topic we've spoken about so far and just talk about yourself. And I thought, hey, talk about myself. I'm an actor. How hard can that be? We are known to be self-centered, conceited, well, and all that, pompous, it goes on. Kaveri believes I have a success story to tell because of the choices I made in my short career, and I didn't want to say anything to that because people calling you successful always feels great no matter what you actually think of yourself. So I started to retrospect the past few years I've been in the film industry. I never started off my career in films with a set plan. I just chose to do the work that came along that seemed right to me. There has been a lot of discussions on many forums about the contribution and effects films have on society, and recently especially on the portrayal of women in films. I do not consider myself a feminist. I do not believe that by doing female-oriented films that depict a woman fighting the system, we can change the system. That by omitting item songs, we can see a radical change. Here onwards, I will share my thoughts, my individual thoughts, not the thoughts of a celebrity or a public figure. I believe that in a democracy, I should exercise my opinion, especially when speaking on such a platform. So here I am today, talking to you a lot about my journey, career choices, and, well, my thoughts. Preparing for this, I revisited the characters I've played in films and actually started to dissect the character traits and observe some significant traits that I'd like to share. In Band Baja Barat, I played the character of Shruti Kakkad, a regular, ambitious college girl from Delhi who goes on to start a successful wedding planning business and even trains and teaches an aimless guy the tricks of the trade. Now this girl is someone whose lower middle class parents supported her decision to start her business, and put marriage on the back burner till satisfied. With the support in tow, she strategizes, has a plan, is resourceful and determined. She handles many men who work under her with perfect ease. She later goes on to have an intimate relationship with a guy friend and doesn't seem flummoxed at any time during the film for the choice she made. To me, this is a very normal girl. She had a dream, she went for it, and she never apologized for any of the choices she made, even though they may appear wrong to some. Talking about Jab Tak Hai Jaan, my latest release, my character of Akira Rai is again a very ambitious documentary filmmaker who wants to turn her first big opportunity into a ticket to a London's channel office. She discusses her ambitious plans with as much excitement and ease as her wish to have sex with men with different accents. These are her choices, and she's unperturbed by them, even though they may raise a few eyebrows. I didn't choose these characters because I thought, wow, these women are so strong. But I chose and enacted them with utmost conviction because I thought they appeared realistic enough to exist, and well, I just really like the scripts. So my decision came from, will this film and character work, and not from, will this girl portray the essence of what a real woman should be? We are all products of the choices we make. I'm often asked what drove me to play strong, real, regular girl with jobs. And I try really hard to think of a clever reply, but honestly, there is none. Because I made these choices because I just did. It felt right. I thought these films would be successful, and I thought these girls I was playing were cool and fun, and also because I could relate to them in some way. But the real reason behind the success is the fact that people liked these films and accepted the characters just the way they were. What I see as my success is that I made my own decisions without following any set mold that is often attached to female protagonists, and it worked. With my acceptance as an actress came endorsement brands, woohoo! Here too, there were choices and decisions. When a sanitary napkin brand approached me, they were very skeptical and uncertain about my willingness to get associated with the product, because till then actresses had not endorsed a sanitary napkin brand. And families still felt uncomfortable talking about it openly. I mean, it's the most natural thing. Every girl gets it. It's painful, but we get it. You also study about it in Life Process 1 and Life Process 2 in CBSE boards. It's not like other brands had not tried to change the perception of people towards the product, but the changes were so drastic. Like the woman suddenly turns into a superwoman and can suddenly take care of all the social stigmas around her. And, with the newfound confidence. And I thought, then what? I mean, do you lose the magic powers after the periods have passed? Why can't the approach just be normal, So when we worked on the creatives, the girl, me, just woke up, brushed her teeth, drank coffee, was aware of her periods, wore her shoes, picked her bag, and went to work just like any normal girl would. Brands pay well, but that is not the only reason to do them. Television carries a huge viewership, and advertisements make for a great way of creatively putting across your views. Like when this telecommunication brand came to me, their creative struck a chord with me. Here, there was a technologically savvy girl who was always one up on the guy by telling him about the latest developments in technology, which is normally considered to be a domain dominated by men. The girl was not modeled to put the guy down and prove her at par existence, but it was just a girl having some fun with a guy friend. So when a brand shows that kind of confidence in a female protagonist as the face of the brand, it finds an instant click with me. It is only when I sat down to write what I'm speaking now, I realized that when I played these characters, I did not see them as strong characters. They seemed like very normal, everyday girls to me, because to me, strength was taken for an innate quality. I made these choices in my roles and brands simply because they appealed to me. I did not consciously make these choices in order to portray strong female characters or to try and influence the mindset of my audience. Maybe that's because I've never made a distinction or seen women as weak or strong in the first place, who never felt the need to contrive a strong image. I believe that's because of my upbringing or my army background. I strongly feel it is when you see weakness that you find the need to project strength. I see such strong girls around me all the time. My manager, Ritika, my publicist, Monica, my makeup artist, Puneet, my friend, Ashaman. And these are all very independent, capable, and strong women. So when you grow up around such people, these choices seem most natural. Not only my immediate peers, but even with all the girls that I've interacted with in small and big cities, I've always sensed an instinctive drive and strong determination. But perhaps the environment they've been subjected to has restricted their drive and will to participate equally in society. I like to think of myself as a bit of a philosopher. I truly believe that a man's perception of the same object can differ drastically based on how he or she is conditioned to perceive. Let's take, for example, item songs in Hindi films. My contemporaries have performed item songs. I haven't out of choice because it hasn't appealed to me as an artist creatively yet. But at the same time, I do not vilify it. Rather, I consider it a part of entertainment in films. What I may have a problem with is if the songs are not done well. Who is to govern how an item song will be perceived by different mindsets? My brother is also young and watches these songs. He thinks Katrina or Karina are beautiful and appealing, but that doesn't mean that he will go on the streets and think it is okay to grope and grab a woman just because another woman is performing a song out of her choice. Having said that, another point to be noted is that these item songs garner maximum viewership, and they are also played in all weddings and family functions. So why should an actress or a film industry carry the responsibility and be subject to this hypocrisy in the system? The popularity of these songs is testimony to its acceptance. So, if you're all accepting it, then take responsibility for your choices. The efforts of the government should be in the right places. It is very simple. You know, every time you say government, you just feel scared suddenly. The efforts of the government should be in the right places. It is very simple to pass a diktat on the film industry, which is an organized body governed by rules. But is that really the answer? What this goes to show is that the people in a democratic country like us are not fit to make the right choices if the options were left to them. And if this is the case, then deem the country folks unfit in a democratic setup and erase democracy. Passing a uniform law in such a diverse nation is not the answer. Because if I am deprived of making a choice to watch a song on television or not, then what sort of democracy is this anyway? Passing a strong regulation like this in a democracy, which may not be the consensus of the public, defeats the purpose of a democracy. So let item songs exist, but work towards educating the society so that they can themselves make responsible decisions. Because, you know, by such censorship and disorganized film, such censorship, the disorganized film sectors that are not influenced by the censor board will cease to exist? No, that's not going to happen. Rather, they will only flourish illegally to meet the demands of the people, giving rise to corruption. So basically, this decision may just end up with what result? Stop a crime and give rise to another. Is moral policing in films really the answer then? Giving rise to an even more repressed society through such bans and censors is definitely not the right approach in my opinion. Charity begins at home. Change begins at home. Pointing fingers at an organization or government is mere escapism from reality. There is a human tendency of resorting to shortcuts by applying minimum efforts and expecting great results. Pointing fingers on others is akin to minimum efforts, whereas it requires a great deal of efforts and conviction to correct yourself and people directly under your influence. You may be a father, mother, teacher, or a housing society official, and so on. I enjoy the freedom I receive to pursue my dreams, live without fear, and not feel vulnerable in the hands of the society because of the environment, army upbringing, and many heart-to-heart discussions I shared with my father and my elder brother growing up. If I was to be asked if my father was the head of the family when I was growing up, my answer would be yes and no. Because my mother took over as head intermittently when my father was deployed on borders or non-family stations. So in the formative years of conditioning of my mind, both the heads of my family were always at par, were always equal. With this understanding, I grew up utilizing my energy, drive, determination to achieve my goal to its optimum because I was never weighed down by a deep sense of vulnerability and insecurity as a girl. In my mind, there was no difference between a Tarang, a Nirant, a Arjun, or any other guy I competed with academically or while playing basketball. But what is more important to know is that even these boys felt no difference between them and me. If this were to happen to every girl in my country, then I would feel contented that I'm living in a true democratic society. Thank you. Now what do I do? Go there?
Thank you, Anushka. And Why don't we immediately open this up and take a few questions from the audience, because I do not want to hog all the time. And can you please put up your hands if you have questions for Anushka? We'll take a couple of questions from the audience to start with. That lady over there in white. Can you please stand up and identify yourself?
Hello, I am Jyoti Devan from Sri Ram Swarup Memorial University, Lucknow, and I have seen you in your highs and in your lows, and I just want to know what motivates you and inspires you when you're down below, and how you maintain your balance when you're like being applauded by everyone.
So I mean, my lows, I was trying really hard to escape everybody at the time.
And what makes you have a level head when you're like being applauded and awarded and all that?
I mean, I think you have to be level-headed because I have to move forward. If I get stuck with the accomplishments of one particular time in my life, then, you know, there's more to achieve in the future. But I enjoy what I do, and that's very important. I really enjoy what I do. I love going to work. I love shooting. I love doing whatever I do. And I think that keeps you going, and that accomplishments come from, you know, having done your work right in the evening when you finish working, to me.
But it's an uncertain world, the world of glamour. So what inspires you, helps you to maintain your strength when you're competing with like the best for eyeballs and for mind space?
Let's give others a chance.
It is uncertain, but like I said, you know, you cannot work here around in the industry keeping that in mind. It is uncertain, and I think every job is. I mean, I don't think, I mean, in some ways or the other. Mine is slightly more, and also because we always, you know, spoken about, written about, it seems more obvious. But it's in the nature of the job, and just, like I said, continuing to work is the only way. I think it's the most simple way, and that's the only way, and only thing that's worked for me.
Okay, Anushka, we're also getting a lot of questions from the internet. There is one question from Vimal in Gujarat. He says, you worked with SRK and now you're working with Amir Khan. How easy or tough was it to be paired with the two, and also who was the easier person to work with? Amir Khan is supposed to be quite a nightmare, apparently.
You think I'm going to answer that?
Come on.
No, that's not going to happen.
You're the real woman. You're fearless.
Yeah, but I'm not dumb.
Okay, say nice things.
They're both lovely, and no, really they are, I'm serious. They're lovely. They're different, very focused. I think I know Shah Rukh better because I've done 2 films with him, so the comfort level is different, but Amir is a real joy to watch. It's like, you know, like she was talking about all the distractions and all the insecurities that come with the job. But he manages to compartmentalize his work so well that when he's doing something, like whether he's in a reading or he's doing a look test or he's shooting, that's all that he's doing at the moment. Nothing else matters.
But we're paired with such strong actors, I mean actors who pretty much take up the whole frame. How difficult is it to assert yourself? Do you think that you're being relegated to bit parts when you're sharing screen space with them?
To me, that thought has never occurred. I think both the films that I've done with Shah Rukh, I liked my role. I loved my roles, actually, in both films. Especially in my first movie, I was, if not, I mean, it was definitely an equal role. And in your very first film to achieve that, I think I think it was, I guess, I was lucky. And at the same time, Shah Rukh never made me feel like I was a newcomer or I didn't know enough or, you know, well enough. So it just, you know, makes it easy then.
And from what I've read, Shah Rukh Khan also felt you gave him quite a run for his money, especially when it came to the dancing scenes and everything.
I just rehearsed more than he did because I had nothing else to do. And he had many movies to shoot.
Okay, the gentleman there in the black waistcoat. Please make your question really crisp, no observations, simple, straight question. Identify yourself first.
Thank you. My name is Santosh. I am from Chennai. I subscribe Filmfare. Every Filmfare, she get a story. And I heard that a lot of stories been paid stories. So I'd like to know more about, you know, that. Even Times of India.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry. Could you repeat yourself?
I subscribe to Filmfare.
Yes.
And also I subscribe Times of India paper. And every time and every issue, there is some cover story about you or about your films or pictures of you. And I heard the stories are paid.
Are paid?
Paid stories.
What?
Paid story.
Paid stories?
Yes.
Who's telling you this? Your newspaper wala?
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think they all accept. They are laughing. That means they're all accepting. Thank you.
I think
Are
that's
you all
an unfair
laughing because
assumption.
you're accepting? Raise your hands if you're laughing because you're accepting. No, listen, there is something known as MediaNet, but that's used for films. And I have never subscribed to that, ever. I think, in fact, I've always maintained a low profile. I find it very difficult to talk about what nail color I changed or, which holiday I went for or what a fan told me in an airport. So, no.
Or maybe you're doing roles that get you on the cover.
The cover, to matlab, it's a damn good thing. Yeah, why the hell are you making me feel bad about it?
This gentleman here.
It takes a lot of work to get there. Go on, Chennai, come on.
This gentleman here in the front.
Hi, my name is Swapan Seth. So last night I read an interview where Johnny Depp said he was scared of fear. Do you find fear fearsome? And fame?
I'm always constantly in a state of fear and nervousness all the time. But I think with each film, and as I'm progressing in my career, I've managed to channelize that nervous energy into performance. And I've realized that it helps. Because it's going in the right direction. And most of the time that happens because there's too much going on in your head. And it's not just your job, I mean, there's sometimes people are talking, you have to make some decisions which, I mean, mostly to me the fear and the worry comes from outside, factors. But you just channelize it into the right way.
Okay, this lady here in the front, but before that, Anushka, I wanted to ask you this. The big buzz right now is you're doing Steven Spielberg's next film. Out with it. What's really going on?
I have no comment to make on that.
Please, little bit, hint. Are you in talks?
I thought I gave such a nice answer. I've never given like
Did
a
he speak to you?
one-line answer. I have no comment to make on that.
Have they approached you?
God, you're so pushy.
My job.
I have no comment to make on that. I have no comment to make on that. I'm serious, ma'am. I have no comment.
The lady here in the front.
Anushka, I just want to ask you, as a newcomer, your first film was with Shah Rukh. How difficult was it to break into the industry and bag such a great role? It doesn't happen with everyone. Was it very difficult?
Often I'm very ashamed to tell people my story and how I got my first film because there's no struggle in it, and then it just seems like it's a boring story. Because I just auditioned and I got the film. And it's as simple as that. Yes, that's it. I just auditioned and I got the film.
General Malik, please.
It was a good audition. I did well.
Anushka, first thing I want to tell you, as the next army man, I'm very, very proud of you. And all other girls who are doing so well in whatever career that they have chosen, including somebody who's sitting next to you, Padmaja. You have mentioned about your army background. Would you like to elaborate a little more that beside the parents' influence, your father was in field area many a times, and your mother looked after you both as a father and a mother. What other aspects of army life have you imbibed or have you felt influence your life?
The army men wear the same uniform. And to me that symbolizes, I've always seen my friends and my friends' parents, equally. We've never thought about things like our economic status or, because everything was very equal. I think when you're given that sort of a security as a kid, because I mean, what could you know as a child? I mean, what would you, what kind of, you don't know what the problems are till you face them. You know, it's only when I got out and I've got into films that these topics of, you know, equality, etc., came forward. But I would say it's just that there was always equality. So that kept me in a, you know, me and all the other kids, I think, in a state where we could then accomplish a lot more other things. You know, we didn't have to struggle through all these thoughts and, you know, and then make our way. We were already, you know, stable and stationed.
Sabah.
Anushka, I'm Sabah from Headlines today. What is that one thing you would want to change about your profession? What is that one thing you don't like about being an actress? What is it? Is it the promotions, the makeup, what is it?
I just wish they paid us more, actresses. You know, there was some way of deciding, you know, like some kind of way of deciding better paychecks for us.
Anushka, you come from a non-film background, but you said your audition was, you know, you gave a good audition, you got in. But after that, to make your mark, was there a point where you had, you know, where you would face self-doubt, where you said this is not the right place? Was there a really uncomfortable moment for you where you realized that maybe the film industry was not such an easy place to be?
You know, after my first film release, I didn't have a film for 6 months, and I came out in a very big film, so the hype was a lot, and people knew about me. So it's when you struggle after doing a film, that struggle is far worse than, you know, struggling before you grab the first opportunity. But that time was very helpful. See, I came from a very protected environment, you know. For me, to understand this world was very important, and especially because I never thought that I was going to become an actress. It's only when you grow up thinking that you want to be an actor, you know, you kind of are aware of how to behave. I had problems like I didn't know how to react when people came up to me with, you know, for interviews or, you know, not for autographs, and, you know, if they would notice me. I just didn't know how to react. These small things like these. And those 6 months, I think I just kind of stabilized and understood what I was doing, where I was. And I think that was important. So if that time hadn't come, I don't know, maybe I would have been maybe I wouldn't be here right now.
But was there a time when someone said, ma'am, you don't have a film, 6 mahine ho gaye. What about an item number? Thoda sa aisa kar lo, the scene demands it.
You know, when everybody wants to give you advice after your first film, everyone has an opinion, everyone wants to give you an advice. And it's like I've tried to do things slightly differently in terms of the roles that I've picked up. But after my first film, the same kind of roles came to me, the same. Like I played a, you know, small town girl, Tani from Amritsar, and all the roles that came were like that. So it was difficult to say no, because then there was nothing else, you know, anything else happening. And then, of course, the pressure from the media was, you know, what are you doing next? What's the next film? What's going to happen next? But I think I just maintained, you know, my ground, because I wanted to do only good films. I wanted to do films that I could be convinced doing. That conviction is very important. You know, it comes through. When you're performing, when you're acting in a movie and you genuinely feel conviction for the project that you're doing, I don't know how, but it always translates on screen.
That lady there in black.
Hi Anushka, I'm Jharna from TV Asia. What is the one dream role that you'd like to play?
You know, these questions like dream role and, you know, what's your favorite film and favorite song, I sometimes sit and think about it and write down, because I really don't know how to answer these questions. There is no dream role. I actually don't have the capacity to imagine a very good role. I could not have imagined that I'd get a role like Shruti Kakkar, which I think is what, you know, it's a very significant character film in my life. But I could never imagine at the time that I could get a film or character like that. So I think it's best left to, you know, we have lovely filmmakers right now. They come from all parts of the country. You know, they have different experiences and they've seen life differently. So they're coming and, you know, doing some really unique work. And I just want to leave it to them to, you know, to decide and pick me for the right roles. Because, I mean, even if I did have a dream role, like what am I supposed to do about it? It's not like I have enough money to make the film with that dream role anyway. So, you know,
Thank you.
thank you.
Anushka, a final question. Shah Rukh Khan just said a couple of days ago that in my films, in the credit rolls, I'm going to have the female actors' name first and then the male actors. Do you think something like that is going to work? Is it really going to change mindsets within the industry? What is the mindset really?
I think it's a lovely gesture on his part, but in my opinion, there should be no discrimination on the basis of gender. I mean, if an actress is more popular than the actor, her name should come first. Just for an example, you know, like for example, Ishaq Zadeh was a film. It starred Parineeti Chopra and Arjun Kapoor. Now Parineeti had already done a film and she was slightly more popular than Arjun Kapoor, but Arjun Kapoor's name came first. So I think it should be just on the basis of popularity and not on the basis of gender.
Is that also because of his famous last name? His lineage?
Okay, fine, then Band Baja Barat. Ranveer Singh's name came before mine.
All right, can we have a huge round of applause for Anushka Sharma? She's been fabulous. We've had a kicking first session at the India Today Conclave Day 2. Can I please request Mr. Ashish Bagga to come on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to Anushka? And it won't hurt to clap. Thank you. And our second session today is with someone whose book, in fact, currently a lot of people in the audience are reading. Anushka also, in fact, is reading one of his books. We're talking about the next bright young thing in fiction. He's going to talk about Did Shiva Live? We're now pleased to welcome on stage Amish Tripathi, author. And to start the session, can I please call on my colleague from Headlines Today, Deputy Editor Shiva. Very aptly named.
My name happens to be Shiv. I'm told that I'm named after my great-grandfather on my mother's side, who I've never met. And if you knew my family, you would know that down the line, there probably are going to be many more Shivs or Shivas, whichever it is. When I was growing up, I devoured books on Shiva, comic books, legends, myths, and I could never get enough of them. My mother was very kind. She kept a steady supply of these books. What a character Shiva was, right? You know, amazingly generous, this action hero. Those Amar Chitra Katha books were amazing. I think we can all agree that he's the one guy, you know, you never mess with. Basically, that's what it really boiled down to. And I think not enough can actually be written about Lord Shiva because of the kind of character he is. And that's precisely why I think it's such an amazing thing that a trilogy on Shiva, the Shiva trilogy, written by that man sitting right over there, has sold 1.5 million copies. He's a publishing phenomenon, and he's just been given $1 million for something he hasn't even written yet. His next trilogy, which is going to be based on a mythological character or a series of characters, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about that as well. The thing about Shiva is we think we know so much about Shiva, but what do we really know? Who was he? Did he live? Where did he live? What was he like? I can tell you for sure there are a lot of people, even people in my family, who would probably be offended with a question like, did Shiva live? They're like, of course he lived. What are you talking about? But Amish here is going to tell us what he thinks, because he says he owes everything, including that $1 million, I suspect, to Shiva. Amish, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi guys. You know, I was scared you were going to answer the question for me actually. Did Shiva live? This Shiva certainly lives. This may be a bit of a surprise for you guys, but I find it very difficult to be unbiased and objective about Lord Shiva. I'm very emotional about him. I am what some may call a very ardent devotee of Lord Shiva. So when Kali posed this question to me, that did Shiva live? My response was clear and immediate. Of course he did. Lord Shiva continues to live. He lives in my heart, and he lives in the heart of every single Shiva worshipper. But this is, obviously an emotional argument. It's not an intellectual argument. And this conclave is, once again, very obviously, a gathering of intellectuals. So let me strain my grey cells and try and present an intellectual argument. What I spoke at the beginning, I guess, was from the path of love, from the path of bhakti yoga. Let me try and speak now from the path of knowledge, the path of Gyan Yoga. So before we debate about whether Lord Shiva lived, let's discuss the purpose of religion itself. Okay? Why does it exist across almost every culture in the world? And more importantly, why does it continue to persist? In the modern world, atheists tell us that religion exists as a method of control. It's a form of control that the elite uses to control the masses. As the Marxists have famously told us, religion is the opium of the masses. Okay? I wonder how many of them have actually, Marxists have actually tried opium, but anyway, religion is the opium of the masses. That's what we're told. Now, if you ask me honestly, I find that statement ironically preposterous, because Marxism itself many times tends to behave like a religion, where its adherents, more often than not, automatically take up positions based on dogma rather than using intellectual rigor to form their opinions. That's as far as the Marxist side is concerned. Let's hear the other side, the religious side, the side of the believers. They will tell you that religion exists as an organized system to create an ethical society, right? And there are, I must say, there are studies which can back this claim. So for example, behavioral studies conducted in the University of Austin. But there are problems with this argument as well. The ethics of a great religion like Islam have been twisted by an insecure state like Pakistan to commit most heinous crimes. And Islam is not the only religion which has been misused in this manner by a few to spread hatred and violence. It has happened with every single religion, every single great religion in history, be it Hinduism, be it Christianity, be it Buddhism, be it Judaism, any other religion. They have all been, sadly, misused at times by people at some point of time in history to spread hatred and violence. So where does that leave us? What is the purpose of religion? If I might suggest something, let's step back in time, right, and look at how the ancient Indians approached religion. Let's look at the Katha Upanishad. It's one of the most intellectual, brilliant Upanishads available to us today. In the Katha Upanishad, there's a conversation between Nachiket, a young boy with a philosophical bent of mind, and Lord Yamraj, the god of death. As I'm sure many of you are aware, Lord Yamraj was not just the god of death, he was also the god of dharma. It's an interesting thing of religions across that death and dharma went hand in hand. But in any case, this conversation between Nachiket and Lord the conversation between Nachiket and Lord Yamraj is so deep and meaningful that we can spend an entire lifetime debating over it. But I don't have a lifetime on this stage, regrettably. So I'm just going to speak of one section of that conversation. At the end of that conversation, we are told that having heard this knowledge from Lord Yamraj, Nachiket became free from his passions and death. He realized God. And so it shall be with any other who knows God, for it refers to the self. Now think about this for a minute. Okay? God refers to the self. That was the purpose of religion in ancient times. The purpose of religion was to raise the consciousness of every human being to a level so that he or she becomes divine. Now, was this only an Indian or a Hindu approach to religion? No. It existed across the ancient world. Look at the brilliant Egyptian myths of Osiris, the god of the underworld, and Mahat, the goddess of truth and justice. According to the ancient Egyptians, the purpose of life was to prepare for a good death so that one could exist in the afterlife amongst the gods as an immortal. Consider the various schools of mystery across the ancient Mediterranean coast, the last of which was run by a brilliant mathematician and philosopher, Pythagoras. Trust me, the greatest thing of Pythagoras was not the Pythagoras theorem. It was actually a school of mystery. Okay? According to them, they believed in the theory of the microcosmos, mesocosmos, and macrocosmos. Microcosmos represented man. It represented women as well. I'm just using the term man. Okay? Microcosmos represented man, and macrocosmos represented the entire universe and the divine. The purpose of the mesocosmos, which was another name for society, was to raise the consciousness of the microcosmos to unity with the macrocosmos. Right? In simple terms, what does it mean? The purpose of society was to raise the consciousness of every single human being so that they become divine. Sounds familiar, right? Now, at the root of all this is this concept of unity, that the Paramatma and the Jivatma are one, that God and every single living being are one. Plato had instructed us famously, know thyself. Sri Aurobindo had said that the great lesson of the Upanishads is Atmanam Vidhi, know your true self and be free. Now if we understand this as the true purpose of religion, then what is the purpose of God? With due apologies to Dylan Thomas, is God supposed to sit on a sad height, a height that we can't even aspire to reach? Or is God supposed to be a role model who lives amongst us and who teaches us through his example what we are capable of becoming? Apparently there was, another Dylan somewhere who'd wondered rather, how many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just doesn't see? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. God is supposed to be a role model. He is supposed to live amongst us, like Jesus Christ did, like Gautam Buddha did, like Lord Krishna did, like Lord Ram did, and like my God, Lord Shiva did. And because of the grandeur of his karma, he continues to live. He lives in my heart and in the heart of every single Shiva worshipper. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to sit now.
I know I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to be generous and open it out first. Okay, the lady in the blue there, go ahead.
I hope there's a mic kind of going around.
Can we get a mic to the lady, please? Amish, you can choose to sit or you can stand. You can do what you like.
I just need some hot water. My throat's hurting. Yes, sorry.
Amish, this was really one of the best sessions that I've heard since yesterday. This was absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
My question to you is that are you a Sri Aurobindoite?
Sorry, are you?
Have you read Sri Aurobindo?
I have read some works of Sri Aurobindo. Regrettably, I must say I haven't spent as much time in Auroville as I should. Fortunately, I'm not a banker anymore, so I have a bit more time. So I have the time to do things that I like to do. So I do intend to spend time in Auroville, inshallah. Sometime I'll go to
Yes, all
Pondicherry.
that you said seemed to reflect Sri Aurobindo.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gentleman in the white. Yeah.
Hi, sir.
Hi. Thank you. Organized religion is no different from organized crime. True or false?
I would disagree. The thing is, many times philosophies depend on the people driving them. Many times organized religions have created a lot of good as well. And I can give you many examples. Buddhism at the time of Gautam Buddha and the initial Sangha. Christianity at the time of Jesus Christ. He was the first man in the Western world, he's actually the son of God. He was the first son of God in the Western world to come up with the concept that you can choose your community. You don't have to be born into it. That was a great thought. Organized religion can be a force for good as well, and as happens many times, A few bad men can misuse religion as well. It has happened in our country too. And the task before all of us religious liberals is to speak loudly. Because if we don't speak loudly, we allow the religious extremists and the secular extremists, who in my opinion are both idiots, we allow them to insult our religions. Religious liberals have to speak loudly. And let me use the example of women, for example. I think the number one social issue facing India today. You find so many ridiculous interpretations being drawn by religious extremists, which are used to suppress women. You can go back to the same scriptures and find pro-women interpretations. Religious liberals know that. We don't talk loudly enough. And we should, because this is by far, I think, the most oppressed group in India today, across social classes, across castes, across religious communities, across linguistic communities, across all states. By far, the most oppressed group in India today is women. And India is a great country. I'm a very, very proud Indian, but that shouldn't blind us from things that need to be improved. And I think the key social issue at this point of time is women's empowerment. We cannot be the great country that we are capable of becoming until we handle this issue. Even the Manusmriti, which I admit some portions of it are very anti-women, which I oppose. But even the Manusmriti says the gods will abandon the land where women are not respected. Religious liberals have to speak more loudly on this issue.
Okay, I have a question too, and there are lots of people who have raised their hands. I'm going to come to you in just a moment. Padmaja has a question. Padmaja, go ahead.
Amish, I don't know if you've seen this in the paper today, where strangely the Nagpur Income Tax Appellate Tribunal yesterday ruled that Shiva worship is not a religious act because Shiva is not God. Your response?
Well, I don't know the Nagpur, what is it, Nagpur what?
I'll just read out the context.
Nagpur what? Nagpur?
Lord Shiva, Hanuman and Goddess Durga do not represent any particular religion, but are regarded as
which
supernatural powers.
Which is the organization that did this?
It's the Nagpur Income Tax Appellate Tribunal.
Okay, Nagpur Income Tax Appellate Tribunal is not recognized in the scriptures.
Okay, short, sweet answer there. Okay, I'm just coming to you. I'm really sorry. I just want to ask one question because I'm very curious about this.
Guys, I'm sorry, my throat is really hurting. I need to keep drinking warm
Amish,
water.
you can feel free to give me as short an answer as the one you just gave to Padmaja. Have you faced anger from people? Because, you know, the subject you write about involves gods. People are really touchy about gods and mythical figures. Have you, has anyone come up to you and said, how dare you write like this about
Not at all.
gods?
Not at all.
Or has it been universally accepted?
I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'm not being facetious. If you want to write a story like this, there's no better country than India to do it. Because actually, if you look in our past, the tradition of modernizing and localizing myths has been a rich tradition in India for thousands of years. Look at the various versions of the Ramayana. The version of the Ramayana that's most popular in North India today is the Ramcharitmanas, which is actually a 16th century modernization of the original Valmiki Ramayana. Right? In Valmiki Ramayana, for example, Sita ji is a far stronger character. There's a version of the Ramayana called the Adbhut Ramayana, where Sita ji killed Ravan. There's a version of the Ramayana in the tribal areas of Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, where Sita ji is a warrior. There's a version of the Ramayana in Tamil Nadu called the Kamba Ramayana, where Lord Ram is of course the god and the hero, but Ravan's good points are also spoken of. Look at the Purans, for example. You find different creation myths between the Shiv Puran, the Vishnu Puran and the Brahma Puran. Within the Brahma Puran itself, historians tell us that it's maybe 2,000, 2,500 years old. I believe the Brahma Puran is at least 4,000, 5,000 years old. But okay, let's believe the historians. Maybe it's 2,000 years old. But the Brahma Puran also mentions the Konark temple, which we all know was built 800 years ago. So what does that mean? Maybe the Brahma Puran that we are reading today was perhaps edited 800 years ago. The point I'm trying to make is this, this tradition of modernizing and localizing myths has been a rich tradition in India. Because in India, religiosity and liberalism always went hand in hand. We just forgot this culture for the last 200, 250 years. So I always say that, look, I'm not doing anything that's less Indian. I am actually being more Indian by finding my own path to God. So I'm genuinely not surprised that there's been no controversy at all. My books are, by God's grace, not really a secret right now. I haven't faced any protests or anything. Because I'm not doing anything that is un-Indian. I'm being more Indian.
Okay, so he says that he's continuing a tradition. Gentleman there, yeah, with the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, Amish, you're a brilliant author, actually.
Thank you so much.
But let me tell you, do you realize that you have created a little storm in many Indian homes? young kids come to parents and ask that you told us a different story about Shiva and Parvati. And here is this man who tells us a story which we believe. Are you planning to rewrite the Indian mythology? And is it the Shiva trilogy is just the starting point and many more to come? So can you a little bit describe what newer things you're planning to do? I mean, it seems as if you are rewriting the Indian mythology.
No, I won't lay claim to such a big task. I'm only doing what comes naturally to me. I've been blessed by Lord Shiva with this story. I did absolutely no fiction before the Immortals of Meluha, nor even a short story in school. So I always say if a creatively challenged person like me can write, anyone can write. So whatever stories I'm blessed with, inshallah, I'll write all of them. Okay. Having said that, I do want to say that the tradition of questioning things is also a rich tradition in India. At our core, India is, through most of our past, we have always been a freedom-loving, passionate, rebellious, frankly even slightly insolent race. That's the way we naturally have been for most of history. Once again, we forgot this culture for the last few hundred years, and today I feel we are rediscovering that culture. Even in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 18th Adhyaya, Lord Krishna tells us very clearly, sorry, I'm sure you're aware, I mean, the Bhagavad Gita is an allegory. It's not Lord Krishna talking to Arjun. He's actually talking to us, right? He tells us in the 18th Adhyaya very clearly that I have given you knowledge most profound. Now your task is to think deeply about it and do what you think is right. Essentially, what is he telling us? Use your own damn head. You've been given a brain for a purpose, which means you're supposed to question things. That's actually your duty. So actually, if the youth are questioning things, it's good. They should do it politely. There's no need to get into scraps with the parents, but there's nothing wrong with questioning. It's part of our culture.
I'm just coming to you in just a moment, sir. Just a quick question from Koel right here. Coming to you next.
Hi.
Sorry. Hi, go.
You know what I'm really amazed by, more than even your book, is actually your retention power. Like you're able to sort of quote from all sorts of different sources. And I wonder where that comes from, because we live in such a fast-paced life at the moment where you forget the last text you've sent. You can't remember anything. So what are you doing? Are you taking some memory tablets? Are you reading a lot? Like, I'm actually curious to know this.
I love reading. And I eat a lot of badam. I've been told apparently that's good. But I do a lot of reading, A. B, I grew up in a very religious household. It was a good fortune of birth. My grandfather was a teacher at BHU and a Pandit. Both my parents were very religious. And it was also a very liberal household, which means we didn't learn any of that nonsense of one religion is better than another religion, or that you're not supposed to question, just do what you're told to do. We never learned that. And my Baba used to say the logic of this is if you question, then you actually understand things much deeper. Okay? And if you understand things much deeper, then it remains in your mind. Okay? The point of questioning is to understand. Okay. For example, you know the word Upanishad itself, it means sitting at the feet of your guru and asking questions. Okay. That was the way education was in ancient times. Once again, not just in India, across the world. The schools of mystery, for example, were all built in that manner. It wasn't passive learning. The student didn't sit and just listen to what the teacher kept, kind of blabbering away. The teachers actually sat passively, and the student's job was to ask questions. What happens with that is that you understand deeply. When you understand deeply, it remains in your mind for 20 or 30 until the day you die. The purpose, the real objective is to understand, not to mug. At least that's what I learned from my family.
Last couple of questions, gentlemen there, and then I'm coming to the lady in front.
Sir.
In the Oath of Vayubhadra.
Has everyone read the third book out here? Okay. Shame on you guys, yeah? Okay, but sir, don't ask any spoiler question then. I mean, there are people who haven't, yeah.
You talk of Vishnu and Shiva and the good and the evil. And you just now also said that Shiva lives around us. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Which is probably more profound. Doesn't Shiva live within us?
That actually was the point of my speech, sir. That Shiva lives within us, and that is the concept of Advait from Adi Shankaracharya ji. In fact, it's a concept that exists across all religions. If you read the book of Luke in the Bible, we are told very clearly, behold, the kingdom of God exists within you. Right? Across all religions, this concept of Advait, of non-duality, of unity, it does exist. And what that means, what Advait actually means is that God exists in everything, not just in us, but in everything, in nature, in the trees, in the sea, everywhere. That's why the ancients were respectful of nature as well, because they saw God in nature, right? In the modern world, why are we so disrespectful of nature? Because we don't see God in it. We think nature has been created for us. No, and we are a part of nature and there's God in everything. If we start believing that way, then environmentalism won't just be a sexy, fashionable thing to do. It'll actually be our duty, right? Because there's God in nature, so we are supposed to take care of it, right? God exists in everything, in everything. That's the philosophy of Advait, of unity.
Okay, I know a lot of you have questions, but I'm told we have time for one last question, the lady right in front.
Yes, hi.
I'm a Shiv Bhakt as well.
Okay.
And my son is called Shiv. But what I want to ask you is that somehow, you know about so many religions, Shiv Ji seems to be above everybody and everything. For instance, if somebody wrote about Ram smoking a chillam or something, people would probably really object and there'd be a big hue and a cry. But Shivji seems to just get away with it and get away with everything because he's sort of above everything. So what would you have to say about that?
Okay, I have to answer this in two parts. Okay, there'll be a slightly philosophical answer, but I'll do the philosophy bit at the end. The first part is, yes, Lord Shiva is a god. Okay, I think even in his traditional forms, he's a very cool god. Okay, there's no other word for it. He's a very cool god. One of my, and no disrespect to any other god. Okay, one of my younger readers, had written into me saying he's the dude of the gods. Okay, he's actually a god of the rebels, the way he naturally is. Okay, so I'm a slightly rebellious, slightly anti-authoritarian type person. Okay, so for people like me, he's a very attractive god. Why? He's very democratic. He never talks down to his devotees. There's this lovely line in which is spoken in Banaras that Shivji apne bhakton ke bhakt hain. He's a devotee of his devotees. He treats his wife with respect, something that frankly many Indian men could really learn from. Okay, there are many times even in the myths where Parvati ji goes and does what she thinks is right. Lord Shiva doesn't, punish her for disobeying him. He continues to obsessively love her. He's a brilliant dancer. He's a brilliant musician. He's a fierce warrior. He's an intellectual. He's the source of the Vedas. And as you rightly said, yes, he drinks bhang. He's a very cool god. He's a fun god to write about. But I want to say one thing that, because I get asked this question many times, that do I think Lord Shiva is the supreme god? And I always quote this lovely line from the Rig Veda. It's from the Asya Vamasya hymn. Ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. Truth is one, but the wise men know it as many. God is one, but he is approached in many different ways, right? And God can come to us in many different forms. He can come to us as Lord Vishnu. He can come to us as Shaktima. He can come to us as Jesus Christ. He can come to us as Allah. He can come to us as Gautam Buddha. He can come to us as Mahavir, Zarathustra ji. He can come to us as Guru Nanak. He comes in many different forms, but he exists for one purpose and one purpose alone. That is to help us. And it doesn't matter what form he comes to us in. He comes to us in different forms because we are different people. I'm the kind of guy who would appreciate someone like Lord Shiva because I'm a rebellious guy. Right? There are some people who are not rebellious, so they may appreciate a different form of God. But they're all part of the same source. No God is higher or lower. That's, yeah. God is the truth. Yeah, that's what makes it. Okay, let me give you another story. Okay, I heard this story in Ajmer Sharif. Okay, my wife and I, we have faith in Ajmer Sharif. So whenever we go to Jaipur, we try and take some time and go to Ajmer. And on one of my trips out there, we met a mullah. Okay, and he told me this story, which he said was apparently a story of Shams and Rumi. I'm sure you've heard of Maulana Rumi. The very few men who can change your life with 4 lines. Rumi was, one of them. Okay. So he told me this story that was apparently spoken of by Shams and Rumi, that one day a man died. Okay. Since he died, his soul became free. Right. So it came out of the body. And since it was a soul, it could do anything. Right. So it started flying and flew higher and higher beyond the city, beyond Earth, beyond the solar system, flew higher and higher, beyond the Milky Way galaxy, beyond the universe, beyond the multiple universes that exist, till it reached the source of light. Okay? It found God. And then it went to God and it said, my Lord, there's this tiny, small insignificant little planet far, far away called Earth. Does it matter to you what religion they follow out there, what version of God they worship? You know what God answered? Doesn't matter. Follow any path you want, they all end with me. And this was told to me by Mullah at Ajmer Sharif. That is the beauty of India, in my mind.
All paths lead to God. The line that I'm going to take away from this session is Shiva is democratic. I think that fits in with the theme of the conclave as well. So apart from just Indian husbands, I think everybody can learn from Lord Shiva. I know many of you have questions. I'm sorry I couldn't come to you. We're completely out of time. Amish, you've been brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh.
Just a couple of more minutes. Amish, can I please request Mr. N. Ravichandran from Pipava of Defense to please come and give Amish a small token of our appreciation. Thanks, Amish. Thanks, Mr. Ravichandran. Ladies and gentlemen, the time now is 19 minutes past 11. Time check brought to you by our time partner, Omega. Tea is being served at your tables, so please don't go anywhere. And also because we are going straight into our next session. The next session, Startup Nation, our serial entrepreneurs, the politicians of economic democracy. And to start this session, can I request on stage the session chairperson, Nandan Nilekani, chairman of the Unique Identification Authority of India. Just a couple of minutes more, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the session immediately now. In the meantime, tea will be served at your tables. Enjoy. Everyone, please settle down. We are starting our next session now, Startup Nation, our serial entrepreneurs, the politicians of economic democracy. Please put your hands together for our session chairperson, Nandan Nilekani, chairman of the Unique Identification Authority of India, and he'll be introducing the panelists of this session.
Good morning, and I'd like to welcome all of you to this very interesting and exciting session on reinventing democracy through entrepreneurship. I think we all agree that one of the very important components of a democracy is having a very thriving market economy with lots of entrepreneurs. And we also need to have a very open system where new entrepreneurs can come and be disruptive, create new companies, throw out incumbents. And once you have that kind of a thriving market economy where you have new people coming in, then you're going to have new innovations, new products, new services, new business models, and and very importantly, lots of job creation. So I think a very important part of reinventing democracy is economic democracy and this entry and exit of new entrepreneurs into the system. So that's the theme of this session. We have 45 minutes. We have three very, very important and very, very dynamic and successful entrepreneurs here. We have Meena Ganesh. Meena Ganesh has been a serial entrepreneur. She and her husband, K. Ganesh, have done 3 to 4 companies so far. The latest company was Tutor Vista, which has just been sold to Pearson Group for over $200 million, and they're on to the next. Now I think they are serial parallel. They do 4 companies at a time. So I think Meena and her husband are now working on 4 companies simultaneously. So Meena is a classic example of a very successful serial entrepreneur. Then we have Binny Bansal. Binny and his friend Sachin Bansal, both are from IIT Delhi, and within 5 years, they built Flipkart into India's leading e-commerce site. Again, first generation entrepreneurs. His parents were public sector employees, and he and Sachin started Flipkart. Binny is very coy about the market cap of Flipkart. He refused to tell me, but those in the know tell me that its valuation is over $1 billion. So I think it's amazing that 2 young people have started a company and within 5 years have created a market cap of over $1 billion. And the third speaker is Alok Kejriwal. Again, he's done many companies, Mobile to Win, Games to Win, and he's also a self-proclaimed Marwadi rebel. So we'll find out what he means by that in the course of this discussion. So what we're going to do now is I'll request each of them to speak for 5 minutes and share their views, and then we'll have a good conversation. And then we have an expert panel. My friend Shailesh is here, so they'll ask some questions and we'll throw it open to the audience. We'll do all that in 45 minutes. So Meena, maybe you can start up either from here or from there and talk about your experience as an entrepreneur and what it means to really challenges of capital, of getting people, regulations, whatever that you feel are relevant. Thanks.
I think I'll just sit here and speak. Good morning, and it's an absolute delight to be here as a part of the India Today Conclave, and more so to be part of this extremely accomplished group of entrepreneurs. So thanks to India Today Group for inviting me here today. What I wanted to do over the next 5 minutes or so is to talk a little bit about my journey across 3 different generations of startups, and comment a little bit upon the environment and the challenges that existed then and how they have morphed over the years now. Our first foray into starting a new enterprise was in the year 1990. At that point in time, starting a business meant setting up a factory which had smoke coming out. You need to have a father who was very rich and who had lots of money, who could fund you to go and do that. Or you had land which came through the generations, which you could offer as collateral and take debt. We had none of those. So what was the best thing to do was to start something in the area of services, put in a meager savings of some 40,000 rupees or whatever we had at that time. But the important thing was to have a starter contract. So low risk, still wanted to do our own thing, get a contract, so some money is coming in. One of us works, one of us goes in and does all the exciting things. So we had a very exciting run over an 8-year period, built a fairly profitable and successful business, exited it in 1998. But obviously, because there was no capital infusion, there was no debt, there was no equity available, there were no VCs, so we just built on whatever best we could in our own steam. Very happy with what we did, touched a lot of lives. It was in the area of IT services, networking, maintenance and so on. Very nice little business, but it was a nice little business. It wasn't anything beyond that. I can say that very clearly now. Our next brush with startup was in 2000. When we had a lot of very successful IT companies, IT offshoring companies. Of course, Nandan is there right by my side as a beacon of what you could do in the IT services industry. So we were very excited to look at that space, but really the buzz was more about customer support. So we decided to go into that sphere with Customer Asset, which was our first BPO company. It's probably one of the first 2 or 3 BPO companies that started up in 2000. VCs had just about started, so we got a little bit of funding, we got started. But you know, the interesting thing was that at that point in time, the government had relaxed a lot of things, and starting up, especially in the export area, anything that was, that could be called as a software export entity, there were a lot of support, SOPs, We could start up a company really fast, and Karnataka was really well done at that time in terms of the STP support that we got. So literally, I think we decided, and within 15 days we were up and running. But that's where the whole challenge began, because especially in the BPO industry, there's a huge amount of infrastructure requirement, be it power, be it telecom infrastructure, be it just transporting the employees back and forth in the middle of the night, to providing them food, to security. All of that had to be done by the entrepreneur themselves. Now I feel very proud that not only did we create a BPO industry, but we created a cab transport industry, security industry, we created catering industry. Hey, but you know what that does? That makes the entrepreneur less focused on what they are actually supposed to be doing, less profitable in the long run. And today, if you look at it, countries like Philippines and especially Philippines is doing extremely well in the BPO sector, and margins are being squeezed out of this business from India. And isn't that something that one should look forward from the government, from the state, that these kind of support structures are available? So those are some of the thoughts that we went through at that time. In 2007, then we started this company called Tutor Vista, which was to start with online tutoring to the global market, and then we started providing a number of products and services to the K-12 education sector in India. A lot of time had passed since then. Huge amount of VCs and Ps were present. There were a lot of exits that had happened. So there was a lot more of excitement in investing and waiting for the exits to happen. So we managed to raise a fair bit of money and build a very successful business. Very proud of what we did. We sold it to Pearson just recently in February. Actually, we exited. So very good run. And also what I see in terms of the environment, especially I live in Bangalore, it really is buzzing with startup energy. It really is. You see a lot of youngsters who are now, instead of taking up well-paid jobs, willing to get into, start something on their own in their garage. There are VCs, angels, seed funds, accelerators, incubators, you name it, they're all there. Everybody is very proud of calling them as themselves as a startup mentor or a startup incubator. Great stuff is going on. But while all of that is happening, there are certain clouds in the horizon that make people sit up and worry about it. Because, why do VCs and Ps and all these people invest? Because they want to exit at some stage, okay? The whole business about investing in a startup is to have some kind of clarity that you will exit at some stage. Now, some of the things that have happened in the last few years have worried people. For instance, in the last year, I think the budget gave a lot of shivers to people, and still we are shivering out of that there could be tax implications with retrospective effect. Now you play the game and you complete the game and someone told you, hey, but the rules are different. Now you got to go back, pay taxes for the last 5 years or whatever it is. That scares the entire energy out of entrepreneurs and out of the people who are funding the entrepreneurs. The second thing was about the whole angel tax. Okay, you say that as an angel investor, you put in some money and you're going to get taxed for the potential, for the difference between the book value and the market value of the investment that you're making. Now, what is the story about angel investing? You invest in 100, 5 may succeed. The other 95 are surely going to go down the drain. It's risk capital and it has to be supported differently. Now, I work with a lot of young entrepreneurs who now look towards Singapore to go and start up. I asked them why. It's a very different story. In Singapore, an angel investor is actually allowed to write off the amount of 50% of the investment that they make from their income. They get a tax break. The other way around over here, that we get taxed for being an angel investor. So these, and of course the whole e-commerce thing, and I'm sure Bini will be better positioned to talk about that, to not allow FDI in e-commerce and to create a lot of discomfort and uncertainty in the market. These are things which start to take the wind out of the sail of entrepreneurs. My view is that entrepreneurship is a way by which a country continues to innovate. There's a lot of investments that comes in. There's a lot of new jobs that are created. Most new jobs get created out of new ideas and new businesses. And we should see a lot more of support coming to help that rather than to put a spoke in the way. So that's really all I have to say at this stage.
Thanks. Thank you, Meena. I think you raised a lot of very important questions on regulation, taxation, and all that. Now, Bini, you built a e-commerce company from scratch. You want to do it from there? Sure.
Thank you, India Today, for having me as part of this panel. I wanted to start off with a joke. So I looked up Google for the words serial entrepreneur jokes. It seems like nobody makes jokes about serial entrepreneurs. The results I got back from Google were all about how serial entrepreneurship is not a joke. So instead, I'll start by talking about something very interesting which we did a couple of weeks back on 27th February. On this day, we managed to deliver 50,000 orders of a fascinating new book by one of my favorite authors. 50,000 orders delivered in a single day across the length and breadth of the country in 500 cities and 6,000 pin codes. 50,000 fans of this author received the book on the very day of the launch without having to step out of their homes or offices. No prizes for guessing the book. It was, of course, Amish Tripathi's record-breaking new book, The Oath of Five Putras. I'm here to share the Flipkart story with you all, and I hope that in the process, I will be able to bring alive a few topics of today's panel discussion. I'd like to tell the Flipkart story in two parts. Part one is about starting up. Part two is about scaling up. Before we started Flipkart, both Sachin and I were working in Amazon in a 12 to 5 job. It was a 12 to 5 job because we used to go to office at 12 p.m., check email, have lunch, play table tennis, go to barista for a coffee, and then come back home at 5 p.m. It was really frustrating. And so we started thinking about starting our own company. Steve Jobs' famous advice to a graduating class at Stanford was to stay hungry, stay foolish. In our case, we were really hungry to do something meaningful and worthwhile. And we were foolish enough to be ignorant of the fact that we were two 25-year-old software engineers who had no idea of the challenges of running an e-commerce business. So, in September 2007, we quit our jobs at Amazon with a bold vision of creating the Amazon of India. But there was a problem. We both came from middle-class families, and as a result, we had only 4 lakh rupees to start the business. But in hindsight, this lack of capital turned out to be a good thing. 4 lakh rupees meant that our marketing budget was zero. This forced us to be extremely customer-focused in everything we did, and as a result, we were able to create world-class service. We would under-promise and over-deliver. Most of our early customers became die-hard fans. Word of mouth became our marketing tool, and it was completely free and the most effective. So in 3 years, we went from 0 to 50 crores in revenue. And in 3 years, we had grown enough to challenge the well-established bookstores, and we were now giving them a run for their money. In 3 years, a couple of software engineers created a new market where none had existed before. The lesson here is that capital can help, but is definitely not necessary to build a substantial business. Vision and hard work are many times enough to achieve success. Now, to part 2 of the story. If the first 3 years were about creating a new market, the next 2 years were about expanding the market and changing the buying habits of 5 million people. In this phase, venture capital actually played a key enabling role for us. To do what we did, we needed to build a winning team. So we decided to hire people not for their experience, but for their energy and attitude. We hired people who had the hunger to create something new and who believed that there are no limits. We found all these qualities in abundance in the young Indian talent. In our country, more than half the population is below 25. So is the case at Flipkart. Our average age is in the 20s. And I'm sadly on the wrong side of the average now, having turned 30 just a few months back. So, so this team of young Indians executed brilliantly over the next 2 years. The results were magical. Over this 2-year period, we grew 30 times, 3,000% in 2 years. In 2 years, we went from 50 crores in revenue to 1,500 crores. And according to Nandan, our market cap went upwards of $1 billion. So what lies ahead for us? We believe that we are just getting started, and there's still a long, long way to go. We are still as hungry as we were 5 years back. And now we have a new foolish belief. In the telecom industry in India, the Indian consumer gave landlines a miss and went straight to mobile phones. We believe that something similar will happen in our industry as well. We believe that the Indian customer will go straight to online shopping. And we would want to be at the forefront of this revolution, just like Airtel was at the forefront of the telecom revolution. I would like to end with one of my favorite quotes from George Bernard Shaw. People are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. People who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances that they want. And if they can't find them, make them. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Benny. So we'll all watch your success. Now we have our final speaker, Alok Kejriwal, who's going to talk. He's again, he's done many companies. He's sold them. Now he runs one of the most successful game companies in the world. So, Alok.
Thanks, everybody. So, as Nandan introduced me, I'm a Marwadi, but I'm a rebel. And I made socks, the stuff that you wear on your feet for 8 years. I made socks in my father's socks factory. And it was a kind of, funny business. Every morning you wake up, you go to work, and you come back home, and then someone says, what do you do? And you say, I make socks. That went on for a couple, 2, 3, 5, 7 years, 8 years. And, abhi bhi moza bana raha hu main, something was kind of funny. But it's okay. As a good Marwadi boy, you do 3 things right. You get married young, you have children young because you're forced to, and then you just stick to the family business. That's what you do. And I pretty much did that, right? However, I think when I turned 28, something went wrong. I think my DNA, some chromosome must have gone loose. And I woke up one morning and I said, we're going to make socks. And I said, that's not happening, man. I mean, I can't go and wake up and do this for the rest of my life. So I told my father, I said, we got to do something different. And he said, no, nothing is different. Everything is fine. This is the way we do things. This is the way we do. And now we'll make another colored sock. I think that was, I think Malcolm Gladwell is speaking later, but that was my tipping point, right? I tripped, I tipped, I don't know what happened to me. Something went off. And I think there's a streak of rebelliousness that just set loose. And I said, I will try and prove everything that I have been taught and institutionalized, hopefully with God's grace and with luck and of course with endeavor, to try and see whether the shackles of what we call classic businessman entrepreneurism can be broken. And I set about doing that. The curse is that if you're born in a business family, I'm a dinosaur, so I'm old. No much, you're not educated too much. ठीक है, BCom करो, चलो जल्दी भागो, धंधे में जाओ. So I was one of those guys. Now I'm a BCom guy. What am I going to do? Where am I going to get a job? Nandan's not going to give me a job if I'm coming to you and saying I'm a BCom. So I started thinking, and the one thing that I think entrepreneurs have trained themselves to do is to start enjoying their problems and make their problems their business. So I was always this contesting guy, promotions guy. I used to look at contests and I used to always want to win a car. I mean, a greedy guy. So free mein kya milta hai? Let's find that out. So this contest that I used to keep hounding was about winning a car. And the thing that they said always was, write a slogan, I love you because, for the brand, in return to win the car. And the brand was a soap. I don't love a soap. I'm not going to write slogans in my life trying to love a soap. There was something wrong, inherently wrong. So I kind of said, can I make contesting fun? Can I make promotions fun? And that began a journey for me called Contest to Win, which started a whole promotions online company. It was the beginning of a rather interesting and fun journey that I'm still enjoying. And I think, Nandan, you were talking about what is happening to the world of entrepreneurship. I think it all starts with your own experience. I mean, let me explain, let me pitch, kind of narrate a story at Hindustan Lever, 1998. So I was this, a hungry, passionate, foolish, guy, pitching really hard. And I was pitching to Gunender Kapoor, GK, who was heading the Annapurna brand at that time. And he just loved the passion. And, he said, Alok, I love you, man. I mean, you keep, there's something about you that is making me compel you to say yes to your proposal. This was about internet promotion. And he says, I've understood everything. I've just not understood one question. This was at the end of the 46th minute. So I said, oh, thankfully now there'll be a question. And he says, what is the internet? And this was Hindustan Lever 98. And that time, these guys were spending 1 crore a day on advertising. And when I told him, GK said, oh, you got to meet the IT guys. And I said, no, this is a medium. This is where your kids are going to talk and play and have fun. He said, no, no, IT jaise sound kar raha hai. So from there, there's been a large leap of, I think the one thing is just this whole brashness in saying that I can, I have to create categories. I mean, you guys have created categories within, Meena talked about how, you've started cab companies and, you've trained people to actually take credit cards out and sign it. I think the journey has been quite interesting. One of the other thing that I was taught never to do was to give equity away. My father never gave shares in his company to me. So how am I going to give my shares to someone else, right? When I asked him, he said, no, I'm not going to give you equity. You got some salary. So when my first VC and, Meena and I know E-Ventures, we have friends of E-Ventures sitting here. The guy said, I want 40% of your company. And I said, le lo yaar, no problem. I want the money. So I think the other thing was this whole demystification of equity and capital and all is all fine. Give me the money so that I can make something. And I think there needs to be a large kind of thought process involved that says, forget the stake business and I will get diluted. And I meet a lot of entrepreneurs who say, oh, koi aa jayega, someone's going to run my business for me. I said, they don't give a damn. Why will someone run your business? As long as you can. So that was interesting. I think the last fun experience I had was, the China dragon, right? This dragon that breathes fire and it eats everybody up. So SoftBank was one of our investors and they said, Alok, India is stuck, kuch ho nahi raha hai, come to China. And I said, whoa, what are you saying, man? That's the dragon that eats you up. They said, no, come to China. We'll make you successful in China. So we shipped, we had a 24-man team. We shipped 22 people to China, right? We literally flew the company to China. And we said, come on, let's start a business in China. We started a mobile venture. And tough as hell. Nandan, I'm telling you, sometimes I feel that we are so blessed to be in a country like India, where things happen. You have a contract, it gets honored. You have a court of law. Long story short, that company was finally acquired by Disney in 2006-07. And to sell my company, I had to write to the Ministry of Culture and Information in China saying, can I sell my company? And that was so bizarre because that's not the way it's supposed to be. So we sold that and we did the whole Indian Idol business in India, so the whole voting platform. But I think the message that I got, the fun that I got was, you can make companies to sell them, there's no problem. You can take capital from people and give them your company's equity, there's no problem. Getting rich is, I was trained as a Marwadi to be happy, but I think it's my calling card. I want to be rich, I want to be greedy, I want to drive a Porsche. I think very few people have the guts to say that in public forums because they're not trained to, You're supposed to be coy and, don't brash, but I want to be rich. That's what, this guy told me in Wall Street, right? Gordon Gekko. So that became my mantra. But I think we need a lot of flavors of entrepreneurs in India and we need to have crazy people. I think I'm one of the crazy guys to say fail. Celebrate failure. Who cares? Because it's all about trying to do something different. And not make socks.
Thanks, Alok. Now, I want a quick question, quick answer on this. Now, because, you sold companies and you're doing the next one, and I know that your current company does millions of game downloads and all that. Meena, you also been very successful selling companies, and now you're doing 4 at a time and all that. So there's one view is that, this so-called serial entrepreneur thing where you make a company, grow it, then you sell it off, and then you start something else. The other model is, you run a company for a long time and make it grow big, like, Google guys or Amazon guys, Jeff Bezos still running Amazon. And Binny, I think some sense I get it that you're looking at a play like that, really great. So what do you guys feel about this whole, is this a sprint or a marathon? I'm not being judgments here, but what is the two styles of entrepreneurship here? Maybe quickly, all three of you, yeah.
I think it's a relay race. So I run part of my relay and then I hand the baton over. I'm not a Superman to run all 4 laps. I love to flip companies. I love to get onto the new thing, call it the fact that I think the fun, it's like fashion, just start something else. And you know, Nandan, to be honest, there's a point beyond, there's enough failures around us. Look at Groupon, right? You cannot hold on forever. There has to be the point that I have done my bit and there's someone bigger and larger than me who can take this forward. I think it's a kind of self-glorification to say that I'm the only guy who can make this bigger. I don't think so.
So you believe in taking a company to a certain size and then...
Absolutely, because someone's always got a better vision and bigger idea, at least in the space I come from, games, tech, you know, very fast flipping idea businesses, where someone else has got the brand. I mean, my mobile company in China is much larger than it would have ever been thanks to Disney. I wouldn't have been able to manage the government in China, forget running my company.
Meena, you've been also very successful at this.
Yeah. I tend to agree with Alok. I think an entrepreneur by nature is somebody who likes the change, who likes the whole spark of creating. And I don't know whether they are the best people to build and run and scale it forever and be the guys who run $1 billion, $165 billion company. That's what I worked for when I worked for Tesco. I don't know whether I would love to do that. So each one has to do what they're best at and then hand it over to the person who takes it from there. I'm very happy that Tutor Vista is with Pearson. World's largest education company, will take it places, will take that entire concept and take it to the whole world. Great, good for the company.
Benny, you seem to have a different mental model.
I think it's more of a personal thing. I think entrepreneurs, I think, are of two types. I think we have a couple of them here who think differently. I think we at Flipkart think a little differently. It also sort of depends on the potential of change that you can keep making in your own company. So we believe the kind of opportunity that we have comes along in a country like India like 2-3 times in a decade. I mean, came to Infosys, came to Airtel, right? Now we have the opportunity to create something like that. And we don't want to let go of that opportunity. So we want to create a very big company.
Okay, now the one more thing is, I think in this whole talk about economic democracy, I think easy entry of new entrepreneurs becomes very important, because unless you have new entrepreneurs and they can do companies, then it's the same old guys. But you said that you are a rebel, family business, sock making to IT and all that. But the fact of the matter is, even today, family businesses do dominate India. So when do you see a lot more people like you who leave their traditional activities or are first generation entrepreneurs like the other two and really change the needle on creating a thriving new disruptive set of companies and entrepreneurs? Do you see that happening anytime soon, all of you?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The supply side of entrepreneurs is completely now coming from the non-business side, which is, young guys who say, up to 30 I can try and do stuff, I think in colleges. I mean, I was telling Nandan in the speakers lounge that in the northern India side, we see this lal batti fetish. Everybody wants a lal batti. But I think in the south, yeah, okay, Delhi maybe. But I think in the western and the southern regions, we don't have a lal batti fascination. We want my company startup fascination. On the family business side, I think they were stuck. There's a lot of young generation family members who are being given some seed capital by their fathers only to do what that's in their industry. So if I tell my father today that, give me $500,000 from your socks company so that I can make virtual farms that sell mangoes, like Mango Wheel, I don't think he'll agree. So the experiment risk capital that, grandfathers own is not going to come loose. And that's where venture capital and risk capital and seed capital needs to be.
See, I think while it's important to be able to start, equally important should be able to shut down, because that's something that I don't think as a culture, as a framework of regulation and rules and all of that does not encourage failure. Okay, and I think that's as important to be able to start up. So right now there's huge amount of energy. Startup, we'll provide you incubation support, some money, everything, but people need to be able to say that now we are pulling the plug. These 5 things will not work. No shame in that. Okay, money was spent, fine, but we've learned a lesson. Let's move on and do something else. I think that entire culture needs to come in. Once that comes in, this whole thing will get even more fast forward.
Yeah, I think 2 things. So one, the internet and the venture capital ecosystem. I think both are playing an amazing role in creation of new entrepreneurs, whether they're from Marwari families or others. So if I take my own example, during my 12 to 5 job, I used to just scour the internet for demystification of what is venture capital, how does it work, how do you start a company, right? All of that. And also read about how did other people start companies, get inspired. So I think both the ecosystem which has developed over the last 10 years and the internet penetration which has increased much more is sort of demystifying what it takes to start a business. Right. And it's really helping create new entrepreneurs.
I want to ask Benny a question. Sure. Benny, what is 12 to 5 job? When you were doing 12 to 5 and you were scouring the internet, what were you doing? What was the job? Were you doing something?
Yes, so I joined Amazon in Jan 2007. Okay. And in a couple of months, I was like, why the hell am I here?
Yeah, okay, now, all three of you have done businesses that have some kind of a regulatory impact. I think Meena, for example, education is highly regulated. For Benny, there are all these FDI in commerce, all these issues, as well as, payment systems. I think in your case too, telecom is highly regulated, which you use as a platform. So since all three of you are visiting the city of Lal Batis, what are the three things you think needs to be done regulatory-wise or government policy-wise, which can have a dramatic impact on growing your businesses?
Stay away from our lives. Just the farther you stay away, the better we become. I think capital, if there is some kind of, easy, let me explain this. I think it's easier to get an EMI on a 50 lakh rupee car than to get 50 lakh rupees to starting up a venture. So I think getting a lease on a car, we put premiums on that. There'll be guys who sell me car loans 10 times a day, but there's nobody who allows an entrepreneur with a good pedigree and background to get a 50 lakh rupee loan that can become the next Infosys or the Flipkart, right? So there's something is stuck. The incentive structure in providing capital is very, very weird towards ROI and only safe ROI. And I think the third thing, Meena, you raised this Singapore thing. I don't know about Singapore, but it's punitive to be an entrepreneur. I have some small employees in the US. Nandan, I sign on 17 places to send them their salary. If I miss that salary day, my CFO gets it signed on the 27th of the month so that the poor guy can get salary on the 31st. What the hell? Why should I sign 17 places to send salary to some guy? Because, he's my employee. So there's too much regulation.
You're right, Nandan, that working in the education sector gets you across to the babus quite a bit. But you know what I would love, especially in a sector like education, that having just exited out of that, I'd say that the government needs to understand that there's no choice but to work with entrepreneurs, but to work with private partners, because the problem is so huge. The government cannot do all the investment that it takes to be able to make the changes that we need. And here we are trying to bring in so many roadblocks. There are people who are willing to put their time, money, intellect to solve the problem, and there are roadblocks. Can we not work together?
I think a couple of things. I think the regulations need to be consistent. You can't have one thing one day and something else the other, like Meena said. Right? And I think they need to evolve much faster with the new generation. Right? Businesses are going so fast that your regulations can be far behind. If regulations are behind the businesses, then the country will not grow because, again, creative destruction will just not happen. So I think those two things are most important right now.
Great. Now I think before we go to the general audience, we have a couple of experts here. So Shailesh has been with Google, now he's with Twitter. And Shailesh, do you have any questions for the panel?
I have many questions, but I'll just ask one. First of all, I should say, as a member of the technology community, one thing we do very well is we support each other. And so in that spirit, I should say, the most important thing for entrepreneurship to accelerate and flourish in India is to have heroes and role models. And I think we'll all agree that Nandan has been, playing that role for many of us, and we want to thank him for that. And many of you hopefully will be role models and heroes to future generations of entrepreneurs. But okay, that's the nice part. The difficult question, or maybe the more important question, is, because I believe that the entrepreneurial community, the talent of India, has no limits, I think it's fair to ask, when will we see the first truly global, iconic startup from an entrepreneur out of India that's on par with Silicon Valley, perhaps beyond that, because we have 1.2 billion people in this petri dish of India to test our products and services. What is it going to take? What will that business look like? Do you think by 2015, 2020, such a thing is possible? I'd like to hear your thoughts about the global opportunity. Or do you think the premise of the question is false because there's enough work and opportunity to do here with the size and the complexity of the country that the premise of that question is false? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, well, Meena, why don't you start? Okay.
Thank you for electing me to answer that difficult question.
All of them are answered, not just.
Sure. Sailesh, I very strongly believe that because, like you said, India is the petri dish to try out things, there is a very great opportunity if we can identify those problems which are truly, genuinely impacting us. So today, the kind of problems that we're all working on are slightly more esoteric, but there are real problems down on the ground, whether it's education or healthcare or water or whatever it is. If those problems, we can find some solutions, there is no boundary to taking that solution to other countries. I do believe in some small way, whatever we did in our education sector work with creating school management solutions actually are being taken to other countries. That model does not exist in any other country, certainly in the whole Pearson world. So Pearson very categorically acquired Tutor Vista so that they could take it and actually export that model to other countries. So it is possible, especially if you look at those things which are ground level problems, technology can be used to solve those problems, then I do believe that there is an opportunity to take it elsewhere. And I do hope that in the next decade at least, we should be seeing some big impact, social impact solutions which are being exported from here.
Yeah, so I agree with Meena. I think the problems that the entrepreneurs in India are solving are quite different from what the global internet companies are solving. And I think for the next 5 years, I think there's sort of enough problems to solve here. I think once companies sort of get really large scale, once internet grows in India to 300, 400 million people, and we have large internet companies, I think that is when they will have the bandwidth to go out and become global. I think before that happens, I don't see large global successes coming.
Shailesh, I think the question is a little old-fashioned. It's nice to have asked this question 3 years ago. I think there's no concept anymore of the big global hit because it all depends on what you're talking about. I mean, Twitter is a big global hit, but that's a consumer play. You know, there are lots and lots of B2B marketplaces which nobody knows of in this room, which are really great companies. But to really answer your question more pointedly, if the aspiration is to be the next Twitter from India, the Google from India, Facebook from India, start in a college dorm, then we need capital that backs that. I mean, we need capital that says, take $300 million and don't show me revenue. I don't want revenue. I want product. I want consumer. Hey, why are you talking about revenue in a board meeting? Do not give me any, forget profitability, don't show me revenue. That conversation in the boardroom with venture cap is all about show me top line, show me bottom line, show me growth in, revenue. So,
hello, can I challenge that just for
sure,
a moment?
Please.
I think the one thing we've seen in the last 10, 15, 20 years is that capital moves freely around the world. So I personally don't believe in the argument of capital at all.
Sure.
I think the real question for me is when you're sitting with an IIM Ahmedabad student or an IIT student and 90% of that class has no interest in being an entrepreneur because they're afraid of taking a risk or what have you. And maybe that's the wrong community to be targeting.
I want to interject because I want to give you an example of IMA. I just told Nandan, I spoke there 3 weeks ago, and this is MBA class 2, which is a graduating class. About 80 people in the room, and I asked them how many of them had read the autobiography of Steve Jobs. Not one person raised his hand, and not even the professor. And I was looking at these guys saying, what do you reading?
So let's agree that the premise is that maybe a more important question is the culture of risk-taking.
Yes.
Not everybody will take a risk.
Right.
But the culture of risk-taking, what does it take to make that culturally, socially more acceptable so that people feel comfortable in pursuing the ideas and the dreams they have in their head and making it a reality? Because I think that, more than capital for me, is the more important question.
I think it's going to be a fragmented success story rather than looking at one. I mean, they're going to be Red Bus, for example, great success story, revolutionized the way people travel in India. It doesn't have to be a global business. It's local. You don't need to have reservation systems of buses anywhere else. So I think, one should really celebrate the fact that there are entrepreneurs who are scaling, whether they're doing it on a global scale or any other scale. and at least getting lots and lots of consumers, making lives easier for people, right? That's where it all begins. I mean.
Thanks. We have Padmaja Ruparal here. She's the president of the Indian Angel Network. So maybe, does she have a question?
Thank you. First of all of you are really icons of successful entrepreneurs that India has sort of brought, and this is really replacing some of our older icons. So congratulations, and very inspiring to be here. I thought, all the issues that Meena and especially that you brought up on tax issues or funding issues and the culture of accepting failure. It's true, even ease of doing business, we are only 139th in the list of companies. So there is a huge climb to sort of build entrepreneurship, which is really what all of you have said is employment generator, which is one of our key focus areas. Just to ask a very provocative question, is there an opportunity here that there is a national nodal collaborative initiative to really bring entrepreneurship and develop it nationally? And I don't mean like a government agency, please, though we are sitting in Delhi, but we've seen several models like a NASSCOM, like an NSDC, or a BCCI, which is sort of focused on various initiatives, right? The IT industry got a lot of impetus with the collaborative model that NASSCOM did. BCCI has picked up cricket as a cause. Is there something you feel, all of you, that there is a collaborative model which will really drive entrepreneurship and culturally create it as a career path for many of our youngsters, bring in money, tax issues or regulatory issues? Is there something there?
I don't think so. I can't even imagine what that would look like. It sounds, not your idea, but it itself is so complicated to bring so many things together. I mean, instead of IITs and IIMs, we need an IE, like an Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship at the best, so that at least you can make people understand failing, getting bust. So, those are subjects I wish they could teach in school. But beyond that, together at a national, maybe I'm uneducated, that's why.
So I think now we'll throw it open to the audience. Are there any questions? Okay, some guy, one of those hands out there. Whoever gets the mic first.
I'm Rajendra Badawat. Nice listening to all of you. I think I would like you to comment on one thing that here it said that nothing succeeds like success and failure is frowned upon. So is it not, you think it's not essential for us to teach to accept failure as a stepping stone to bigger successes? Because failure is a capacity to fail and the ability to go beyond failures. That is what is lacking, and I think that is what needs to be built in the younger generation particularly. Yeah. And maybe some of you have said that the one failure led to a bigger success. So the capacity to absorb failure.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point, and it is very important. Before I joined Amazon, Google rejected me twice, once in 2005, then in 2006, and it was my dream job. And that didn't stop me from starting Flipkart and making it a success. So I think today's young generation is not afraid of failure. When I look at resumes, I see a lot of people who have started companies and sort of shut them down in 2-3 years and are coming back to sort of companies like Flipkart, with which they can relate to. So I think that is sort of happening. You can't really force it. I think it's already happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just not, you're seeing them because in your tech, in your Flipkart, and you get these resumes. But, if you go to the IITs and talk, and, there's that whole blanket of shrouding we're so tuned till you're 22 to perform. Every single percentage in your mark sheet is life-changing. So to just reverse your DNA and now say that, the lower the marks, the better, is very, very difficult. So I think there's a cultural shift, where parents need to start by saying, okay, it doesn't matter if you did, and it's an oxymoron, right? I mean, how do you fail to succeed? But that's the truth. So I think there's a very, very important, I mean, everything we see, everybody on TV is a superstar. Every media guy talks about superstars. So where's the super failure? It's a very big question.
Well, actually, I want Deep Kalra. Deep Kalra has built another billion-dollar business in online world. Deep, you want to say something or?
Probably the most successful.
Yeah. Thanks, Nandan, all my friends on the panel. Sorry, I got a little late getting here. So I think what Alok said is really relevant. But Alok, the way to put it, I think, would be if we celebrated the stories with the whole story and not just the end. So the end is, happy ending for many people. We hear about it. But then those stories, and I heard you talk about Jobs, no one really talks about what he went through. Exactly. To get thrown out of the company that you founded by the guy who you brought in to save the company is incredible. And then to come back and rebuild the company is amazing. So people don't talk about all of those. So I think if we get into that culture a bit more, so like I think the US and Silicon Valley does a pretty good job. People say quite proudly that, I failed in my first 2 ventures. Now you can argue and say, you can say that if you succeeded in your third. But, it's changing a lot, the kind of folks we're hiring. I think some of our best folks are folks who have tried their hand at entrepreneurship. I won't say, they failed. They just didn't make it enough to go it alone. But they're the best guys you can hire in companies like ours. And at least that's what we find a lot.
I'm really sorry, but I think the spiritual session is about to start or something. So we'll have to bring this to an end. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank these 3 brilliant young entrepreneurs for the very honest talk. Thank you. Thank you, Meena. Thank you, Alok. Thank you, Bini.
Thank you, Mr. Nilekani. Can I please request Dinesh Bhatia, CFO of India Today Group, to come on stage and give a small token of appreciation to all the speakers, all the gentlemen and the lady here on the stage. And with him, can I please request Mr. Ashish Bagga also to please step up on stage.
Very special. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're going straight into our next session. Gurukul is ancient wisdom in sync with modern living. And to start the session, can I request the chairperson, Rajiv Mehrotra, author and founding trustee of the Foundation of His Highness, the Dalai Lama and Public Service Broadcasting Trust. Can I please request Mr. Mehrotra to come on stage so we start the next session? Please welcome and greet with applause speakers in our next session. Sri Ravi Shankar, Spiritual Guru, His Grace the Archbishop of Delhi, and Sister Shivani, Senior Brahma Kumari Raj Yoga teacher. Can I request Mr. Mehrotra to please start the session now?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome. Before I walked in here, I stood in front of a mirror and wondered what I could do to make myself a worthy replacement of stepping into Shobha De's shoes. So I seek great forgiveness for my failure to do that. The subject today is we're looking at Gurukul and the value of ancient wisdom and how it may respond to contemporary issues, the contemporary aspiration. All human beings want happiness and seek to avoid suffering. The challenge really is that does ancient wisdom need to adapt to the imperatives of modern civilization and our notions of happiness today, or does it need to be the other way around? Do we need to change or modify our aspirations to adapt to what ancient wisdom tells us? The assumption is that ancient wisdom is ancient and has survived the test of time, and hence may perhaps offer valuable reflections on contemporary issues and predicaments. I think the simultaneous challenge is that the essence of ancient wisdom, and I don't know if it's an accident that Gurukul rhymes with Gurukul, and the tradition of the Gurukul involved elements of sadhana, which is sustained practice of surrender to Guru, to a teacher, and the apprenticeship was inevitably a very long one. So in what ways does ancient wisdom and the techniques of transformation, which are a part of India's civilizational heritage, are its major contribution to the world, dovetail with the imperatives for instant gratification, for weekend courses to enlightenment? Do we have the time and do we have the patience to cultivate the mind states that will affect our reflexive responses that will make us happy? What are the potential legitimate social engagements of the spiritual path? We have two distinguished members of the panel who were founding members of the India Against Corruption campaign. So obviously there is a space for that engagement. But I'm not here to do the talking. We have a very distinguished panel, and the layout for the program really is that we will invite each one of them to speak either from the podium or where you're seated for about 5 to 7 minutes each, and then open this up. So I'm delighted to welcome Guruji Sri Ravi Shankar, an icon in providing and creating a structured system that enables access to the ancient practice of pranayam in a manner that it is truly democratized, because one of the challenges of ancient wisdom was that it was accessible only to the elite. And I think one of his major contributions has been to do that. His Grace, Archbishop Vincent Concetto, the Archbishop of Delhi, has had a very active commitment and passion, not just for the agendas of the Church, but as a member of the National Integration Council of the Government of India, looking at harmony and engagement between faiths and between traditions. Sister Shivani, who's a familiar face on television, and is a teacher with the Brahma Kumari movement and a practitioner of Raja Yoga herself, a gold medalist in electronic engineering from Pune University. So may I invite Archbishop Concetto to be the first speaker and share your thoughts and insights with us. You're welcome either place.
Dear friends, I would like to reflect on this topic. Is ancient wisdom in sync with modern living from a religio-spiritual perspective? I would rather ask, can religio-spiritual wisdom of our ancestors show us the road in the modern world that has become a violent place to live in, to peaceful coexistence? I don't think that there can be coexistence unless there is pro-existence. That is, not just living for oneself, but also living for one another. Wisdom is much more than knowledge. It is the result of an integrated approach to understand the reality around us in its totality and on a long-term basis. It is not knowing more and more about less and less, as our knowledge today often tends to be, although that too has a place in our lives. But it leaves us disintegrated. As for the lack of the whole view of the total reality, its benefits are short-lived. True wisdom is a gift of God and comes to us through his prophets. Properly understood and followed, its validity cuts across the boundaries of time and space. It is good for all time and everywhere. The language may change, the methodology of pedagogy may improve, but the message or the truth does not change. It may even be better understood because of progress in sciences. We are a marvelous combination of body, mind, and spirit. Unless our needs and aspirations at all these three levels are met, we cannot find rest. It is true that our physical needs get attention first because otherwise we cannot survive. We need air, food, health care, clothing, and shelter. But these must come under the control of our mind, which has the right understanding of the reality around us. A lawyer once asked Jesus, "What must I do to inherit eternal life?" The answer was there already in the Old Testament of the Bible. It was to love God wholeheartedly and our neighbor as ourselves. The lawyer referred to it, and Jesus said, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." But the lawyer wanted to know who his neighbor was. And Jesus gave us that beautiful parable of the Good Samaritan, extending the meaning of neighbor to everyone in need, no matter who that person was. There's a beautiful story of a master who once asked his disciples when they could say that the night is over and the day has dawned. The disciples found that a very strange question. For quite some time, nobody answered. Finally, a disciple got up and said, "Sir, when I see an animal at a distance and cannot make out whether it is a sheep or a goat, then I can say that the night is over and the day has dawned." The master was not satisfied. Another disciple also gave an answer, but it was not much different from the first. And the master was not satisfied. But then the disciples got a bright idea. It is his question, they said, and he must know the answer. So together they asked him to give the answer. The master said, "Now listen attentively to what I say. When you look into your neighbor's eyes and recognize your brother or sister, then the night is over and the day has dawned. If that does not happen, no matter what time of the day it is, you are still in darkness. Your night is not over and light has not come into your life." This is wisdom, a perception that naturally results in love and respect and service of one another. For Jesus, there were no outsiders or strangers or foreigners. They were all his brothers and sisters. That explains his spontaneous response to their needs, no matter what risk and courage it involved. He went even beyond that. He taught his disciples to love one another as he himself loved, even as God loves us. The answer, therefore, to the problem of violence is love, based on the right perception of God, who loves us, who is compassionate, and who forgives, whose plans are always for our good and welfare, one who can never be against us. Secondly, we need to love our neighbor, recognizing in our neighbor our own sister and brother. What then happens? How can there be, when that happens, how can there be corruption, rape, murder, exploitation, and all the evil that has been taking place increasingly in our society? The kingdom of God would imply justice, equality, fraternity, and freedom for all our people, as so beautifully indicated in the preamble of our Constitution, making room for all in our rich diversity and leading us to genuine and authentic unity. It is not enough that we know more. It is not enough that we do more. Nor is it enough that we have more. This is the aspiration of our people today. All this more of knowing, doing, and having must lead us to become more. That is, more human and more compassionate. That together we may forge ahead as one family of sisters and brothers towards unity, harmony, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Archbishop. May I invite Sister Shivani.
Om Shanti, that is greetings of peace from the Brahma Kumaris. A very beautiful topic, ancient wisdom for modern living. Wisdom, the truth, eternal. Don't know whether we can call it ancient or modern. It's something which is true, eternal, was there, is there, and will always be there. Will always be there. It's only whether I'm aware of it or I've forgotten about it. It's like any law in nature. Let's say the law of gravity was there, is there, and will always be there. Even before it was discovered, it was always there. It's just that if I'm not aware of that law, then I will live my life, try to live my life in a different way and face the consequences of that. Similarly, we have spiritual laws. And the basic fundamental spiritual law is everything is inside out. Like Brother Rajiv said, we all want happiness. So that's opposite to the law. The law is I am a happy being. That's my quality and the quality of every being. I am a loveful being, pure, powerful, blissful. I am and I radiate. And which means this is me and I bring it out in my every interaction. This is the truth. If I live my journey of life forgetting this truth, not aware, then I started saying, I want happiness, I want love, I want respect, I want trust. So we shifted from inside out to outside in. And then our definition for happiness became, I will be happy when I achieve, I buy, something like that. So it became conditional, going against the law. And that's why we achieved everything, we've done everything we wanted, and we're still we're still looking for peace, because it was not supposed to come outside in, it's inside out. So wisdom is just connecting me back to what I already know. I don't have to learn it. It's just somebody reviving a memory lapse. Now I've forgotten what the truth is. The whole day, all of us are sometimes living our life inside out, and sometimes outside in. It's just that today, probably in terms of modern way of living, the frequency of outside in has become more than inside out. Because somewhere on the journey, somebody introduced us to a new belief system which said life is a competition. You know, we were all on a journey. We were all driving our car on our journey, and somebody created a thought, let's race. There was no race. We were on our journey. Had we just continued living that way, my life, my journey, my qualities, my values, my principles, my karma, life would be beautiful. But because I created this one single thought, let's race, it's a competition, then my whole purpose of life only became to go ahead of somebody next to me. And then I created stress, I created anxiety, I created fear, I created insecurity, and then all the other words of corruption, exploitation. It all followed with one belief system. When we talk of beliefs, it's not different beliefs of religion. Religion gives only one belief. Belief systems is the consciousness with which I live my life. Like, I want happiness is a belief system. Stress is natural. You know, the paper that I got from here said, stress is inevitable. It's a belief system. It's not the truth. It's somebody's belief. Anger is needed to get work done is a belief system. Life is a competition is a belief system. These are beliefs. And if this will be my belief system, so will be my thought, so will be my action, and so will be the consequence of my action. Wisdom just means to check my belief systems and go back to that innate, the core, the truth, and which says, anger is not the way. Love is my original quality. Peace is my original quality, and not just mine, it's the quality of every being around me. So not only me, but everybody else around me would be very comfortable if I do it that way. If I just change these belief systems, I will be connecting and using the wisdom which is there inside me already. Wisdom is not going to be got from anyone or anywhere outside. Wisdom is what I know, what is comfortable for me. It's only whether I'm using it or I'm suppressing it and doing something which everybody else seems to be doing around me, and we said, because everybody is doing it, it must be right. Wisdom only helps me to remember two things on this journey of life. I am a being, a spiritual being which thinks, feels, and my every thought is energy, vibration, which I create. When I create, I experience. I feel it first, and I create and I radiate. And the second, law of karma. What I radiate will come back to me. If I just live my journey of life remembering these two things, I create, I radiate, what I radiate comes back to me. It's my journey. Quality of life will be completely different. We will still be doing all the work that we're doing, probably more than what we're doing, but we won't be doing it to be happy. We will be happy and then do it. There's a difference. I'm doing this, and when this will happen, then I will be happy. And the other belief system is, I am happy, and now I'm going to do this. So there are two belief systems. We've already tried one for quite some time and seen the result. Try another one today. I'm a happy, peaceful, blissful, powerful being doing work, coming into interactions, into relationships. I'm not into a relationship asking for love. I'm not into a relationship asking for respect and trust. I am into that interaction to radiate, which is my quality. Then life shifts from competition to cooperation. And then happiness, contentment, satisfaction, and absolute bliss will become my natural way of living. It is the absolute truth. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Sister Shivani. If I may now invite Sri Ravi Shankar ji. I think that he holds forth a model of techniques, of possibility, that enables us, one of many techniques available in our civilizational heritage, that enable us to acquire, as a reflexive response, the aspirations that Sister Shivani is talking about. What she hasn't shared with us, and I don't know how accessible that is that as a practitioner of Raja Yoga, there are specific techniques which enable one to transform one's belief system so that our deepest reflexive responses when we confront the challenges of life are altered, and that they can move beyond the intellectual understanding of what is needed and wanted and desirable, so that they become a part of our being. And ultimately, that is the goal of ancient wisdom as it unfolds in an ever-unfolding present.
Namaste. Wisdom is beyond time. Like the sun is very ancient, but yet today the sun rays is very fresh. It's not an old stale rays. Same with water. The river Ganges is so ancient, but today's water is very, very fresh. In the same way, I would say wisdom is, that's something which is applicable to our life, which is new, which is fresh, yet ancient. That which upholds life, you can call as wisdom. See, the ignorant or fanatically religious, the so-called intelligentsia is fashionably atheistic. And it is the wise one who know how to combine the old and new and make their life. Like a tree, it needs the roots which are old and shoots which are new. Life needs to be adaptable. And this exactly is ancient wisdom. The very first hymn in Rig Veda says, Rishibir Nutanairute. Agni, second hymn in Rig Veda says, Agni Purvebi Rishibir Nutanairute. Modern and ancient rishis do exist. The old and the new, they exist together, and that's wisdom. You know, like in technology and trade, tradition need to be revived and reviewed again and again. This is essential. And the vibrancy of India is that we were able to do this. From ancient times, the tradition were kept, certain aspects of traditions were kept intact, yet we became very much adaptable as time flew into the modern day requirements and life's challenges that one has to meet. What is really wisdom? Why should we be wise? Nobody wants to be in suffering. Nobody wants to be upset. That's something which takes away from suffering, which gives us vision, which makes life vibrant, and which connects you, the individual you, to the universal you that exists in the universe, and brings the immense satisfaction that small gratification doesn't bring, is what is wisdom. And it is available in everybody. It's nothing to do with education, I tell you. You'll find wise people even among the illiterates in the villages, perhaps even more. They know how to manage their homes. They know how to keep harmony in their neighborhood. They know how to bring people together and how to brings celebration in life. Wisdom is that which brings celebration in life, which brings smile on your face, which keeps you healthy and gives you that intuitive ability to see life, what is ahead of you. I would like to add one more thing as we were talking about the thought, I find that thought is like the gatekeeper of the house. Emotions are a little more powerful than the thought. You may think, oh, I am happy, or you may put all your thoughts, but when some emotions come, they just barge in with such force, all the thought process you kept to yourself, they just disappear. Are you with me what I'm saying? You find your emotions are much more powerful than thought. The situations overpower you. Though you try to say, oh, I want to be happier, I am happy, I am being suddenly, what happens, a bolt of emotion comes or some energy comes, and then all this disappears. So we need to work on several layers of our life. First, environment, body, breath. Breath is the link between mind and body. And then mind, the thoughts, and then emotions, which are even subtler and powerful than that. And beyond that is the energy field, that the positivity, the radiance, the soul, the spirit that you are, that comes into play. And all these techniques, meditation and contemplative prayer, as in Christian tradition or Buddhist, Zen meditation, all these is to transcend the thought and reach to that level from where everything else runs. So that is like attending to the house owner, then the guard will listen to what the owner says. Thank you very much.
I describe myself, and I am a struggling, failing aspirant on the journey of life, still seeking happiness, and a predicament that I believe I share with many of you here. And three obviously enlightened, not necessarily in the traditional vocabulary of Hinduism, but elevated human beings. And we have heard three insightful narratives of wisdom. There are subtle differences between those narratives. And what troubles me is that we each have our own narrative of truth, our own narrative of what constitutes wisdom. Is there ultimately, in a shrinking, interdependent world, do we need to embrace for ourselves and for our own pursuit of being happy, whether it is a revelation of inner happiness or acquiring external happiness, a single narrative of truth? What is the basis? Today, quantum physics. And Sri Ravi Shankar ji spoke about how we need to adapt and embrace and evolve and respond to modern, contemporary scientific insights and truths. Quantum physics tells us that truth is relative. Our perception of truth is based on where we are located. And I would argue that our truth in the spiritual wisdom context is also related to where we are located. We don't have a representative, say, from the Islamic tradition. The Islamic tradition of truth is different. And we've just had the Archbishop who's talking about the divine revelation of truth. So surely that the all-embracing truth that we seek must recognize, acknowledge, and celebrate the diversity of truths. If modern civilization is to continue to coexist, beyond the rhetoric that we should love, we should embrace each other, unless we are actually willing to live and into the core of our being recognize that there are a diversity of truths. So I'm going to take the liberty of posing this question to our panel as to whether each one of them recognizes that there is a diversity of truths and a diversity in traditional wisdom and a diversity of means to reach that stage of insight and whatever word you want to use. Freedom, union with the absolute, the revelation of the inner happiness. And I have no doubt that each one of them in themselves, the right person, the right place, have a validity. So since Archbishop, you spoke first, and I think the church is engaging with a very complex and turbulent new reality or a new demand pull, to use the vocabulary of contemporary science and economics and business, is responding to pressures on issues such as abortion, on issues such as contraception, and these are the new realities and truths that the church has to look at. Archbishop, you could sit there.
Well, there is no doubt that we have tremendous diversity in all aspects of life. And that is also a gift of God. It is not something to be avoided, something to be respected and accepted. But we need to have dialogue between us. We can always learn from one another. As you mentioned, our perception of truth is always relative. We are moving, hopefully, in perceiving more and more the reality that is around us. But then the other person also, who looks at things in another framework, has a different perception. And what we need to do is to dialogue. Dialogue has become a very important process in today's society. Our neighbor is not our enemy. He is one of us. He is our brother or sister. If we have that perception, I would dialogue with him, and both of us will benefit.
Sister Shivani.
Truth is the same for everybody. Every religion, when it was started, if you look at the teachings of every religious founder, they're identical. It's love, truth, peace, unity, and compassion. In Hindi, the word is dharam. We said dharam sthapan kiya. We say they founded the religion. Actually, they hadn't come to found a religion. They had come to teach us religion. Dharam sikhana. Dharam means dharna, the way I think, the way I be, and the way I live. So each one came to teach us the way of being, thinking, and living, and each one was teaching us the same. It's just that different teachers, so different way of presentation, and we got connected to the teacher sometimes more than the teaching. And so we said, I follow this one, I follow this one, and I follow this one. And today, within one religion also, we have, so it's like a tree, which was the roots, the trunk was one, and then it just got diversified into branches and sub-branches and twigs, but we're all coming from the same trunk, and it's that same original truth. Traditions, the way of being outside, that can be different. But what I'm trying to be is the same for every religion and for every organization, every spiritual organization, every religious everybody. And everybody, if we just study the core, we'll find that they're all the same. But we just need to get to the core and see the truth there.
Well, let me take that question further for you to respond, that it's, when you look at religious scriptures, you look at the Quran, for example, there are people across the spectrum of Islam who can use the same text to put out a completely different perspective on it. So diversity, even from the followers, or even the teachers perhaps, is inherently diverse. And you come from a tradition where there is no single teacher. So how do you assimilate and share your experience of this?
Truth is one, but it's expressed in diverse ways. And honoring diversity has been this very central teaching of the tradition. कहते हैं ना सब संतन का एक मत है मगर अलग अलग पथ है. See, to come to this place, there could be many directions. One direction could be you go straight and turn left. Another direction is you go straight and turn right. The third direction could be you go straight and don't turn left or right. But all the directions, when you see them individually, they all appear opposing. But from the context, from the place where they originated, and to the goal, you'll find they all converge in the same goal. And so they are all correct. As you're talking about this thing, I'm reminded of an incident when the right-hand man of Ayatollah Khomeini from Iran came to India. He was a 78-year-old man. Gentleman, he came to Bangalore and said, Guruji, I have this question, a burning question all my life. If truth is one, then the path should also be only one. There can be only one correct answer for a question. How can there be two correct answers for a single question? It's not possible. So if there is one truth, and there is only one correct answer, one correct way for it. Then suddenly this thing struck to me. I said, you know, you come to this place, you could have many directions. I would say all those directions are correct. Because they all originate from a different point. And you know, this suddenly can open up a new vision to our lives. Say, it is possible to accommodate diversity in spite of our goal being moving towards that one unifying truth.
Well, I'm not sure the Archbishop would agree with that. I think that there are...
I'd just like to add one more thing. See, there was only one Jesus. Today there are 72 different sects of Christianity. There was only one Gautam Buddha. 32 sects of Buddhism are there. And in Hinduism, they're countless. You can't even count them. So many sects are there. You can't say that only this is true, the other thing is not true. They all have their relevance at their point, particular point of time and place. And if they have all elevated people, then that's what is essential.
Sir, question. Just a generic request that if you will limit yourself to a question and not a comment and keep it brief, because we have just another 10 minutes and we'd like to get in as many questions as possible. Sir.
Can an atheist be spiritual?
The other request is if you could just address your question to a particular member of the panel so that we can get more questions.
This is the whole panel.
Well, whose hand goes up?
Spiritual comes towards spirit, the being. And any being who is using the original quality of the being in the interaction the whole day is being spiritual. So a spiritual personality, when I am coming out into action through the quality of peace and love, that moment I'm spiritual. So just being yourself and bringing that out, you are spiritual at that time. Spirituality is not in what I'm reading, listening, sharing or talking. It's in the being, the core being, and being that the whole day. Not doing to become that, but being that is spiritual.
Archbishop, would you like to respond to that?
When somebody told his friend that he was an atheist, his friend said, congratulations, because I too don't believe in the kind of God we are believing in. Now, there are people who formally say they are atheists, but the values they go by can be very, very spiritual and very social. I know people who are not religious, but the commitment to justice, for instance, equality, freedom, human rights is tremendous. How can that happen unless they have the spirit within?
Well, I've just got a gentle how would I put it, nudge, that we have to bring this session to a close. And I'm sorry that I have, we will have disappointed so many of you in the audience. Just to conclude, the celebration of diversity and the points of view and perspectives on the stage, and I do apologize, this conversation, which was only just warming up, doesn't have the time and the space to unfold. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and sharing in this collective aspiration, like all of us, seeking or being happy is the common goal of all mankind, and many other ways, and we celebrate the ways that have been presented here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mehrotra. Can I please request Ms. Rekha Puri, Chairperson Vasant Valley, to come on stage and give a small token of appreciation to all the speakers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can I please request everyone to remain on their seats? Please settle down because we are going into our next session now. It's the breakthrough keynote, Democracy at Tipping Point. The session chairperson is Nandan Nilekani. He's the chairperson of the UID project of the Government of India. And the speaker in this next session is someone who we all want to hear, Malcolm Gladwell. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down, stay in your seats. We're going to be closing the door also, in fact. Mr. Nilekani and Malcolm Gladwell are going to be with us here in just a moment. Please put your hands together for our speaker of the breakthrough keynote, Democracy at Tipping Point. I hand over the mic now to Mr. Nilekani.
Good afternoon, folks, and I think everybody is really looking very much forward to this session. We have Malcolm Gladwell with us, and this is his first trip to India, so we're really delighted that he's here in Delhi. And I think all of you are fans of Malcolm. He's done some amazing work with his books, The Tipping Point, Outliers, and he's working on his latest book, David and Goliath, which should be coming out in 3 to 4 months. And he's going to be talking about, I guess, youth trends, and he's really one of the world's best interpreters of what's happening in the world, the trends, and ideas and so on. So he's really a great thought leader. So we're all really delighted and very privileged to have him here. So without further ado, I'd like Malcolm to talk, and then we can have a very interesting conversation after that. Malcolm?
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. As you heard, this is my my first trip to India, but it's not my first experience with India. I grew up in Canada, and my father was, until very recently, a professor of civil engineering at the University of Waterloo. And from the time he arrived, he had an unbroken string of brilliant Indian graduate students, and they would show up every Friday and Saturday night unannounced right around dinner time and expect to be fed. And in fact, if you'd asked me as a child what Indian culture stood for, I would say a love of learning and the desire to be fed on every Friday and Saturday night by your professor. So since this is Saturday, I feel like I'm returning the favor. So I wanted to do something a little bit ambitious. I wanted to talk this afternoon. I want to talk about social unrest, the wave of social unrest involving young people that has spread over the world over the last few years. And this is obviously a huge issue for all of you in India. You've seen more of your share of that on numerous occasions and over the last 2 or 3 years. And I'm not going to talk about the specific reasons for that kind of unrest, because obviously all of you in this room know far more about that than I do. What I want to talk about is the structure of this kind of unrest, because I think it has a very distinctive structure. And the structure of the unrest that we've seen here in India, I think, is very similar to the structure of the unrest that we've seen throughout the Arab world with Arab Spring, and also throughout North America with movements like Occupy Wall Street. And I think by understanding this peculiar structure, we can come to a much better understanding of what exactly is behind the kind of discomfort and disaffection that's being expressed by young people throughout the world. And I want to argue that there's something very specific and different and new about the nature of the social unrest that we've seen over the last few years that markedly distinguishes it from the kind of unrest we saw in the past. So let me start by telling a story. And it's a story of one of the most famous examples of social protest in American history. And it's the moment when the American Civil Rights Movement came to Birmingham, Alabama. It was in 1963. And Martin Luther King, the great hero of the American Civil Rights Movement, brings his campaign to Birmingham. And at that moment, King was the head of something called the Southern Christian Leadership Convention, which was an organization he had founded over a decade previously in Atlanta that was dealing with trying to fight the decades of oppression of African Americans in the American South. And King's organization has at its center a very specific ideology, and it was an ideology that was based on King's reading of the works of Mahatma Gandhi. In fact, King comes to Delhi in 1959, and he spends 5 weeks in this country. And it's not a trivial trip. In fact, when he arrives at Delhi airport, the first thing he says is, most countries I go to as a tourist, I have come here as a pilgrim. And he came here because he wanted to learn about the techniques of nonviolent resistance that had been used by Gandhi in the struggles in this country in the early part of the 20th century, because he wanted to apply those techniques and that understanding to his battle back in the United States. And so what he does is he spends time here, he talks to people, he reads what he needs to read, he sees what he needs to see, and he goes back to the American South and he begins a campaign that is modeled as closely as he can on what happened here in India. And he goes to Montgomery, Alabama, where very famously there is the bus boycott, and he moves on to Albany, Georgia, where he starts a campaign to try and integrate the town's businesses. And then, most famously, he comes to Birmingham, Alabama in the spring of 1963. Now, Birmingham is chosen for a reason. It's called the Johannesburg of the American South in those years. It is the most racially divided city in the United States and one of the most racially divided cities in the world. And King goes there, and it's run by a guy named Bull Connor, who is this vicious, bitter racist who is in league with the Ku Klux Klan. And he's a man who has been resisting any move towards liberalization of race relations for many years. And to give you a sense of the character of this man, when he was ordered by a federal court to integrate the town's golf courses, rather than comply with the order, he simply paved over the golf course so nobody could play at all. So King comes to Birmingham, and he's in total control. He lines up all the local leaders in the black community, and he sits them down, and he says, we're going to make a plan about how to defeat Bull Connor. And the plan is called Project C. C stands for confrontation. And it is modeled, as I said, precisely on what happened in this country under Gandhi. And what he's trying to do with Project C is to use the principles of nonviolence to bait Bull Connor into some kind of overreaction. And he knows this is not going to be easy because Birmingham is a place that is one of the most dangerous and violent cities in the country. When a group of civil rights activists just a few years previously had taken a bus down to Birmingham, the bus had been stopped on the highway outside the city, and a group of racists had surrounded it and set the bus afire with the people still inside. And when King gets there, there was a series of bombings in which many of the people, the homes of many of the people who were working with him, were destroyed by bombs. And people died and were injured. Before he starts, when he has that first meeting with all of the people who were going to work with him in Birmingham, King says to them flat out, I do not expect most of us to survive this campaign. In fact, he delivers a kind of eulogy to everyone around the table to give them a sense of the gravity of the fight that they're involved in. But they sit down and they formulate this strategy. And it's a strategy that is worked out down to the smallest detail. And they start with a small group of adults who have a series of marches. Then they progress to a boycott of the downtown businesses. And their goal is to escalate the marches and to force Bull Connor to put more and more of the marchers in jail until the jails are full, right? You remember where that strategy comes from. It came from here. Right? And then he has a man named James Bevel who's working closely with him. And Bevel goes into the local high schools and he begins to train all of the children there in the techniques of nonviolent resistance. And as the marches of the adults get larger and larger and larger, and the jails get fuller and fuller and fuller, at a crucial moment, King unleashes the children, and he brings out thousands of children on a day called D-Day, right before Easter of 1963. And Bull Connor can no longer arrest them and put them in jail because his jails are full. And he panics, and he brings out police dogs, and he brings out fire departments with higher pressure hoses, and he turns the dogs and the hoses on the children, and King has lined up journalists and newspapermen and cameramen from newspapers and television stations around the world, and they document the brutality of Connor's response to the marches in Birmingham, and those images go around the world, and they so shock the United States, and they so shock the rest of the world that within a year, the Civil Rights Act is passed in Congress, the single most important piece of legislation passed in the United States since the freeing of the slaves 100 years earlier. And that is the beginning of the end of the policy of discrimination in the American South, right? Now, to those of you who are my age or older, that's what a social protest looks like, right? It looks like a military campaign. You have a leader, someone who is clearly in charge, who sets the tone, who is the public face of the movement, who is the person responsible for getting the word out about what the movement is all about. You have an ideology, right? You have a set of principles that guide the way that your campaign is going to work, right? A philosophy that says this is what we believe in and this is how we're going to bring about the change we want to bring about. And you have a strategy. You have Project C. You have a clear set of, a clear notion about how you want to wage the war you're going to wage. Now, if you look at all of the most important revolutionary movements of the 20th century, they follow that pattern, right? This is the same story that you saw in Cuba with Fidel Castro, right? You had a leader, you had an ideology, and you had a strategy. It's the story you saw with Nelson Mandela in South Africa. You have leader, strategy, ideology, right? I could go on and on and on. When we think about what our generation thought about what a social protest was, social movement was, we had this very, very clear idea in our head. Now, compare that idea to Arab Spring. Arab Spring, when the history of 2011 is written, of the history of our entire era is written, Arab Spring will be one of the most important moments of the 21st century. I mean, this was an absolutely epical episode in social and political revolutions, right? It starts in Tunisia, it spreads to Algeria, and then Egypt, and before it's over, 20 different countries throughout the Arab world have been engulfed in some kind of profound social and political cataclysm. And not only that, I think it's very safe to say that the kind of unrest that you saw in this country and the kind of social protests that we saw in the United States in 2011 and 2012 are in some sense an echo or an outgrowth of Arab Spring. It really transforms the world. But think about it. Did those Arab Spring movements have a leader like Martin Luther King or Fidel Castro or Gandhi? No. Right? There were a few key figures like Carmen in Tunisia and a couple of others who played important roles, but there is no one who occupied a leadership position in the way that the social movements of the 1960s and earlier always had. Second question. Did the Arab Spring revolutions have a clear ideology like the social movements we remember from our or my generation? No. What they were a jumble of many different ideas about what a social revolution should look like. In some places, the revolution was nonviolent. In some places, it was violent. In some cases, the reason for the upheaval was quite prosaic. In Yemen, the revolution was started because somebody wanted to get a license approved for a news service to run on a mobile phone. Right? In other cases, the reasons for the upheaval were broad and powerful. They were about bringing democracy to places that were in the grip of dictatorships. They were about fighting enormous levels of economic and social inequality. They were about high food prices. The number of reasons, ideological reasons for that kind of unrest run the gamut from here to there. Right? Thirdly, was there some kind of strategy behind these movements? Right? No. I mean, in Birmingham, you had kings sitting down and writing out chapter and verse before they got started about what precise form their demonstrations were going to take. There was none of that kind of forethought behind the revolutions of Arab Spring. On the contrary, what distinguished them and part of what made them so powerful was their spontaneity. No one conceived when the first protesters gathered in Tahrir Square in Egypt that 2 weeks later Mubarak would be deposed. No, they had no plan. What they were doing was they were using some of the modern tools of social media to bring about something instantaneous, something that happened almost overnight. What passed for a social revolution just 40 or 50 years ago and what passes for a social revolution today could not be more different. They are at polar opposites. They represent profoundly different phenomenon. So what should we make of this difference? Is it something that's inconsequential? Is it just a coincidence? No, I think actually it represents something very profound. It represents what we're seeing, I think, in the difference between the kind of revolution represented by Martin Luther King and what happened in Arab Spring is the product of a profound generational paradigm shift. A profound shift in the way that the modern millennial generation sees the world and makes sense of the world as compared to the way their fathers and grandfathers did. And I think that if we're to understand where this kind of social unrest that we're dealing with now comes from, I think we need to understand, to appreciate the nature of that generational paradigm shift. So what do I mean by a generational paradigm? Well, it's an old notion, and it basically says that if you look at the span of human societies, periodically, 2 or 3 times a century, sometimes more, sometimes less, there are moments when a new generation profoundly changes the way it makes sense of the world around us. So, for example, most people in this room were participants in, or at least beneficiaries of, the last great paradigm shift that affected the developed and developing world, which was the paradigm shift that starts in the United States in the mid-70s. So the mid-70s, this is actually quite fascinating. If you think back to what happened in the mid-70s in the United States, what you see is a pattern of transformations in the way that social and economic life is organized that ends up impacting and transforming the entire society. So to give you some examples, some of these will sound trivial, but in the end they sum up to something important. 1975 is the year that the contracts in professional sports were rewritten. Up until that point, all professional athletes in the United States, and in fact throughout the world, were effectively owned by their sports teams, by their clubs. That ends in the United States in 1975. And players, professional athletes win the right to what's called free agency, meaning the right to sign with whomever, to play for whomever they wish to play for. Right? That's actually a huge change. And what that does is it brings about the transformation, the enormous transformation in the size of the salaries that professional athletes make. Up until the mid-70s, all over the world, professional athletes were paid on a par with dentists, right? They were well-paid professionals. It is only after 1975 that they begin to get paid like CEOs or famous actors or actresses. 1975 is the year that contracts in the publishing industry were rewritten. Up until that point, if you made a contract with a publisher to get a book published anywhere in the world, the publisher effectively owned all the rights to your book. That changes in 75. People stand up and say, that's ridiculous. Why would I cede everything, all my rights to you if I'm simply publishing a book with you? And contracts are rewritten that give far more rights to the author. 75 is the year that Wall Street is transformed, finance, and eventually the rest of the finance around the world. Up until that point, if you managed someone's money, you took a management fee and that was it. But then a guy named Teddy Forsman in 1975 stands up and says, wait a minute, if I make you millions and millions of dollars because of my own genius, I deserve a share of the money. So he says, I want 20% of the profits. And sure enough, everyone else looks at that, everyone else on Wall Street and in finance around the world, and says, that's a really wonderful idea. And now you cannot find a hedge fund or a private equity fund anywhere in the world that doesn't, in addition to taking a management fee, also take a share of profits. I could go on. The examples are fascinating. 75 is the first time that a model, a fashion model, stood up and said, wait a minute, you can't just pay me a day rate. If I'm that valuable, you ought to pay me like a king. And so Lauren Hutton goes from making $60 an hour to making $25,000 a day. And from that point on, the very top models make an order of magnitude more than everybody else, right? George Lucas in 1974 makes a deal with 20th Century Fox about a movie called Star Wars. And he says, this movie that you don't care that much about, I think is going to be great. If you want to distribute it, that I would like you to give me 100% of the merchandising rights to any sequel that I make. They said, sure. What could the merchandising rights to Star Wars be worth? Well, we know how much they were worth. Probably $5 or $10 billion, right? On and on and on. That's a paradigm shift. That is a generation standing up and saying, the way the world has operated up until now is not to our liking. We see things differently. We would like talent to be treated not as some undifferentiated thing, but we would like people who are better than their peers to be compensated accordingly. We think that people who have talent deserve to have a seat at the table. Now, where does that fundamental paradigm shift, which, by the way, we are all dealing with to this day? It has transformed the way we live in. It's been one of the biggest drivers in the rise of income inequality around the world, right? Where does that come from? Well, that comes from the fact that in the 1975 or the mid-70s is the point at which the largest bulge of the baby boom hit the workforce. All of a sudden, you had this extraordinarily large group of people in their mid-20s entering the workforce who used that power, that generational power, to demand a better deal from the rest of us and to change the way the world was organized. Right? I could go on and on. I'm actually very deeply fascinated by the 75 paradigm shift. Here's my favorite, actually. It's in the mid-50s, the head of Goldman Sachs was a guy named Sidney Weinberg, and he's asked by Ford Motor Company to take them public, which would then be the largest IPO in the history of the world. And he says, sure, I'll do that. And they say, what terms would you like? And he says, Sidney Weinberg says to the Ford family, you can pay me $1 a year, and at the end, you just decide what you think my work is worth. So they work, Sidney Weinberg and Goldman Sachs works on that IPO for 3 years. They pull it off without a hitch. It's an incredible success. And Ford writes Sidney Weinberg a personal note and writes him a check for $250,000. Now, that same deal today would be worth $250 million, right? It would be unthinkable today. Can you imagine an investment banker today who says to a client, oh, let's not worry about what I'm being paid. Just do what you want and write me a check at the end, and if it's a small amount of money, I'll get over it. No. Why? And why don't investment bankers do it anymore? Because they are the beneficiaries of that kind of paradigm shift. Because the way that the expectations that we carry about how we want to organize the world shifted, right? It starts there and it spreads throughout the entire world, and so the old frame of reference is completely gone. So let's go back to that story of Arab Spring and Martin Luther King. I think what that difference between those two forms of social organization, social revolution, suggests is that there is a second paradigm shift going on right now. That is every bit as consequential as the one that happened 40 years ago, if not more consequential. Only this time, the shift is not about how talent ought to be compensated. I think this time, the shift is about organizational, about social organization, about the form in which we expect social organization to take. So what was our, when I say our, I'm assuming that most of you in this room are right around my age or perhaps a little bit younger, but what was our paradigm about social organization? Well, our paradigm was the hierarchy. When we thought of what it meant to put together some kind of movement to affect change, we assumed, our default assumption was that what we would be doing to bring about that change was to build a hierarchy. That's what King was building in Birmingham, right? He goes into Birmingham and he sits down with a group of local leaders and he says, we're going to create an organization and I am going to be the boss and these are the principles under which this organization will function. When you look at hierarchies, they have three very, very important characteristics. One is that they are closed. There is a distinction between those on the inside and those on the outside. King had a clear sense of who was part of his organization, right? And if you weren't on his list of people in his organization, you weren't part of the movement. Two, hierarchies are disciplined. They have a set of rules and codes that govern the way they act, right? In the case of Gandhi and in the case of King, that code was about nonviolence. If you weren't committed to the ethic of nonviolent resistance, they kicked you out. They didn't want you around, right? You had to agree to behave in a very specific way if you were going to participate in that particular hierarchy. And thirdly, hierarchies are centralized. Our implicit assumption when we looked at social change was that we were building organizations where leadership functions and decision-making functions were concentrated at the top, right? We're governed by a small group of people who had experience and expertise that the rest of us lacked, and that the rest of us who were foot soldiers in the movement would defer to. Now, this is where I think we differ from the millennials, because they don't have the same relationship to hierarchy, right? We have a relationship to hierarchy because we had fathers and grandfathers and who served in armies, who belonged to corporations, who were part of any number of different hierarchies, and we just assumed that that was the dominant mode, the default mode of human organization. But the millennial generation, those who have grown up who were born in the 80s and 90s and have grown up in the digital age, have no such default assumption. They don't think the hierarchy is the only way to organize things. And why? Because they grew up in a world where digital revolution had completely transformed our understanding of social revolution. If you grew up in a world where you never knew what society was like before email or Facebook or cell phones or Twitter or any of the other fundamental tools of the modern, of the modern world, then you have a radically different notion about what social organization looks like. Let me give you a couple of examples, and these are very, very trivial examples, but I think it's important to understand this phenomenon at its most sort of prosaic and trivial level. Think about something like Wikipedia or any number of other online repositories of knowledge. Our generation read encyclopedias. We went to libraries. Our relationship to knowledge was hierarchical. It was formal. It was the things that we consulted when we wanted to know about the world were things that were put together by experts over a period of, known experts over a period of many, many years. The millennial generation have a fundamentally different attitude towards that kind of expertise. They acquire expertise not vertically, but horizontally. And not by appealing to experts, people who know more than they do, but by appealing to peers, people who they don't even know, who may or may not know more than they do on a given subject. Right? That is a profoundly different relationship to expertise that has ramifications for how you think about many things in the world, not just learning about something from an encyclopedia. Or think about something like dating. Right? It's fairly clear, I think, that when people look back on the period from 1995 to 2010, that they will see that it is a historic moment in which some of the most deeply grounded rituals about how people come to enter into relationships in marriage get changed. For millennia, the way in which we bring two people together with the hope of marriage was governed by a series of deeply rooted, deeply formal, deeply private practices. Right? Dating and the road to marriage was a series of transactions between two people or two families, right, who conducted their business in relative privacy. They didn't broadcast to the world what they were doing until the union was consummated, right? Now, that's been turned entirely on its head. Around the world, in every single country, all of those rituals are being shaken. And why are they being shaken? Because millennials have understood that if they are willing to give up on that condition of privacy and intimacy, right, then they can expand their choices exponentially. What they have understood is, what they have gone from is a hierarchical closed model, a closed and centralized model of acquiring a mate, into an open and decentralized model of acquiring a mate, which means that a 21 or a 22 or a 23-year-old person living in any major city in the world today has the opportunity to go out on dates with hundreds more people than their parents did or their grandparents did. Right? That is an extraordinarily important, powerful transformation in the way society is organized. Well, let me give you another example. A third one, an even more sort of prosaic one. Think about how people learn to play chess. When our generation learned to play chess, it was a typical example of a skill that you acquired through formal training with an expert. You made an appointment with someone who knew more about chess than you, and they passed on their knowledge to you over a series of different appointments, right? It was a highly ritualized, highly formalized exercise in knowledge acquisition. That's all gone. That's not how people learn chess anymore. Now they go online and they find at random someone around the world and they match themselves to someone with their own skill level and they play chess that way. It has gone from being closed to open, from being centralized to decentralized, right? A fundamental transformation. Now, these are 3 examples. I could go on and on and on and give you another 15 or 20. But if you add them all up, I think they sum to something incredibly significant. You add them all together and you get a change in sensibility. The social movements of our generation were represented by people like Fidel Castro and Martin Luther King, and it was their assumption that the way to bring about social change was through the hierarchy. The new generation, shaped by new experiences like Wikipedia and online dating and learning chess online, has a profoundly different sensibility. Their notion about what it takes, what kind of social organization is best for bringing about social transformation is the network, right? And networks are the opposite of hierarchies. They are not closed, they are open. They are not centralized, they are decentralized. They are not disciplined, they are flexible. That's why someone of my generation found Arab Spring so incredibly baffling. I would look at what was happening over there and I would say, where's the leader? Who's in charge, right? Or I would say, what do they stand for? I can't figure it out. Why is it so vague? And I would say, where's their strategy? Where are they going to go from here? I can't find it. But remember, all of those questions are the kinds of questions that you would ask if you were someone who believes that the only form of effective social organization is the hierarchy. But if you're someone who grows up in a world that thinks of the network as the central model for social organization, none of those concerns are relevant. They would say, I don't want to be centralized. I want to be decentralized. I don't want to be disciplined. I want to be flexible. I want this thing to evolve and grow. I want to be able to turn on a dime, right? Leaders, I don't want a leader. I want this thing to be truly democratic, to represent everyone who chooses to play a significant role. Now, what should we make of this shift? Now, I think the first thing that's important to say is that it's not better or worse. The world hasn't made some giant leap forward or some giant leap back. It's simply different. Networks and hierarchies have a different set of strengths and weaknesses. They're better at some things and worse at other things. Hierarchies are really, really good ways to get very, very complicated things done, right? When Al-Qaeda bombs the World Trade Towers on 9/11, it's a hierarchy, a classic hierarchy. One guy in control, right, with a very clear strategy and ideology, and sets out and pulls off one of the most dramatic acts of terrorism in human history. What is Al-Qaeda now? Well, it's no longer a hierarchy. We cut off the top. It's a network. What does that mean? Well, it means it's probably not going to pull off something as dramatic as 9/11 anymore. Probably can't do that. But it also means it's going to be really, really, really hard to defeat Al-Qaeda, right? Do you know how hard it is to stamp out a network, right? These things are moving, growing, resilient, evolving organisms. You cut off one part of it over here and it just pops up over there. We have traded one kind of opponent for another. We've traded the network, the hierarchy for the network. Right? Similarly, if you look at the network model among some of the things I talk about, there are clear cases where the direction that the millennials are going with networks is clearly superior, right? Learning chess online is a better way to learn chess than the old model. In my book, Outliers, I have a whole section on the notion of 10,000 hours, but the observation made by psychologists that you cannot master a complex task unless you're willing first to put in 10,000 hours of deliberate practice. And a lot of that research was based on a study of chess players. The fact that we never saw anyone reach the level of grandmaster in chess unless they had first put in 10,000 hours. You know what's fascinating? That's no longer true. We now see for the first time kids becoming reaching grandmaster level before they put in 10,000 hours of training in chess. Why is that? Because learning chess online is way more efficient than learning chess the old way, right? There's a case where network learning dwarfs its predecessor. Similarly, I remember last night when I was watching the political panel here on this stage, I was struck by many of the comments about the way in which Twitter has provided a kind of democratic accountability that did not exist before. That is absolutely an improvement over the past. These kinds of networked models of voice, of public voice, are vast improvements on the old hierarchical model where the only way you could critique something or hold someone to task was to do it through some kind of formalized hierarchical instrument. Once again, that's a plus for the new model of organization. But there are also cases where the new model of organization has real shortcomings, right? I do not think that the advent of the enormous choice that is brought about by online dating, for example, is an improvement, right? It solves a problem that wasn't a problem. The problem with getting married was never a shortage of people to get married to. The problem was always the desire to get married, right? The desire to commit yourself to somebody else. Online dating does not make that problem easier. In fact, it makes that problem harder. It's even harder to commit to someone if all of a sudden you have 1,000 choices as opposed to 4, right? In the classic manner of new technologies, it has solved a problem that was never a problem, right? But most importantly, I think, and this is the point I want to dwell on and finish with, my biggest reservation about the network model is that networks lack discipline. They lack the capacity for considered long-term disciplined action. It is no surprise that when we list some of the most successful social movements of the last 100 or even 500 years, they fit the hierarchy model. Because if you want to make any kind of inroads against some kind of established power, you have to have discipline. You have to have staying power. Right? What's always fascinating to me is that when you look back at all these examples that I gave you of successful hierarchical social movements in the 20th century, what's fascinating to me is how long each of those movements spent in its gestation period. When does Gandhi go to South Africa? 1893, right? Spends almost 20 years in South Africa figuring out figuring out what this notion of nonviolent resistance means before he is able to come to India and actually put those ideas into action. How long does Fidel Castro spend building his movement before he's able to topple Batista in 1959? 13 years. Castro starts agitating against the government in 1947 when he's in law school in Havana. How long did Martin Luther King spend building his movement before he was able to bring about the enormous victory in Birmingham in 1963? Again, about 10 years. Starts in Montgomery. His first big victory is the Montgomery boycott in 1955. And then he spends another 8 years building a movement strong enough to take on Bull Connor in Birmingham, Alabama. Hierarchies are organizations that allow for the kind of time and the kind of patience and the kind of painstaking social organization that's necessary to carry out any kind of complex plan of action. But what is most striking, and I think in a certain sense most worrying about these contemporary networked models of protest, is their speed. Right? They're things that happen overnight. They use these extraordinarily powerful tools of Twitter and social media and Facebook and cell phones and all those other things to accomplish in a matter of weeks or days what previous generations of activists needed months or years to accomplish. And as a result of that extraordinary speed and efficiency, they don't have the time to build the kind of careful organizations that are necessary for a certain kind of social change. And to my mind, the tragedy of Egypt is the classic example of this. So the thing that we were so in awe of when Arab Spring came to Egypt was the speed at which those activists managed to put together a successful challenge to the Mubarak regime. It starts in January of 2011, right? There's a strike outside of Cairo, and people start blogging about it and start tweeting about it, and then someone makes a video and it goes on YouTube, and they start to organize marches, and they gather in Tahrir Square on January 25th, and that triggers a movement that goes throughout the country, and marches start and people start gathering, and 2 weeks later, Mubarak is gone. The most powerful authoritarian figure in the Middle East is suddenly, who everyone thought was going to be there until he died, runs for his life, right? But what happens after that? Well, they get presidential elections, and the reformers run a slate of candidates, and they gather the most votes of anyone, which suggests that the reformers reflect the true feeling of the people of Egypt, but they don't get any further than that. Right? One by one, those candidates cancel each other out, and there is no kind of organization there to bring them together, to have them have a real impact on the politics of that country. And as a result, when the presidential election finally comes down, who's left, right? Ahmed Shafiq, who is a representative of the old guard. He's someone who was affiliated with Mubarak, the same regime they thought they had overthrown, right? And Mohammed Morsi, who represents the Muslim Brotherhood, which was the antithesis of the reformers during Arab Spring. The Brotherhood sat it all out. They didn't even participate. So after the most quintessentially 21st century network model revolution, what are you left with? A remnant of the regime you were overthrowing, and a remnant or as the American columnist Tom Friedman said, you're left with 1952, which is when Nasser came to power, and 622, which is when Muhammad comes up with Islam. Right? That's the choice that the people who started this revolution in January 2011 were left with. There's a second really fascinating fact about the Egypt uprising, and I read this in a really brilliant paper by an Egyptian political scientist named David Hassanpour, and he looks at the sequence of events in the Arab Spring in Egypt, and he says, what is the critical moment when the protest reached critical mass, when it got so large that the army and the state could no longer contain it? And he says, it's January 28th, 3 days after the big climactic protest in Tahrir Square. And what is interesting about January 28th? It is the day that the Mubarak regime turned off the internet. Right? They turn off the internet, and what happens? People can no longer follow what's going on online, so they leave their homes. And they go and they gather in the streets with all of their peers, and they have face-to-face interactions, and they go to the public squares and the mosques, and they begin to tap into hierarchies and models of social organization that have very deep roots in Egyptian culture and history. And it's only then that the revolution takes off. Can you see the irony of this? The Arab Spring Revolution is the golden achievement of the millennial generation. It is the greatest thing that the network model has ever brought about. And yet, it did not succeed in bringing someone to power in Egypt. On the contrary, it failed at the task of real political reform. And when did it actually reach critical mass in the streets? When the Mubarak regime stupidly took away what the millennial generation thought was their greatest weapon. Right? I think that there is, I was fascinated last night during the discussion, the political discussion up here on stage, by all of the talk of how disaffected the young people of this country have become with the political system. And I think properly a lot of concern over that development has to center around the failure of the political system to be inclusive. That was a big theme of what people were talking about last night, that it is the responsibility of the status quo to open up to people of a new generation and give them an opportunity to be heard. But I think there's a second equally important piece to that puzzle, and that is we need to remember that this generation also has a worldview that says that traditional forms of hierarchy are not important. A worldview that does not believe the way that we did, that the path to real social change is through building these kinds of considered, disciplined, centralized, formal movements. I think one of the great challenges of our generation over the past 30 and 40 years was in teaching all of us the ways in which the hierarchical model came up short. In order to make a better world for ourselves, we had to learn how to be more open. We had to learn how to be more flexible. We had to learn how to be more collaborative. Well, now I think that the task has shifted. That when we look at the millennials, it's our turn now to teach them all the things that their model isn't good at. We need to teach them about discipline. We need to teach them about persistence. And we need to teach them about authority.
Thank you, Malcolm. That was absolutely brilliant. I thought I'll ask a question or two before we throw it open. I mean, you know, you've been at the forefront of thought leadership for so many years. You've written so many bestsellers. How do you do it? I mean, how does your brain work?
Oh dear, I have no idea. You know, the one thing an author cannot do is buy his own books. So I'm always at a bit of a loss as to why anyone buys any of mine. But I think it's about that a lot of what I have tried to do is to listen to what people are interested in, and not to tell them what they want to hear necessarily. I've never seen it as my goal to get people to agree with me. I simply would like to get them to think, right? So, for example, what I just spoke about now, it doesn't bother me in the least that some portion of the audience out there may have thought what I was saying was misguided or outright wrong, or that's not what's important. The important thing is that having a conversation about the way in which the current generation may or may not differ from us is an important conversation to have. And writers are successful to the extent to which they participate in important conversations.
Does your background have something to do with, you're born in Britain, your mother Jamaican, you grew up in Canada, you live in New York. Has this given you some kind of a different way, different lens, different set of eyes to look at things?
A little bit, I think. It's always, outsiders have two advantages. They see things through, as you say, a new set of eyes. And two, the world doesn't take them all that seriously. So we can get away with saying whatever we wish. Canadians in America, as I am, we are treated so lightly and dismissed so easily that we can say the most outrageous things and no one cares. So it's a tremendous advantage. I recommend it highly.
And can you just tell us a little bit, I think the folks here would be very keen to know about your new book, David and Goliath. What's your premise there?
My new book is about the way in which advantages can turn out to be disadvantageous, and the way in which disadvantages can be advantageous. So I'm interested in this perplexing problem of people who we think ought to win certain kinds of contests lose far more than they should. And people who ought not to succeed at certain tasks succeed far more than they should. So, for example, I have a whole chapter on elite education. If elite education is so important, if going to the 5 or 6 finest schools in any country is so important, why are so many of the most important people in any country's business elites, culture, politics, not from those circles, right? It's fascinating. You go to any culture in the world, the most dynamic people are almost always people who come from what you would consider to be a disadvantageous background. And that suggests to me that maybe that background isn't disadvantageous. Maybe our categories are incorrect. So it's a lot about trying to reinvestigate categories of advantage and disadvantage.
Thank you, Malcolm. I think we'll now have the flow of questions. I think we have Swati here who's come all the way from Bombay. Swati Bhattacharya, right? So, oh, you're from Delhi. Okay, so can you ask your question, Swati?
Hello. Hi, Malcolm. Welcome to my country. I hope you like it. This thing that you said about, like I've read, you've said that emotion is contagious. And from there, I come to these spontaneous revolutions that happen and are now happening a lot here. They have become a bit like YouTube hits, It's like one summer, everybody's singing Katy Perry, and then 3 years later, you don't know who she is. And I think that this persistence, there's no, how do you, now I'm just wondering what am I supposed to ask you? I'm just saying, how does one infect these things with more ideology so that there is some aftertaste after the summer is over,
Yeah, this is the great question. So I think it's a mistake to view hierarchical type protest movements and network type protest movements as being fundamentally incompatible. I think what you're asking is there a way to fuse them, to have a little bit of the best of both? Because what was so extraordinarily powerful about Arab Spring was exactly what you're talking about.
Like it makes great TV.
But it's more than that, though. It represented emotion in the moment, and that kind of spontaneity is what allowed these extraordinary things to happen. That's what Mubarak saw that told him he had to go, right? He saw that kind of anger coming from a place where he never thought it would come, and he was hit by the emotional force of that, right? And so I don't mean to, in any way, to disparage the power of that kind of immediate contagion and spontaneity. But that needs to be married to something. And unfortunately, I think the hierarchy has to come first. That these revolutions work when there is that outpouring of spontaneous emotion, and it's able to be anchored by some kind of formal organization that can use it and channel it and see it through. So to go back to the example of the civil rights movement in the United States, there were very, very clearly moments, YouTube moments. There was one day in Birmingham where every single journalist from all around the world was there to record an extraordinary outpouring of anger and emotion and transformation, but that was preceded by years of planning. And it's that notion that what we have been given with some of the new tools of social media is the ability to finish revolutions and not start them. That's, I think, the key learning.
Thank you. I think gentleman back there, yeah.
Hi, my name is Nikhil. I'm an entrepreneur. I enjoyed your speech when you talked about the impact, the network model's impact on social fabric. My question is, what is the impact of the networked model on business? Because by definition, a business or an organization is hierarchical. So is there a negative impact or a positive impact, or is there both?
Yeah. I think that what you're seeing in the business world is a hybrid model now, that many of the most successful organizations are hierarchies embedded in networks. It was really the Japanese who kind of pioneered this notion in the way they transformed their automobile industry, where they would have a small central hierarchy which did things like design the cars, direct R&D, direct marketing. But their supplier network was a complete, almost self-organizing network. There's a famous case study of a fire at a critical components factory that affected Toyota in the 80s. And everyone thought that Toyota would have to shut down its plants for months. And they ended up shutting them down for like 2 days. And it was because they had this highly resilient, self-learning, evolving network around them that allowed them to have the very best of the network model with a hierarchy in the middle. Apple, this is what Apple is. Apple is almost a medieval hierarchy at the center, right? With until he died, a king, a monarch at the top, right? Who ruled his country like like the worst kind of despot from the Middle Ages. And then surrounding Apple, though, was this incredibly fertile, spontaneous network that spanned the whole world, right? He was using suppliers from everywhere and letting them solve their own problems. And so that's the way I think, I almost feel like the business world has figured out in advance of the rest of us about how to bring these two models together. I wish we were all in the social realm were as sophisticated as some of the people in the business world.
I'll defer to hierarchy and ask Kali Puri.
I want to go back to the idea of disadvantage and advantage that you brought up. India and China are always compared, and our political system in India is always touted as an advantage. But looking at the progress in China, I'm wondering whether democracy really is that much of an advantage.
It's funny. As someone who is neither Indian nor Chinese, I have some objectivity on this matter. If I had to pick, if I was forced tomorrow to move to one of those two countries or to bet all of my life savings and the future of my family in one of these two countries, I would without hesitation choose India.
Round of applause, please.
No, I'm not saying this because I'm here. Let me explain why. I'm not merely currying favor with you. Because I had a fascinating conversation with someone who has spent a lot of time in China, actually just last week. And the problem with the Chinese system is that the government at the center has no legitimacy. And this is something I spent a lot of time on in my new book, actually. The problem of legitimacy is the single central problem that afflicts any kind of social organization, political, social, economic organization. They have none. What you saw last night on the stage, that kind of open discussion about what's right and wrong with your country, that's about legitimacy. You can gather people from every corner of every party and ideological affiliation in one room, and they don't kill each other, and they have a discussion. It's spirited. It's, at times you roll your eyes, but that's about how everyone has a chance to talk about what the future of the country needs to be or ought to be and be taken and be heard, right? You could not have that discussion in China. Impossible. And for that reason, and that reason alone, I think that this society has a far better chance of making a long-term success of itself than China does. China can collapse tomorrow. The legitimacy problem is so serious. This country cannot collapse tomorrow. Right? No more so than Norway can, or Canada can, or any other country that has a deep-rooted tradition of legitimate democracy on which to build from.
Thank you. That gentleman back there who's been raising his hands for the last half an hour.
Hi, Malcolm. So my question is for a research that I'm working on called 1988, which I think is the tipping point in India which transformed youth behavior. So one of the key insights that we got is that our generation, which I'm a part of, lacks a superhero, one unified leader that we can look up to like a Martin Luther King or a Gandhi. So do you think that as a solution to problems now, whether political or economic, is it to have one leader or to have the fragmented network, like you have a spiritual guru and you have a Bollywood guy and then you have a business guy? What do you think?
Well, I don't think that it's realistic or even useful in complex modern democracies to think you can replicate something like a Martin Luther King or a Fidel Castro, or you don't really want that, right? Those were organizations that were social hierarchies that were created to fulfill very, very specific functions, or at least in the case of Martin Luther King was, that he had a very, very clear set of goals, and when he accomplished those set of goals, his organization essentially went away, right? I mean, he was shot, but it was in the process of going away. In those kinds of instances where we have a very specific goal in mind, I like the hierarchy. For multidimensional, complex societies and problems, I don't think you can have that. I think what you need is something closer, much more closely to the kind of hybrid that I was talking about earlier. I mean, yeah, I think that that's a much more realistic model for.
Are you planning to be here for dinner tonight? Just a joke. Yeah, this.
Hi, I'm Rajiv Bajaj from representing Entrepreneurs Organization, New Delhi. Malcolm, you like to have conversations. So from your short time you've had in India so far and conversations you've had with Indian business people, entrepreneurs, how do you find us different from our peers in the West? What patterns do you see?
Oh, that's an interesting question. How do I find you different from? Well, in a certain sense, I don't find entrepreneurs here or anywhere else different at all. I mean, I think that the kind of traits that it takes to successfully see an idea through to completion aren't culturally specific. They're the kind of daring and imagination and perseverance and conscientiousness. Those are character traits that are above national character traits. There are ways in which individual cultures shape the the curve of the learning process. So what I think, for example, that, and I'm only being half facetious when I say this, that one of the reasons that Indians have done so well in Silicon Valley is if you can make it in India, then Silicon Valley's a breeze, right? I mean, everything works, you know, there's no problem. So it's just like, so there can be an enormous advantage to being trained in a much more challenging environment, right? When you, it's the same reason why Israelis do so well in Silicon Valley. There's tons and tons and tons of Israelis in software world, right? And if you've made it in Israel, where you have a threat of being blown up every day, then you come to America and you think, good Lord, this is as easy as it gets, right? So there is that kind of, their learning curve might be a little bit steeper. But an entrepreneur is an entrepreneur is an entrepreneur, regardless of where they come from.
Gentleman there.
Malcolm, thank you very much for a very interesting address, and you explained about leadership, strategy, and discipline, and how these three factors ultimately made Gandhi or Mandela or even Martin Luther King a great success. And then you also analyzed why Arab Spring was not successful and what were. In that context, have you studied or can you predict the likely success or failure of anti-corruption movement in India? And what will be the 2 or 3 critical success factors to make it happen?
Yeah. Well, I obviously don't know nearly as much about that topic as all of you. But the thing about, I would just say that when it comes to looking at things like anti-corruption campaigns, that my bias would be that there has to be as much movement from within as without. That so much about the fight against ingrained practices and habits like corruption. And remember, corruption is fundamentally a habit. It's not a spiritual condition. That all human beings, regardless of what culture they belong to, will resort to, not all of them, but many, will resort to corrupt practices under certain circumstances. We have seen corruption in almost every culture, country, system in the world at one point in its history or another, right? So it's wrong to think of it as something that is specific to the spirit or the nature of a particular culture. Or it's something that arises in dysfunctional organizations, right? So part of me says that let's not forget that part of the solution to any ingrained problem of corruption is technical. It's building systems that are more transparent and that set up successful cascades of better behavior. So the norm is not to take the bribe. The norm is not to take the bribe, right? The norm is, yes. So that's our, so that there is a tendency, I think, to overly moralize the fight against corruption. And that's not inappropriate, but we have to remember that, look, it's about building these kinds of very, very nuts and bolts, prosaic systems that make it really, really hard to deviate from the way you're supposed to do things. And so I think that the long-term solution is when you have that technocratic spirit coming from the middle, from the center, that joins forces with the kind of moral force on the outside.
Malcolm, thank you very much. Actually, there are a lot of people raising their hands, but I think my minders have told me to wrap this up. So we'll wrap it up. I think that was wonderful. We really enjoyed your session. Great thing. And I think we're all eagerly awaiting your new book, David and Goliath, when it hits the stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Mr. Nilekani. Can I request Kalipuri, Conclave Director, to come on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Malcolm Gladwell, along with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, today's lunch is hosted by our state partner, Haryana. The Chief Minister of the state, Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, is with us here, and he would like to say a few words and invite you all for lunch. Please stay in your seats.
Dear friends, at the outset, I appreciate the India Today group for organizing a conclave where Haryana has been given opportunity to project its mission for social transformation. I must say the theme of dilemma of democracy chosen for conclave is appropriate in view of the present day scenario. It is opportune time to discuss it as Indian democracy, the world's biggest democracy, has completed 65 years. For many of us, Indian democracy is on crossroads. They feel that we are in a dilemma regarding fulfillment of goals as enshrined in our constitution by our founding fathers. The dilemma is not about the choice of system, rather how this system can be developed to make it more suitable to values and objectives given in our constitution. To discuss such an issue, I think there is need to enlist basic challenges being faced by us. our democratic system. But before I ponder over the issue any further, I would like to share with you that during the days of my childhood, when the Indian democracy was in its infancy, I had the privilege to be closely observe those who were nursing its very foundation. One of them was my father, Choi Ranbir Singh, member of Constituent Assembly of India. I was told by my father how the discussion in the Constituent Assembly on vital issues were initiated by leaders like Dr. Ambedkar, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Patel, and many others, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. They were committed leaders, had dreams of such democratic country that would not have any parallel in the world. The period of nearly 65 years for world's biggest democracy is very short. And I must say, it is experiencing teething troubles. Indian democracy has a long way to go. During the last 2 decades, changes in our political and economic dynamics in India have raised new concerns and challenges for its polity and governance of federal system. Its federal politics system is facing new strains. Since the introduction of structural reforms, emergence of coalition politics, disintegration of plural system, etc. have given the impression that regional overtones are becoming more harsh and federal linkages are weakening. Even the paradoxes of globalization and marginalization of larger strata of the society have further created a difficult situation for the smooth working of union government. Simultaneously, it is equally true that the federal system is making adjustment of various ethnic, religions, regional and other such diversities, yet it is not working in a desired direction of smooth governance between center and states. The emergence of a coalition politics vis-a-vis policy formulation is also an issue of concern. While on one hand, the coalition politics represents the plural fabric of Indian culture and is also supportive of accommodation of diverse groups in the society. And on the other hand, it has resulted into the emergence of negative trends in form of policy paralysis due to lack of consensus among different coalition partners. Sometimes the issues are dragged to such a level that the very basic objective of government cannot be fulfilled. The first and foremost challenge of any democracy is the credibility of its leaders throughout the country. The good governance always requires a political elite with profound wisdom and vision of the country to give direction to the masses to attain the desired goals. With their elected character, they need to do a mass mobilization in terms of providing direction to the nation. Now the people are aspiring for emergence of young leadership in the country. Major threats to federalism are not emanating from provisions of the Constitution, but from the tendencies beyond state control. For example, factors like terrorism and spillover impact of global activities, that is economic recession. Terrorism has not only hampered the smooth working of the government, but has also created serious crisis of governance. The latter has been given rise to phenomenon of parallel government by the extremists on the pretext of non-development of certain part of the country. All these issues together have given rise to a phenomenon of civil protest and emergence of social movement by civil society. Though awakening and assertion of their rights is a healthy development in democracy, yet it challenges the very institutional character of parliamentary system, which ultimately results in degrading the very edifice of democratic setup. Efficient working of parliamentary democracy is also dependent upon the smooth conduct of its dynamics in general and role of political parties in particular. For this, political parties should not only work as an embodiment of electoral system, but also take care of its inner democracy. I am of the view that the political elite should not only follow democratic values, but also set high standard of leadership as well as personal integrity, which can be exemplified by the larger population. There is also a need to evolve a transparent and accountable system of governance. The coalition partners should follow the common minimum program in a more honest and committed manner, visualizing the larger national interest. Also, hard economic decision has to be taken, visualizing the real growth of the country. Before I conclude, I avail this opportunity to share with you how much Haryana has today emerged as a unique success story of social engineering and good governance in the Indian democracy, especially during the last 8 years. This landlocked tiny state covers about 1.37% of the total area of the country and has about 2% of the total population. Although we are not rich in natural resources, yet Haryana has outperformed the major states in the country in mobilizing financial resources during 11th five-year plan. Working group of state financial resources for 12th plan set up by the Planning Commission records that as against the national average mobilization of 92.5% of the projections of 11th five-year plan by the state, Haryana was able to mop up resources to the extent of 192% of the projected mobilization, which is the highest in the country. Haryana ranks at the top in per capita investment and has the highest per capita income among big states except state of Goa. During last about 8 years, we have taken effective steps to develop Haryana as an education hub of international standard, with Rajiv Gandhi Education City at Rai near Delhi emerging as nucleus of the hub. The state is also emerging as sports power, and proof of which is the medal won by our players in the last Olympics and other recent national international sports events. During Commonwealth Games, Haryana players got 22 gold medals out of 34 gold medals by India. In London Olympics, out of 6, 4 won by Haryana players got 4 medals. So we have also declared 2013 as the year of industrial development and employment. We have decided to take more initiatives from financial year 2013-14. We have decided to launch an ambitious housing scheme, namely Priyadarshini Awas Yojana Pay, to initially cover 2 lakh poor families in rural area and 1.5 lakh families in the urban area. I have a lot more to share with you, but to sum up, I would say that Haryana is emerging as a fine example of social engineering in our democratic republic, and many of its schemes are being followed by other states as well as the central government. The crux of the matter is that I am serving the state like Pratham Sevak, and that too without any political vendetta, so as to ensure all-round development at an accelerated pace. The success of story of Haryana, I must say, is a step forward to realize the dream of our founding fathers and is tribute to the democratic system without any dilemma. I once again thank India Today Group for having provided me this opportunity to share my views. I cordially invite all of you for lunch. I would be giving detailed presentation on investment opportunities in Haryana in a session at 3:30 p.m. in Haryana enclosure. All of you are invited there. With these words, I thank you very much for hearing.
भूपेंद्र सिंह कर रहे शिक्षा ढांचे का विकास हेल्थ डिफेंस.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huda. Ladies and gentlemen, like Mr. Huda just said, you're all invited for lunch now in Chacha Hall. Also, our time partners Omega would like to give away a Planet Ocean timepiece worth 3 lakh rupees. You could be the lucky one to get this, so don't forget to drop in your business card at Lucky Bowl at the Omega stall. A quick reminder also, there's the salmon stall, and it has fresh salmon flown in by our country partner, Norway. We hope that you enjoyed it yesterday and you can go back for seconds today. Thanks. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here sharp at 3 p.m. show, the genius puppetry behind War Horse. It's an extremely interactive session. It's show and tell. It's going to be very interesting, and I'm sure you don't want to miss it. So can you please come back into the main hall and take your seats, because then you will end up missing it if you don't. Another 2 minutes and we'll be starting. So everyone please come back into Darbar Hall. This special announcement is for everyone who's still in Shah Jahan Hall.
Can I have my mic? Welcome back from after lunch. This is exactly the kind of session you need right now, because no one's going to be dozing off on this one. And it's nothing to do with me. I have the immense pleasure of presenting to you master puppeteers, Adrian Kola and Basil Jones, who prefer to call themselves emotional engineers, which perhaps is a more apt title because they literally breathe life and emotion into objects made out of cane and sticks and a bit of aluminium. Now, if you have been lucky enough, as I have been, to see the theatrical spectacle called the War Horse, then you know just how moving and alive those damn puppets are. I wept buckets. I kid you not, as Joey the horse whinnied and nuzzled and galloped and stumbled through the journey of his life to live out his destiny. Unfortunately, you're not going to see Joey today, or are they? No, they're not. You're going to see a more transport-friendly creation, the ancestor of the horse, the hyena called Headley, am I right? And Basil and, they will demonstrate how a puppet is desperate and struggles just to be alive. Ladies and gentlemen, this really is a session about life and death, because unlike an actor, a puppet is neither good or bad. It is either believable by being alive or dismissed in an instant as a dead object. Now, before I hand the stage over to Adrian and Basil, I'd also like to mention something that interests me, that they haven't just had a rather successful working partnership that spans over 40 years. They're also married and have been in love for as long. Now, to me, this is a bigger success. And true to my nature, I really want to know that, does your creative chemistry work because or in spite of your personal equation? So put your hands together for the geniuses behind the most famous puppet show in the world, Adrian and Basil.
Thank you very much, Koel.
Thank you, Koel.
It is such an honor for us both to be here and addressing this incredible event, and we must thank India today from the bottom of our hearts. It is our first trip to India, and this is our first experience. We also would like to remember Mahatma Gandhi, who was the inspiration behind the philosophy of forgiveness of our first president, Nelson Mandela. And we try to work, I suppose, as part of the nation building that is happening on a continual basis in our country.
So you may have heard of Warhorse, the production that was mounted by the National Theatre in London in association with Handspring Puppet Company in 2007. It became the most successful production that the National Theatre has ever made. It's gone on to be produced in many other countries. I think it's made over £20 million in profits. It's recently opened in Australia, and it'll be opening soon in Berlin. It's been an enormous thing for us as a company based in Cape Town. We've been very quiet most of our lives as a company, and suddenly this has exploded us into the limelight.
It's been very interesting to hear the other acting colleagues that have been preceding us here on the stage talk about the periphery and the center. As puppeteers in South Africa, we never expected to find ourselves on the West End in London. It was just not part of our horizon.
And I think also politically, right in the beginning, being opponents of apartheid, we were right on the outside. So both as puppeteers, in terms of our sexual politics, and in terms of our macro politics, we were right on the periphery. And what I'd like to do today, what we'd like to do together, is to give you what Malcolm Gladwell calls something of the gestation period of Warhorse, showing you how we developed on different levels, mechanically and philosophically, as we progressed towards Warhorse. But
yeah, it may be a good idea to learn chess from the internet, but you can't learn to play the violin from the internet. And learning what puppetry takes has taken us our whole lives.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce myself, or rather, myself. I'm a hyena, which is to say a talking hyena, which is to say a person being a hyena through a puppet. My name is Headley, actually, and of course, I'm quite dead. That is, dead. That's the thing about puppets. Unlike actors who struggle to die on stage, we struggle to live. At any second, we could die. Only joking. You see, our struggle is to live. And it's that struggle that you, the audience, empathize with. Because all of you experience similar struggles in your own lives. Thank you. Adrian and I met at art school in 1971. We were both sculpture majors. Adrian had come out of a teenagership as a puppeteer. His mother was a puppeteer. His father was a yachts builder and a furniture maker.
Yeah, at art school they said, this is an art school, you have to do art here, and all my art looked like puppets. And so I struggled through that period. I loved puppets, I wasn't so good at art.
I hated puppets, but I was really interested in Adrian. I didn't overcome my hatred of puppetry at art school. I was far too highfalutin for that. But sometime later, we found ourselves in Botswana trying to avoid any further call-ups to the South African Army.
Yeah, there were 3 important years in our development as a company. In 1976, just picking up on Malcolm Gladwell, in South Africa, there was the famous student riots, the Soweto riots. And by 1978, when we went to Botswana, there were a lot of South African exiles living just across the border. And our political education really began as we encountered, we were white boys in the country.
And we were gay white boys, which was even harder. But we were very, very warmly accepted by our ANC comrades in the art world in Gaborone. It was a tiny little dusty town, but in a certain sense, it was like being in a capital city on Mars, because suddenly we were meeting people from Tibet, from Cuba, from China, from many parts of the world that it was impossible to see in South Africa. And another thing that happened at that time was a big breakthrough for me. Adrian went to Johannesburg to buy, on a buying trip, as he did occasionally, and he came back with a puppet that I'd never seen before, a puppet that I immediately fell in love with. It was an African puppet, a puppet from Mali in West Africa, which I immediately said to him, where did this come from? And he told me the dealer that he'd bought it from. I got hold of the dealer. I was working at the National Museum and Art Gallery at the time, and I asked this man, Mr. Menigeli, where did the puppet come from? And he said, Mali. He told me about the big tradition there. There's an ancient tradition connected to the gold empire in Mali. Many of the smaller art forms were supported at that time. And I found that he had a collection of these puppets. Being at the National Museum and Art Gallery, I asked my director if we could perhaps bring the collection to Botswana and show it there, which we did. And once it got to Gaborone, and it was a spectacular collection of really colorful, completely new, elegant puppets that don't relate to any Western tradition. We asked if we could buy it from the collector. He sold it to the museum, and suddenly I was the curator of this amazing collection of African puppets.
As things work out, 20 years after that event, we were eventually to collaborate with one of the great companies from Mali in a project sponsored by the Kennedy Center in Washington. They brought the Sogolon Marionette Troupe and Handspring together to do a production.
But first, in Botswana, in the late 70s, Adrian said, how about returning to South Africa and starting a puppet company? And it was only because of the Malian puppets that I could say yes. So we decided to risk all our savings from our time in Botswana on buying a truck, fitting it out with some narrow 60-centimeter wide bunks for 4 people. There were 4 of us from art school who decided we were going to do this. And we set up a studio in Cape Town in a small premises and made our first play.
In South Africa, unlike Mali, we had no tradition really of puppets. In India, you also have an ancient puppetry tradition, hugely respected by puppeteers around the world. But in South Africa, we borrowed from everywhere. We borrowed from Japan, we borrowed from shadows from India, we borrowed rod puppets from Central Europe.
But the one thing we didn't borrow was the old stories from Central Europe. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and all the things that children had been given in South Africa, which didn't really make, in our estimation, much meaning in Africa. we wrote our own stories. And we wrote stories that were kind of mildly subversive, I think. Obviously, being in apartheid, you couldn't do shows for children and expect to get away with it, suggesting any kind of political change, and it wouldn't have been appropriate. But always there was a bad ringmaster who the circus animals revolted against, or something to that effect.
Yeah, our most famous play was about an ostrich who had her feathers stolen when she ran after them to get them back.
We spent 5 years touring around the country.
Here's a picture of our truck with the ostrich on the back, just so that you can see that it really happened.
We stayed in caravan parks and we learnt a lot about where we come from. We went to Botswana as well, and Swaziland, Namibia. We kind of spent the time learning to act, because coming out of a fine arts environment, we knew very little about acting, and I guess children taught us how to do that.
So we didn't know how to act. I had found a play in Botswana that I really wanted to perform as our very first adult play. In South Africa, there was no tradition of adult puppet theatre at all. And our parents, of course, had been horrified when they heard that we had wanted to make a profession of puppetry. But 1985 was the second very important date after 1976 for us, because the government declared a state of emergency. The armed struggle against apartheid was increasing, and many organizations were banned in that year, and the state of emergency was declared, and all performances by independent companies in schools, in national schools, were prevented.
So suddenly we had no way of making money. They said we could come after school, but we knew after school there would be no children in school, because everyone would be playing sport or doing extra lessons or be otherwise there. So we decided that this would be the time to try out our adult piece and see if we could perhaps find a way of drawing an audience towards an adult form of puppet theatre.
And the play was called Episodes of an Easter Rising, which is based on a radio play.
The play was banned in South Africa, but we kind of guessed that it was so obscure that no one would notice if we did it anyway. The play was about two aging white women living on an isolated farm who take in a wounded black activist who they know is being sought by the police. Only slowly and gently does the author allow the audience to realize that the reason for their empathy is that the women themselves have been persecuted because of their sexual orientation.
Yeah, the play brought immediate attention to us. It opened a lot of doors. Before the opening night, our two actors, fellow actresses, had thought they were about to ruin their careers. They thought performing a show for adults no one will come to. But the opposite happened. We were an enormous hit at our National Arts Festival in 1985, and we were able to present this production at our first international festival in France the following year, where South Africa was persona non grata at the festival, but our play won us a huge amount of friends.
So suddenly, a lot of young directors who were interested in using puppetry as one of the forms of theatre began talking to us, and we to them. And we had a succession of plays that kind of mirrored what was happening, or at least reflected what was happening in the political life of our country.
Here's Basil as a young man playing a photographer. In 1989, the townships around Johannesburg and in other large cities of South Africa had become completely ungovernable. There was a huge amount of state violence against people, and we made a play, a fairly apocalyptic play called Tooth and Nail, about what would happen if this situation continued. What was the scale of the bloodbath that we faced? Basil was playing a character of a photographer called Saul, who used to take pictures in the townships of police brutality, but never participated morally in these exercises. And so you see in the puppet a person who's almost destroyed like a nuclear bomb and his body has disappeared. He only has this camera which is built into his arm. He makes no comment, he simply takes the pictures.
Fortunately, eventually Mandela was released. There was a tremendous outpouring of joy in the country. We actually made a play about that, about a musician finding his girlfriend after many years, which we won't go into now. It was a wonderful moment for us. And it was also a time when we met with the artist William Kentridge, who was working in Johannesburg, making drawings using charcoal and trying to animate the charcoal in film. He was doing a little bit of drawing, taking a picture, rubbing it out, changing it, taking another picture, and so animating it over many, many rubbings out and changing.
Yes, a year after Mandela's release, which was probably 2 years, the situation in South Africa had deteriorated hugely because as the failing apartheid government was negotiating a settlement with the ANC incoming, they had what was called the third force, which was causing mayhem in the township. So our country plunged once again into a very dark period before the first elections. And the first play that we made with William was an adaptation of the German play Wojciech. It was called Wojciech on the Highfield. And could we have a clip? The clip that we have to show you is the discovery we made with William Kentridge, where the animation screen could provide the thoughts of the wooden head of the puppet. Up until then, we didn't really know how to make a puppet think. I don't know if you can see where the thought is. What the clip on the video that we have is Wojciech is employed by someone who really disrespects him. In the original play, the character has to shave the captain. Wojciech has to shave the captain, put soap on his neck, and use a razor to shave him. But a razor on the neck of a wooden puppet is not very dangerous. And so we decided to change the situation. Wojciech has to lay the table for the captain, but he doesn't know the social etiquette of where the plates and the knives and the forks should go. So that's the content of the scene. Are we ready for it? If it's jamming, we can continue. There we go. Yeah. Here you see the charcoal drawings and the sound. So
what was happening for us was that for the first time, the thoughts of a puppet with a wooden head could be communicated to an audience by means of these animated drawings by William Kentridge. And as soon as we saw that, we realized that there was a possibility of a almost endless collaboration with William.
Yeah,
he's a very powerful artist.
In this scene, we see the still. Wojciech is simply sitting out under the stars, and the shooting stars join up and form his thoughts. And you see an image of his wife, and he knows his wife is having an affair, and he doesn't know what to do about it. He doesn't do anything in the scene, but you feel incredibly sorry for him. Here is the lover of his wife, who is a sexy miner from the mining industry. And here is the rhino. The rhino in South Africa is quite a sensitive emblem in that quite a lot of people come and poach rhinos for their rhino horn and export them out of the country. There's an enormous devastation. But in the play itself, the rhino has been taught to spell. And the reason why I have a picture of it here is that it has a moving front leg, which is the ancestor of the hyena. And our second play with William was Faustus in Africa. Here, the hyena is playing drafts with Helen of Troy. It's a little bit of it's a salutary experience to see these images of oneself again 25 years ago. But this hyena has also seen better days, as you can see in the picture. The important thing was that it had to be able to move an object with this paw. Wow. So the articulation of this front paw was my eureka moment with this puppet. I mean, I didn't study engineering. People think that I use computers, but it's a sort of lot of just trial and error if you just make him more dignified there. Yeah, thank you. The front leg, the trick about this leg is that its paw is pulled automatically with these tendons here. And I'm working it from behind with this lever, as you can see. I'll just try. And when it walks, let's try a little walk. Good. So when finally we got the call for the horses, it was this leg that got us the job.
So I guess after the work with William Kentridge, which went through a decade and 6 different productions, he became very, very adept at playing with puppets, so much so that he didn't really need us so much anymore. And he became so famous that we could hardly hear the sound of our own creativity when we were around him. We were still extremely good friends, but we felt, I think, the need to move away.
I mean, William exhibits at the Museum of Modern Art in New York, at the Tate Gallery in London. He exhibits everywhere, Tokyo. So we had to put a bit of distance between us and him, and we moved to Cape Town and started a studio there again.
And without really thinking, particularly planning it, we started doing a number of shows about animals, real animals, as opposed to the hyena, who's a person in the form of an animal. The first play we did was a piece about a chimpanzee who had learnt human sign language in America and was taken back to Africa to try to rewild it in Africa. This was a true story and something that we we explored with a group of 8 chimpanzee puppets.
Yeah, we went up to Gombe Stream where Jane Goodall has done all her research in Tanzania to look at chimps in the wild, and we wanted to know whether a chimpanzee would ever be accepted back by wild chimps, a chimp that had known the city, had grown up with humans. And the trackers there at Gombe Stream said, there's no chance, it would be killed immediately. The only chance is if it was a female from that troop that when she arrived back, she was in estrus, ready to have sex. So we thought, well, that's one great little loophole. We can build our story on that. And we developed a play called The Chimp Project, which we managed to tour, and we managed to do it without William.
The next production was Tall Horse, as opposed to War Horse, a show about a giraffe that was given as a gift in 1827 by the Pasha of Egypt to the King of France. It had a 5-meter-high, full-size giraffe in it.
This is the Pasha of Egypt you're looking at, who was also quite large. And this is the giraffe. This is the collaboration after 20 years that we managed to achieve with the Sogolon marionette troupe from Mali. So what you see in the picture is a giraffe made by Handspring in Cape Town with stilt walkers from Mali inside it, because they were much better at stilt walking than we were. And all the antelope puppets, which were Malian puppets, which, as logistics would have it, were performed by South African puppeteers because the Malians were in the giraffe. So it was an incredible collaboration. We learned so much from each other, primarily, I think, us from them, because we were rather arrogant in our naturalistic kind of puppetry that we believed was better. And we discovered that the abstract, totemic, sort of frontal, solid, wonderful puppets that they produce have nuances that we could never have expected. There are at least 4 forms of puppetry that exist uniquely in Mali, and we were exposed to all of that.
What came out of that was a visit from Tom Morris from the National Theatre, who had seen the Headley the hyena,
yeah,
and had heard about the Tall Horse. They came to Cape Town to see the show, and we thought possibly invite the show to the National Theatre in London.
Yeah, we thought, wow, that's a great coup. They're going to take our giraffe show. It's got a life.
But they didn't want it.
When they met us in the bar afterwards, you know, the Brits are very polite, they said it was a lovely show. And
if you need any help with the text,
please
talk to us.
Yeah. And we were incredibly disappointed. We thought, well, the show is not going to London. But 2 months later, I got this phone call from Tom, who had been the director of the Battersea Arts Centre. He had fallen in love with the hyena in 1996, and this was 2005. And I realized that the importance of connections in the industry was vital, because people just don't go away. Some of them progress in their careers, and he was now an associate director at the National. He told me the story of Michael Morpurgo's novel, War Horse, over the phone. It was set in the First World War. It was a love story between a boy and a horse, and it was looking at the war, not from the British perspective or the German perspective, but from the perspective of the horse, and it seemed like the most brilliant opportunity for us. We didn't know how to make a horse. When I got the novel in the post, it was all about cavalry charges with 180 horses. There was early 20th century plowing techniques on the farm in Devon, and I'd already said yes, because we knew that the horse could not be performed by anything but a puppet, and our puppet would have the center of the London stage for 2 hours.
What was wonderful, which we hadn't yet experienced and didn't know about, is that the National Theatre has a wonderful process in bringing plays to the stage. It takes place at the National Theatre studio, which is about 1 kilometer from the National Theatre itself. The National Theatre studio is a place with quite a number of rooms, some big, some small, where about 5 or 6 plays are cooked simultaneously. There may be writers in one room, there may be pianists in another room, there may be another room full of dancers, and there might be a full rehearsal happening in the major rehearsal space. We became part of that process of investing in theater, which is what the National really has done.
I'm just going to interrupt. We did a series of three workshops. The first workshop, we went back to Cape Town. We tried out a number of paper hats, which were torn in the shape of horses. We ran around the National Theatre Olivia stage and went back to Cape Town saying, we think we can make a horse, but can it be ridden? And this photograph is myself and my assistant, Tay Stander, with the daughter of our neighbor perched up on a ladder to see whether we could support her. The brief was that the horse had to be ridden. We built a cardboard model and took that to the next workshop in London. Michael Morpurgo, the writer of the novel, saw this model and thought, he wrote in our copy of his novel, which we asked him to sign. He said, please don't mess it up. And we built the first prototype horse. It was supposed to be finished, and we were supposed to test it in the street outside our studio, but the end of the day came and midnight came and it wasn't finished. So the very next morning we had to put it in the box and send it to London untested. But I took this series of photographs and sent it off saying, yes, it gallops quite nicely. We hadn't tested it. When we arrived in London, we arrived at a workshop where there were 40 people seated in front of this big box we'd sent. We had to unpack it in front of everybody and hope that it worked. Unfortunately, it did. It was able to take a rider, and that was something we hadn't tested because the center of gravity was so much higher. The horses are bigger than real life because we wanted the puppeteers inside the horse to be completely hidden inside, not with their heads sticking out the back.
One of the scary things was the arrival of 3 Harley Street physiotherapists in the rehearsal space who proceeded to get inside the horse and try all the mechanisms themselves to make sure that there weren't any serious problems with what Adrian had designed. And sure enough, they found a major defect which had to be taken back to Cape Town and completely redesigned.
Yeah, I designed the front legs of the horse to be controlled a little bit like a motorbike. You twist the control and get the horse to walk. With rather beautifully, I thought, constructed lever systems which did this action on the front leg. And they said, well, in 2 weeks, you will permanently damage the wrists of the puppeteers. You must change it from there to here. And so it was a 90-degree shift, and those legs are still working. And we haven't been sued yet.
But they do take a real care with the ergonomics of everything that they work with.
That's the first 9 seconds of the horse walking in that room in London. Sorry, I didn't know it was going to come on so fast.
You want to just, can you do it?
Can I rewind it? Let's see.
Is that the original?
Yes,
yes,
those are the original legs which we had to change. So we had to go back to Cape Town, redesign the horse. All in all, it took us 18 months from the first cardboard model to the opening night of the show. Here is us building one of the horses that have to be ridden by puppet riders. And then I think it was September of 2007, the show opened. When we did our first preview, it was 3.5 hours long. People were falling asleep. And Nick Heitner, the director of the National Theatre, came in and cut an hour out of the show. Actors who'd given up West End jobs to be in Warhorse, some of them lost most of their dialogues in this process, but the show started to pick up audiences. some theater friends of ours came to watch one of these early previews, and they said, you know, we think you got a massive hit on your hands. At that stage, we were just worried that the puppets were going to hold up. Basil and I were sitting in the back row of each preview, and we get this frantic phone call from backstage saying, the hooves are broken, somebody stood on the hooves and they shattered. We'd have to rush back. At some point, I was trying to drill a hole in the horse in the interval. They were holding the audience. I was shaking so much, the stage manager, she came and said, just let me do that. And she drilled the hole for me.
But yes, suddenly we had a success on our hands, and
sorry. This is Joey the horse. Actually, this movie was taken only 2 weeks ago when we were in a motion capture studio where the movie industry is now trying to see whether our horses can help them. So he's wired up with all sorts of little dots, and you can see millions of cameras around the room, so taking a three-dimensional image of the horse. And I think
our big problem was how to produce enough horses for the demand of new shows that were beginning to open. We had to move out of our studios, our small studio in Cape Town, and we bought a factory and employed suddenly a whole group of new people, something that was really special for us because we'd never been able to train artisans before in our history as a company. And suddenly we were now being able to train people from very basic stuff through into more complex cane bending and wiring into the making of the heads of the horses, which is highly sophisticated and needs real artistry. To see that process develop in young people in Cape Town was really special and has been one of the most important outcomes, I think, of Warhorse.
Yeah, we have a friend who's a librarian in the village next to where we live, and she started a library in an informal settlement, and she's our spy. She looks for talented young people, and the guy on the right of this picture is Medile. He started with no skills. He was able to paint. That's how she spotted him. He couldn't talk much English, and he is now the hungriest person in the factory. He just wants to know. He wants to go through all of the puppets in the storeroom from 25 years, and he takes them all to pieces, and he just wants to see how they're built. And they've started their own group in the township, and we're incredibly proud of him. So here is a trailer of Warhorse. Excuse the branding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish Joey was here. We all want to see him. You know, when you see him for real, the thing that is missing in these clips for the people who haven't seen the show is the actual breathing and the nuzzling and the whinnying and I'm going to take the privilege of asking the first question, is that there are 3 actors per horse, at least, right? Unless there's a puppet rider as well. And all 3 of them have to sort of breathe and work in almost meditative synchronicity in a sense. How does that process actually work between actors to bring alive something?
It starts in the audition. We have a fairly extensive audition process. In total, the people who are successful have done 9 hours with us, which is a basic training in the horses, and you select people, one for the hind, we don't call it the arse of the horse or the back, the hind, the heart, and the head. so that everybody's got a complementary position, because the person at the back of the pantomime horse is the one who they always make jokes about him.
So it's a kind of a masterclass in the audition process, three-hour sessions. By the time we get to the end of that time, we really know who has a bit of talent. But also we've trained people from working with a brown paper puppet, which is where they start, into the horses, which is where they end. And breath is central to that training.
Yes, there was
a
lovely quote this morning that breath is the link between the mind and the body. And we discovered that if you start breathing the puppet, if you start breathing the horse, the audience gets sucked in. The other important thing are the eyes as well. The horses, as you can see, are fairly abstract, but we spent a lot of effort on the eyes. They're a complicated eye that is cast 3 times and polished so that you dive right into the eye and want to be in the brain.
Oh. I'm going to open it up really quickly. Okay, go for it.
I have a very short 2-word question. Why puppets?
Whoa, that's a huge question. And it's the question that I used to hate being asked by journalists when I didn't really know how to answer it. But it's a very good question. And really, it goes to what it does is it says, what are puppets about? What's different about puppets? And I think that there are many things that are different about puppets. One of the things that is different is that they can offer the being of an animal on the stage, on the theatrical stage, in a way that no other medium can do. And I think that in the history of theater, animals have been we've been very anthropocentric in our theater. We do represent animals to some degree, but we've never really represented animals as fully fledged beings in themselves. And I think that that's through Warhorse, through Tall Horse in a minor way, and through the Chimp Project. Those were 3 projects that represented animals for the first time in a theatrical, not a film context, because of course that's been done in film. But to show animals as part of our lives in the theater is an offer that why puppets does answer. So that's one answer. And I'll maybe talk about one other, and that is that with a human puppet, as we said, it struggles to live all the time on stage. It can die at any moment. But when the human puppet reaches forward and picks something up, brings it to its lips, and drinks, and does that maybe, we live that again. We live how hard it is to do that sometimes for ourselves. Obviously, for older people it's hard, but even for young people, there are lots of things that we do every day, simple little things that are actually hard to do. It can be just the gift of something to somebody. It's hard to give a gift. Sometimes clashing your glasses with someone as you embrace them is hard. We have many little hard, difficult little everyday epics. And I think that one of the offers of puppets, one of the reasons why puppets, is that puppets help to reinvent the everyday and to give an epic nature to the small things that we do.
Could it also be, because a lot of your earlier works were, as you say, subtly subversive, and when that is being told through puppetry as opposed to through actors, you can get away with a lot more.
You can get away, and that's another thing. Puppets can say things that people can't. So a child, for instance, whose father is in prison and is having to deal with the fact that he or she doesn't have a father at home, doesn't know how to talk about it. That child, through a puppet, with maybe just a sock puppet, a very simple puppet, that child can talk about that father who he or she misses in prison. We find also that children with a stutter, if they talk through a puppet, suddenly the stutter disappears. So there are many things that puppets can do that are unique to puppets and that answer the question, why puppets, really well.
Okay, we have time for very few questions, so raise your hands quickly. At the back, the green sari.
I just wanted to know, do you think it takes a special kind of artist to actually choose to be a puppeteer, given the fact that you're spending all your time inside, you're not on stage, so you really need to be special to be able to choose that kind of anonymity. What do you think?
I think you're right about that. You know, we joke and we say puppetry is for shy actors. We have found that sometimes an actor can't relinquish their ego. I mean, an actor's ego on the stage is vital. An actor's ego in the film is what makes their performance interesting. But with a puppet, you have to be able to let go and trust that the performance will still be alive in the object that you're bringing to life.
This is an emotional prosthesis. It's a thing like a prosthetic limb almost that you express your emotions through. And to trust that this can have life is really hard, and some actors find it difficult or impossible to do.
Yeah. I mean, we've just come from England where we did a new production of Midsummer Night's Dream, and you have to cast the characters for people who can speak Shakespeare. It takes, you know, and a lot of them had to work puppets as well as be actors in their own right. And it's always a challenge, the surrendering of the ego to the object. But that doesn't mean that, I mean, we always audition actors. We are always looking for the actor who can make the leap, because you can't, the ability to act is of primary importance.
I think one of the things that we start out by saying to the actors is, this is going to be painful. You are going to be uncomfortable. Just as painful as it is running 100 meters or achieving some sports event, or in fact being a ballet dancer. Quite often there's blood in a ballet dancer's pumps when she comes off a stage. Many sports at an extreme level are painful, and puppetry also is painful. It's a subjugation of your ego, and it's a subjugation of your comfort.
I've got 2 more pictures I can show you. These are almost life-size human beings that we were brought back more or less out of retirement to perform in London a couple of years ago after Warhorse opened, and they weigh a ton. And we have to keep them in the air this high. These 2 boys have to play squash running in the air. Basil and I had to get a personal trainer for 3 months.
They were playing squash?
Yeah. This is, this one, she's right in the Midsummer Night's Dream we're doing now in Bristol. She's quite a lot taller than life size, and the actress is inside also reciting Shakespeare while moving this large object. So we do put people through a bit of torture.
All right, we have time for one last question. Okay, I'm going to take the privilege. You didn't answer my question that I asked in the introduction. Does your personal chemistry actually help your working equation? And it's interesting because while you were doing even this presentation, you complete each other's sentences quite sort of seamlessly, and that's quite difficult. I mean, for so many years without, do you have issues?
Oh, we do. We used to have, when we started the company, everybody made puppets, everybody sent flyers to the schools, everybody looked after their accounts, everybody made tea.
And everyone got paid the same.
Yeah, and we soon discovered that we were about to kill each other in the workshop when we were both building puppets because we had different ways of doing it. So we split. Basil's producer and I'm designer and maker. My skills are much more in that direction. He's much more brilliant at vision for the future of the company than I am. So we've worked it out that way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Koel. Thanks, gentlemen. Can I please request you to stay on stage for just a minute more? Can I request Mrs. Rekha Puri to come on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to both the gentlemen?
tissue for her. Yeah, really. It was so emotional. It was so beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is about an issue that has been talked about at length over the last 2 days as well, today as well as yesterday. We're talking about the social media. Is it the voice of the people? This is a session that's going to be chaired by Kaveri Bamzai, editor, India Today. Can I please request her to come on stage along with the speakers? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kaveri Bamzai and all the speakers of our next session. Social media is at the voice of the people.
Derek. You can imagine there's a bit of a flutter inside. Rahul, Dravid, Arjuna, Ranatungi, they're all inside. Okay, but our topic is social media. Is it the voice of the people? There's no doubt that virtual reality is now the real reality. The anti-corruption movement and the agitation against the Delhi gang rape have focused the world's attention on the power of the social media to mobilize. The uprising in Egypt, and today we have Amr Hamzavi here from Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, the Shahbag Square Spring in Bangladesh have emphasized and underlined the social media revolution. Facebook has been used as a tool to schedule protests, Twitter has helped coordinate, and YouTube has been deployed effectively to show that anger to the world with enormous, enormous speed. Social media has the power to amplify like never before, get people into a conversation, sometimes even confrontation. Given them power to reinvent democracy, not every 5 years, as we know, but every day, every hour, giving us a new model of political accountability. We heard a lot about that yesterday in the panel in the evening. In India, Google users are 9 times, just to give you some data, Google users are 9 times the viewership of the country's top entertainment channel. And the number of Facebook users is 9 times the readership of India's largest English language daily. Social media often sets the agenda for mainstream media. It's a great equalizer, hosts prime ministers, princes, politicians in and out of power, ordinary people. It's changing the world as we know it, 140 characters at a time. And as the world moves to mobile phones, people in India will make it even more powerful, even more vocal. Governments recognize this and often fear it. We've seen China. In India, we've seen attempts to block Twitter handles for ostensibly encouraging panic, and arrests of people for posting their views, very, very ordinary views, on Facebook. Today we have a panel from around the world to discuss this. Shailesh Rao, Vice President Twitter, he just gave us a little lecture inside on how to tweet. I hope he repeats it here. When he was at Google, he apparently taught his then Facebook COO, Sheryl Sandberg, how to negotiate. And if you've read her new book, Lead In, you'll know that she's one of the best at that in corporate America. So perhaps he's going to tell us a little about that as well. Derek O'Brien, who wears many hats, quiz master. He just told us he's been quizzing for 25 years, and I have to make a disclosure here. He was my quiz master in school, last year of school. Trinamool Congress MP, avid tweeter with 1.5 lakh followers, and defender of his party's policies. Sometimes a little difficult to do that, but he does that, on nightly news bulletins. Amir Hamzavi, who is a bit of a rock star in Egypt, political scientist, activist, analyst, and elected MP last year from the newly formed National Salvation Front. He's the world's go-to guy to understand that nation and the power of the social media there. Aziza Ahmed, a development professional, the baby tweeter here. She has 300 followers. Amir Hamzavi has 1 million. She's been blogging from Bangladesh, making sense of the movement against the 1971 war criminals to the rest of the world. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to ask all of them to come one by one, either speak from the podium or from their chairs.
So I think I'll just sit here. I'm very comfortable. So I just want to say that it's probably important before we talk about Twitter and social media and the use in India to talk about what it is. Some of you may not use social media or may not be as familiar. And some of you also may be curious about how it fits into the whole landscape of the internet. And for those who use the internet, which hopefully is everyone now, we know that it makes our lives easier. We transact, we create, we communicate, we search. We do all these things that empower us and make our lives easier, better, more informed, more entertaining. So what was the role of social media in the evolution of the internet? Why is it important? Why do we talk about it? I think we talk about it because what it's done is bring a human face to the internet. When we talk about the internet, we talked about blogs and URLs and all these terminology that we can't relate to as human beings. But with Facebook and with Twitter, all of a sudden the internet became about people. It became about faces and names, organizations and movements, and these are the things that we can understand. These are the things we relate to. And the opportunity to discuss and create and transact with real living people, real existing organizations and companies, this feels natural to us. And so I think it's not a surprise that Facebook has over 1 billion users and Twitter has hundreds of millions of users because it connects with something we understand, which is communicating with each other. I think it also connects with this feeling of needing to be a part of a community, to share and have a sense of common purpose. So if you're a part of a movement, if you're a part of a nonprofit organization, if you're a part of a company, or if you're just an individual who has an interest, to be able to tweet about something and have the delight of knowing there are hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of people who think like you do, who believe what you do, and to have a conversation with them, I think is very motivating. It's very exciting. And I think we'll hear, of course, right from within what it's like to feel a certain way perhaps in Egypt and have the surprise and the delight of knowing that your views, which maybe you only thought you held, are actually shared by thousands and millions of others of people. And the power of that, the power of identifying movements that allow you to mobilize and act upon what you feel in your passion and actually make a difference and make a change, this is pretty compelling. So I think that's the importance of social media. Now to talk briefly about Twitter, as a representative of Twitter, I'm a little bit more authorized to talk about what Twitter is and what it isn't. Twitter is essentially the global town square. It's the place where we talk, we discuss the issues of the day. It's where we debate, sometimes vigorously, sometimes we don't agree. But it's the place where you can see what each other thinks and feels and have a conversation. And for us, the goal is to provide a platform to the world that can be used so that all the world's conversations are happening in a transparent way for all the world to see, and so that it leads to better understanding and progress. And in India, such a diverse country, so many things going on, such a dynamic place, I think there's no place on earth that could benefit more from having a conversation that reveals the diversity and the dynamism of the country so that leaders and people who are in a position of power can listen, really for the first time, listen in a genuine way and make decisions that affect everybody based on what they're hearing from the people. And so that's what I think I'm very excited about, the topic of reinventing democracy, the role of social media, the role of Twitter. Looking forward to a good conversation.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time in India. I came yesterday, will be flying back to Cairo tonight. And I've been attending some of the sessions since yesterday, and let me start out by stating that what I will fly back with is that there are great similarities between what you discuss here in relation to politics and the role of social media and what we discuss in Egypt. You have a great advantage in India, which is that you got your constitutional and legal framework right. We are still struggling to get our constitution and legal framework right. But otherwise, most of what I've been hearing in the last hours, especially last night's session among different Indian politicians and the different focal points which they see politics having to address on anti-corruption measures, on nationalistic as opposed to secular politics, on the role of religion and identity in politics. Most of that we do have in Egypt, and there are great similarities. And so I fly back with an interest in following Indian politics and maybe an appeal to you to follow what is happening in Egypt aside from sweeping generalizations, including on the role of social media as well. And that is my first point. I believe, be it in relation to Egypt or to countries such as Tunisia, Libya, Yemen, Syria, and elsewhere, we have an ongoing popular movement in Bahrain, which is for different Arab media-related reasons, and who controls what in the Arab media spectrum, in the Arab media landscape, has been completely ignored and sidelined in the last 2 years, which is as old as the Egyptian revolution and the Tunisian revolution, the uprising in Bahrain. Regardless where you look in the Arab world, we are in societies which are changing, and it's too far away and too early to describe what's happening, what has been unfolding in Egypt or elsewhere as a tragedy. And here I take issue with what was presented earlier today of the Arab Spring leading to a tragedy in Egypt and Tunisia and elsewhere. It's far from reality, and it's too far-fetched after 2 years. We are societies which are encountering massive change socially, politically, and it takes time. Democracies are messy, as it was said last night as well, and democratic transitions are even more messy when compared to stable democracy. So we are in a momentum of transition which should not be described as a tragedy. And social media have been playing a great role. And let me identify 3 issues in relation to what social media have been doing in the Arab world throughout the last years, increasingly in the last 2 years. Number one, they offer a forum to voice out people's concerns, and they offer that forum in a political spectrum which, even if we have elected institutions, in a political spectrum which is yet to garner legitimacy and to garner stability and trust in popular eyes. So we have elected parliaments in Egypt, Tunisia, and in Libya. We have elected presidents. We have an elected president in Egypt. We have elected legislative and executive institutions in the region. However, even if they are democratically elected, they lack popular trust. It's too early for them to garner popular trust. So social media come in to offer an additional platform for citizens to voice out their concerns. Secondly, accountability. And I very much enjoyed the presentation yesterday of one of the major people responsible for an accountability and oversight bodies in India. Social media do offer a great space for accountability for holding politicians, public officials, elected as well as appointed public officials accountable for statements, for policy steps, for actions, for misrepresentations of reality, which occur a great deal in politics. Politics is driven primarily by politicians' interest in getting to office or staying in office or being confirmed in office, and there is a great deal of deviations from reality which happens in politics. So social media offers that platform to hold politicians and public appointed as well as elected officials accountable. Number 3, social media in Egypt, and I can only attest to that, is the most diverse platform we have. It's more diverse when you compare it to official formal politics in parliament or in government. It's more diverse when you compare it to print media, to TV channels, where power relations and who owns what play a great role. It offers a greater space for diversity and a greater space for ideological differences to be accentuated and to be formulated and articulated in the public space. Real discussions in Egypt among Islamist forces as well as liberal forces, and I belong to a liberal front, which is the National Salvation Front, as was rightly mentioned, an opposition front, the major opposition front in Egypt. Most of our debating takes place in social media, not in formal political spaces such as parliament or in governmental meetings. It takes place in social media. So we have 3 roles to sum up: accountability, greater platform for diversity and for controversial ideological and political debates, and thirdly, enabling citizens to voice out their concerns and to be represented in how the public issues and public matters are being managed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aziza?
Thank you. I'm Aziza from Dhaka, and thank you for giving us the opportunity, Shahbag movement, the opportunity to voice out what we have to say. We have heard about Arab Spring, we have heard about Occupy Wall Street, but a very recent and a very similar movement goes unnoticed, comfortably ignored by the international media that happened in Bangladesh. I'm going back 40 days back to a day which has a twofold importance in the history of contemporary Bangladesh. It was a day when people of Bangladesh felt betrayed immensely, and at the same time, it inspired the youth of Bangladesh like never before. I'm going back to a day when I myself felt I could die on the streets if I have to, but I will not leave until justice is served. I remember how speechless we all became that afternoon on 5th of February when Qadir Mullah, a heinous war criminal and leader of Jamaat-e-Islam, was given life imprisonment and not the highest punishment according to Bangladesh's law, who is proved guilty of war crimes. I turned my laptop on to share my anger and frustration on Facebook and Twitter, and noticed an organization called Bloggers and Online Activist Network and their coordinator Imran H. Sharkar already created an event to gather together in Shahbag to protest the verdict that goes against our interest. Usually, you know, the human chains, they don't last for more than an hour. We come, we voice, we go home. But this special human chain went on like a wildfire. A question may arise, like what it took us for 42 years to unite. This is due to the spread of education, economic empowerment, and availability of information. However, for the past few years, due to the mass usage of social media, the youth of Bangladesh are coming to each other's contact and getting to know various aspects of the history that was previously not there. This constant contact and discussion forums on social media enabled the youth to finally unite. In 1991, under the leadership of Jahannar Imam, the mother of the freedom fighter, a social movement was initiated by Ghatok Dalal Nirmul Committee. Jahannar Imam wanted to re-establish the values of the liberation war among the people of the country. She also staged a mock trial for the war criminals in 1992. The mock trial is famously known as People's Court. We have been trying to repopularize the spirit through blogging for more than 6 years now. The Bloggers and Online Activist Network have been blogging to voice out the frustrations that Jamaat has been doing in Bangladesh and the trials that we really need to move on with and actually trial and give punishment to the war criminals. We have been voicing it in the blogs for the last 6 years now. And all of these activities emerged as a mass movement on February 5th. The total number of Facebook users in Bangladesh right now stands around 3.2 million. It's no surprise, therefore, that Shahbag began as a movement for social, personal, and national justice, aptly aided and propelled forward by social media like Facebook, Twitter, blogs. Although the movement took shape in the hands of tech-savvy, youth, urban, population, but Shahbag is now a home to millions of Bangladeshis from all over the world. Started as a Facebook event, the mass movement evolved and grew and actually demanded two very specific, clear demands from the people, demands. One is the war criminals need to be, to get the highest punishment, and Jamaat-e-Islam as a political party be banned. At this point, I must also let you know that the social media is also, we are also having a very big fight in the social media with Jamaat. They are very active like us in the social media. They have been empowered by other fundamentalist, other global fundamental organizations. We are fighting for peaceful and harmonious coexistence of all religion, ethnicities in Bangladesh, whereas Jamaat wants to actually establish fundamentalism in Bangladesh. Jamaat-e-Islam and its global network created a well-funded force working from different countries in the world to spread propaganda through international and social media. They are getting support from international fundamentalist organizations in order to fight back religious extremism or terrorism in the name of religion. We have to develop a global network with the support of humanists around the world. Jamaat-e-Shibir, the students' wing of Jamaat-e-Islam, has transferred their cyber war into cyber crime. They have been creating propagandas, putting it on social sites, thus creating deep divisions and confusion among general public. For instance, they targeted and hacked a blogger to death as he spoke against Jamaat-e-Islam. The guy was a known atheist, and that's why Jamaat has actually labeled us, the movement, as an anti-Islamic movement in the social media, which is not the case, because a country like ours, where 90% of the population is Muslim, the movement is not against Islam. The movement is against Jamaat-e-Islam, who are a terrorist criminal organization who does not believe in the sovereignty of Bangladesh. And we want to establish our very basic constitution that evolved around democracy, nationalism, social harmony, social justice, and secularism, which means similar to India, which is peaceful coexistence of all religion. I want the international media to actually look into the matter with proper attention and understand that this movement is about the justice that we want for the death of 3 million martyrs and 200,000 women raped in 1971. We are here, in Chawak and all over the world, to demand justice for 1971 war crimes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Derek?
Kaveri, with your permission, because both at quiz shows and in Parliament, I'm not used to sitting down and speaking, so with everyone's permission, if I can stand and speak.
Please.
Yeah, because I'm just...
I can't deny a former quizmaster.
Today, one college fantasy has finally come true. I did play a little bit of cricket in college and school, but I'm batting today at number 4, and still to come, Lara, Ganguly, Dravid, and... So, thank you, India Today, for making that happen. I just think I need to make, I was listening to everybody and very carefully to Bangladesh as well as to the gentleman from Twitter, but more so from Egypt. We'll try and tell you where I see the social media today and where Indian politics is. Well, for one, I would have preferred being invited to last evening's session, which was the real political session. This is seen as a Saturday afternoon kind of time pass. No. Okay. Now, the Pope or the new... Can I use yours? Dhaka works better than Kolkata sometimes. The Pope or the new Pope has been in the news for the last 1 week. So I thought maybe I can use this analogy to try and share with you, with this one analogy, where I feel the social media is with Indian politics. And for this we have to go back to Pope John the 23rd. Pope John the 23rd, even if you're not Catholic, just let me tell you, he was around in the early 60s. And in the early 60s, he convened this meeting called Vatican II. Now, pre-Vatican II, the two things would happen in church. One, the priest would turn his back to the congregation and say the mass. You know, in other words, that's the altar, and you're the congregation. He'd turn his back and say the mass. That was 1962. And number two, all the church services were in Latin, except the announcements at the end were allowed in English. Okay. I think that's where we kind of are in the social media and Indian politics. In 1962, after Vatican II, the church changed two very important things. They stopped the priests from turning their back to the audience, and then the big change, they allowed the mass, Sunday mass and any other mass, to be held in different languages. So it wasn't only English, Bengali, Tamil, Gujarati, anything, Italian. So I think, to me, that's when this social media in the Indian political system, it needs a Vatican II. Till Vatican II happens, I'm afraid it will be the equivalent of Latin. This is one thought I want to share. You may agree, disagree, I don't know. This is the 15th Lok Sabha. In the 15th Lok Sabha, there are about 15, 20 people who are really crusaders of your brand, which you so beautifully promoted in it, really opening this debate or this session, or Facebook and everything else. I think by the time we get to the 20th Lok Sabha, I think there will be maybe 100, 200 members of parliament who are actively involved. Today, I think the good sign, in spite of what we said about Vatican II, the two major parties, the BJP, have pretty much got a head start on this because they were first off the box. The Congress party, the other large party, at least for the next few months, will also a larger big. At the current moment, sadly, there is only one regional party out of the so many regional parties who are very, very active on the social media, be it Facebook, be it Twitter, be it websites, be it the whole gamut, and that's the Trinamool Congress. And thank you, Kaveri, for acknowledging that and inviting me here. And the last little point I want to make, because we really want to see these batsmen come in, and I hope you have no questions to ask us, is 360-degree communication, which there are so many of my friends like Rohit and Swapan here from advertising, they'll appreciate this. Like, I think today, in a political party, especially I can talk on behalf of India, Amir, you did make the point that when you're in opposition, you need to get the social media, to express yourself. Here, thankfully, we have a wonderful forum where we can debate, deliberate, and legislate. And that is a few miles down the road, the Houses of Parliament. And we do that passionately, and we do that with a lot of care, and we are proud that we can still do that in India. And we do it well. Now, coming back to this last point about 360-degree communication, the political parties who will truly make a difference in the next 15, 20 years, this is, again, personal view, are those which straddle the street side chai dukaan ka meeting, the wall postering, the wall writing in the constituency without defacing all the walls. They can have a small roadside meeting with about 50 to 100 people and get it down to the booth level. They can have a larger meeting at the crossing of an intersection of a road where they will have 2,000 people. They can have their large meeting with their neta with 50, 70,000 people. They'll also be present on all the social media, and I think one is not exclusive of the other. You know, one is not exclusive of the other, and I think this is where we are headed. So if there are people today who don't use the social media and view the social media as, nah, that's not where the vote bank is, I think they'll be in trouble 15 years from now. And it's the other way around, people who only believe that they'll use the social media and won't do the block level meeting and won't do the street level meeting. Well, that's where, as I see it, you know, in the 1960s, before the great David Ogilvy, the advertising great, made his mark, there was another guru in the making, and he came up with a concept called DM, which had nothing to do with direct messaging on Twitter, nor did it have to do with anything else. It was DM, the great Lester Wunderman, and he's still about 90 years of age. And Lester Wunderman was the great believer in direct marketing. and direct response. And he's the person who invented at that time, direct response, the mailer, the 1-800 telephone number. 50 years down the line, we've forgotten about Lester Wonderman and direct marketing, and the new medium, here we are with another DM, which is digital marketing. Well, that's about it. Thank you very much. And since we are playing, are we going with the cricket or the Q&A?
Yeah.
Q&A.
We are going to do a Q&A.
Okay, you're dying to ask me about Mamta Banerjee and her Facebook.
Obviously. So you might as well answer that question first, because your party is so active on social media, and yet your leader doesn't have a sense of humor. Why is that?
Okay. Two questions. Yeah, we are active on Facebook. In fact, I'll acknowledge that on the social media, not only Facebook. I think yes. Among the regional parties, we're the only party on Facebook. And the second is factually incorrect, actually. She's got a great sense of humor.
It isn't evident. She puts people in jail.
I think, Kaveri, this is what I'd expect at a 5-star audience in Delhi. I think the social media itself is an evolving process. And I think some of the stuff which goes onto the social media, it can be dangerous. And I think the beautiful thing here is that it's an evolving media. It's an evolving media. We learn as we go along. I think there's nothing wrong with the process of learning and evolving. Because the more you learn, the more you evolve, you'll get where you need to get. So the only correction I want you to make is that Mamta Di doesn't have a sense of humor. In fact, thanks for the idea. Next year we'll come up with a book of jokes, her favorite jokes.
Edited by you. Okay. Shailesh, I needed to ask you, this was a sort of question leading on from there. What do you do when governments ask you to block accounts? When governments tell you that so-and-so handle has to be blocked?
So I think anytime you have a new product or a new technology, it's the same thing I used to deal with when I was at Google here in India, is any new technology is easily misunderstood. And usually the reaction is first with fear. Oh, it's going to change things, I can't control the flow of information, I can't control things. So the first thing to do is to engage and just talk with the key stakeholders. I'll point out my colleague Rishi Jadley here, who's based in India and focused on making sure that all the key stakeholders, law enforcement, government, companies, media companies, that we're educating and making sure they understand how social media works, how to use it. And usually when we do that, the worry, the concern, the fear goes away, to be honest. So the first thing is education, engaging, conversation. The second thing is if there's truly something that is illegal, then like anything else, we would work with the appropriate government agencies to make sure that if it's inappropriate content that's illegal, that we do something about it. So I want to make it very clear that the goal from the perspective of Twitter as a platform, or really any technology platform, is to operate within the rules of the society and to operate within the governing laws of the country. And just like anybody else, that would be our focus too. But at the same time, the most important thing, especially with a platform like Twitter, is to defend the right to have a voice and to not use laws and not to use rules to depress the voice or to squash the voice. The key is to use these platforms to make sure that all the relevant voices are heard. Minority voices, majority voices, voices of the powerful, voices of the not so powerful. So the key thing is to make sure that that fear and laws and policies are not used to actually silence parts of society, because the intention of these platforms is to make sure everyone has a voice.
So what's your position on 66A of the IT Act?
Well, I think in general, every country, okay, I won't speak specifically to that, although I could, but I won't. But I think...
Which is why?
Well, specifically, because I think there's a general point. In my role, I was just in Brazil and Japan and Korea, now in India, and the same issues come up all the time. You have laws and policies that are out of step with the times. There's a telecommunications law in the US that was written in the early 20th century. It didn't even contemplate the internet, right? And so there's a lot of work even going on in the US about how to update that and make sure it comes in line with the reality of today, which is the internet. So I think there's a machinery that's in government which sometimes doesn't move as fast as actual society itself, doesn't move as fast as the marketplace or the private sector. And my general view is that when you have a platform like Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, that an open platform that promotes everybody having a voice is a generally good thing. And we should find ways to make sure those voices are heard in a way that's still consistent with the laws of the country. So there has to be a number of updates to policies in India to make sure that third-party publishing of content on open platforms is encouraged.
Okay. Amir, I wanted to ask you, we heard earlier in the day that Egypt was a tragic case. Do you feel that social media is more powerful and more effective in actually toppling figures of authority and actually, you know, in a way destroying figures of authority than actually creating something new? Do you feel that?
Well, it's definitely a very good question. Let me start by once again restating my point that it's far-fetched to describe the reality in Egypt today, or in Tunisia for that matter, or Libya as a tragedy. We are in a momentum of change, and it takes time, and it's bound to take time, and I appeal to international media as well not to treat Egypt and Tunisia out of any particularities, perceived particularities of Arab societies different as Eastern European or Latin American countries in earlier stages of their democratic transitions were treated. On average, it takes time, it takes a decade to fix democratization processes, to get them right, and to build institutions. And once again, most of what I heard last night in a very interesting session was about deficits in institution building and how to make parliaments more of a viable place. Yes, happily we debate in parliament, we deliberate in parliament, we legislate in parliament, but still in early stages of democracy, you have to have additional forums, and one of them is, to my mind, in Egypt, and I believe elsewhere, social media. Now the question becomes, do they give incentives to create and deliver new authorities, new models, and what I'm referring to is less personalized and more driven by models, new ideas, new visions. Yes, they do. Social media, Twitter and Facebook are very vibrant, not only in holding politicians accountable, but in generating new ideas. I have close to 1 million followers, and trust me, most of them do not agree with what I do, do not agree with what I put forward, but we have a very vibrant discussion, and we benefit from it. As a nation which is beginning its first steps in democratizing its polity, it's much needed. Once again, if you approach that reality focusing on negative components, as it was said last night by one of the speakers, that, well, you end up having politicians discredited, having politics as a space, as a domain discredited, and pushing people away from politics. Well, those negative phenomena, we have to endure them. We are trying to build a culture of plurality, a culture of debate, a culture of diversity, a culture of pluralistic deliberations in parliament and outside, and social media definitely add to it. So we should not approach it by what is happening now, but with more of a focus at the long run, and be restrained in putting forward sweeping generalizations which do not correspond to reality.
Okay. My last question to Aziza, and then I'll ask all of you to raise your hands and ask questions. What do you do when the enemy uses the same tool that you do? In your case, the Jamaat.
We actually do the same thing that we do on the roads, on the streets. We fight, we counteract. We actually, when what happens usually is, I give an example, for instance, like I give a tweet saying Jamaat Shibir is a terrorist organization, and using hashtags for Al Jazeera and BBC and CNN and everyone, a Jamaat Shibir activist will instantly come up with a reply like, don't lie, Aziz Ahmed, that's not the fact, this is not what's happening. And you know, then what happens, the entire crew, like our team and their team starts fighting, and actually what happens in the process, at times the main message gets lost. And this is very important because when both of us are trying to voice our own opinions, and at the end, we start attacking each other, and the actual essence of the fight goes down. That does not come up. So this is a problem that we're facing right now, because Jamaat is doing type propagandas that they've seen Saidi on the moon, and they've been tweeting. And
that's all Shailesh's fault.
Exactly. Why do you do that? Why don't you just delete their tweets?
Okay, I'll ask, yes, that lady in pink. Please keep your questions short and ask your questions to one of them. That'll be better.
Actually, anyone who would like to answer this would be great. Social media lets you go from thought to talk to broadcast instantly and infectiously. So does that network world require some kind of proactive leadership or discipline or hierarchy in order to be most effective, as Malcolm Gladwell earlier suggested? Or are truth and action better served by letting the wisdom of the crowd prevail?
Shailesh, you want to answer that?
I think the beauty of Twitter, at least, is that you discover these new leaders, new voices all the time. And if you try to impose some kind of rules on that, I think you'd lose the serendipity, the kind of pleasant surprise of discovering something you never expected. Let me tell you a few stories, because I think we're talking about social media in a very conceptual way. And the only way to feel the impact of social media is to talk about real examples, okay? So I met with a boy who was, at the time, 14 years old in the slums of Brazil. His name is Rene Silva. And there was a government program 3-4 years ago to clean up the slums. And they sent the military into the slums in Rio de Janeiro. And the slums in Brazil are called favelas. And unfortunately, the project started to become violent. It was using military, and the military were committing some atrocities against the people who lived in the slums. Now, this little boy at 14 years old, he had nothing but a mobile phone, right? And with his mobile phone, he started tweeting about some of the crimes that he was seeing. Now, those tweets got picked up by international media. International media started to broadcast based on this 14-year-old's tweets. And in the end, the government and the military in Brazil had to pull back from the program, redesign the program to be more community-friendly, and ultimately they accomplished their goal. They're able to remove gangsters and violence from the slums, but do it in a way that was friendly to families. And this was all stimulated by a 14-year-old boy, right? And so if you try to impose some rules, if you try to put some order, you would never have a little child who is able to speak out and actually change the course of a country's history. And just in the Summer Olympics in London, he was selected to carry the torch for the country, right? So just a story to give you an example of the beauty of letting a platform like Twitter organically play out, because you never know where the powerful voices and the leadership will come from. Sometimes it could come from someone who's a 14-year-old boy living in a slum.
Yeah. 2 last questions. Yes, this gentleman. Please keep it short and ask to a particular person.
This question is to Derek, and also a school-time fantasy asking a question to my quiz master.
Yes.
So, thank you for giving the compliment to BJP. I represent the BJP digital team I headed. What is the thin line between governance, etiquette, and censorship on the internet and social media in general? I mean, there's a lot of talk about having some discipline, but what are the stretches of this discipline, and where does censorship take over, or where does governance take over?
I would largely go along with what you said, Shailesh, because I think I've been on Twitter now for 3 years, and the kind of stuff I get on Twitter in terms of negativity, because the first thing is it's very negative, but I've never blocked anyone on Twitter, never, and I don't plan to block. So I think the first thing is I think the medium itself edits itself most of the time, and there are people, if you get nasty, there are enough people on the medium who will tell you not to get nasty. So I'm optimistic from that point of view. But what is sometimes dangerous, and it has worked, and compliments to even though you mentioned about 66A, when there are things like death threats. 3 days ago, there was an assassination threat to a senior political leader in India. And one had to call up, and not to call up to say take it off, because then again if you say call up and take it off, then they'll say, see, interfering. But if you just say call up and say take a look, and then, so I think a lot of it is self-imposition, and I'm still a believer in self-imposition, because if I wasn't a believer, in terms of governance, I think it's being used pretty well. So I'm not a believer in that you have to have this, you know, authority sitting on the top. Optimistic, but when it crosses the line, then we have to be a little careful.
Okay. One last question, very quick, that's it.
For all the social media greats, what would you differentiate between social responsibility and censorship as far as social media is concerned?
Social media greats, wow, that's wonderful. You called us social media greats? Or social responsibility. Okay, and?
Social censorship. How do you differentiate the two?
Social censorship?
You know, the social media censorship.
Right.
There are a lot of things on social media which are good and bad. Do you bear social responsibility for all the bad things?
I think we just answered that question, right?
Maybe Amit would like to say a quick thing. Yeah.
Right. It's the duality of social media as you've rightly mentioned, an unregulated or a space regulated in a minimalist way, and the component of social responsibility / what comes with it in terms of censorship is a duality which we face in our society. I would put India and Egypt in the same basket, as opposed to societies which have been institutionally used to freedom of expression since ages and have moved beyond barriers related to specific perceptions of culture and identity / religion. I believe in Egypt, at least reflecting on what's going on, social media is injecting a degree of vibrant attitudes and a degree of dynamism in transcending conventional barriers with regard to freedom of expression, be it related to male-female relationships, be it related to religion or cultural / historical identities, and is enabling citizens to voice out concerns related to those issues, marginalized groups, discriminated against groups, including women, non-Muslims to an extent in Egypt, and so on and so forth. Discrimination is societal and not legal. So, no, I am glad that we lack censorship in social media, and I'm willing to endure the messy nature of what I, as a politician, get on a daily basis for the sake of enabling society to voice out concerns and to express diversity.
Great. Thank you so much, all of you. Any more questions, please direct them to the speakers outside. Thank you.
Thanks, Kaveri. Can I please request Mr. Arun Kapoor, Director Learn Today and Director Vasant Valley School, to please come on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to all the speakers. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we're beginning the session which Mr. Derek O'Brien was looking forward to very eagerly. It is the Captain's League, the changing face of world cricket. And to start the session, can I call on stage the session chairperson and my colleague at Headlines Today, sports editor Gaurav Gala. Please welcome with a round of applause Brian Lara, former cricket captain of the West Indies, Arjuna Ranatunga, former captain of Sri Lanka, Rahul Dravid, former Indian captain, and Sourav Ganguly, former Indian cricket captain.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There's no denying the fact that cricket has changed. It's changed over the last 20 years in ways that a lot of us wouldn't have imagined when we started watching cricket. In fact, the speed of that change has accelerated as we entered this new millennium. Today, many would say that instant cricket, better known as T20 cricket, is the driving force behind the growth in the sport. Earlier today, we had a young Indian batsman smash a debut test ton of a mere 85 balls. Yes, you heard me right. 85 balls, and it was test cricket, not T20 cricket, not one-day cricket, but test cricket. In fact, Shikhar Dhawan would have been hailed equally as much had it been a one-day innings. And that really leads me to a lot of important questions that I feel surround cricket today. There's a fear that T20 cricket is becoming the driving force. And in that scenario, what is the future of cricket, as a lot of us sitting here on this panel have felt? Can T20 cricket and Test cricket actually grow and grow together? Can they coexist? Is there a way to take Test cricket commercially viable? There's a way to make it more viable along with T20 cricket? These are some of the questions that we're going to try and answer today here on this forum. And to do that, we've assembled the Captain's League for you, a league of extraordinary gentlemen, a league of extraordinary cricketers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present one of the greatest and most exciting batsmen of the modern era and a former West Indian captain, Brian Lara. We also have Sri Lanka's greatest captain, the man who established the island nation firmly on the cricketing map with the World Cup win in 1996. A man who played hard, spoke his mind, Arjuna Ranatunga. And we also have two modern Indian cricket greats. One is arguably the best number 3 who ever played for us, some would say the world. Many call him the Wall, but for me, he's India's Mr. Cricket. Former Indian captain Rahul Dravid. And finally, a man who needs no introduction. He taught us how to win overseas, a man who till recently had the best record as an Indian Test captain. Ladies and gentlemen, Saurav Ganguly. Dada, I'll start with you. Dada also incidentally scored a debut Test ton, but those were very different circumstances. Dada, here in 2013, you've got Shikhar Dhawan, who's no longer a youngster. He's been through the grind of domestic cricket, yet he makes his Test debut and scores 100 against Australia of a mere 85 balls. He's now overnight at 185. Do you think that's because of the advent of T20 cricket and the kind of influence that T20 cricket now has on cricket all over the world?
See, I definitely agree that T20 cricket has an influence on cricket, modern day cricket for sure, and batsmen for sure. But I would just not give this credit for this 100 because of T20 cricket. I think Test match cricket is still the best form of cricket, and I think you need to show a lot more skills in Test cricket to succeed, and he did show it today. I watched his innings completely right throughout every ball, and he looked terrific. He had the time to play fast bowling, although yes, you can say that the wickets were slow. Australia is not the best bowling attack in the world. You can't get wickets in India if your spinners don't know how to bowl. You can say all sorts of things, but for someone, you know, the way he batted today, there have been a lot of players in the past who scored hundreds in debut and who will go on to make hundreds in their first Test matches. But what stood out for me is the way he batted, and I think it speaks a lot about his mindset. And I don't think that's just got to do with T20 cricket. There are other players in the recent era who've played Test cricket, succeeded in Test cricket, and who are still a part of T20 cricket. But for me, it's what stood out was complete. Take your mind off the situation that this is my first Test. This is where I need to play. This is what I want to play. Because as a player, you want to play Test cricket. You can play T20 cricket. You can be an important player in the IPL or one-day cricket, but it's the success. And today, Shikhar Dhawan, he had some outstanding performances in T20 cricket. But today, I think he will go back home or to the hotel satisfied. And with everyone's eyes, players, critics, captains, coaches, he will go much higher as a player. Yes, as I said, as I started this topic, that there is an influence, but I think what stood out is his ability today, which will help him adapt in all forms of the game.
Brian, when you made your test debut, do you think around that time players could have even dreamt of a thought of playing an innings like this at that point in time?
Well, are you hearing me, everyone? Yeah. I would say that the 100 today, even though I did not see it, I got in at midday today, so went straight to bed. But obviously it had some relation with the fact that he's played a lot of T20. And looking back at all the players that scores quick hundreds now, not just on debut, you know, the Warners, Chris Gales, Sewag, these are very much attacking players, and these are guys that are big franchise players in the IPL or any of the T20s around the world. So I would think 20, 30 years ago, you know, no one would dream about, you know, scoring 185 balls. If you can get to 30, 40 and 85 balls, you'd be happy to carry on. But this is the way the game is going, and I think it's not just you're going to see exciting cricket from the batsmen. I think you're going to also see a lot of more results.
All right. It's very interesting because the man that Shikhar Dhawan has actually replaced in the side is Virender Sehwag. And Arjuna, I want to bring you into the conversation. We were talking about this backstage also. Virender Sehwag, you would normally think the way he plays, the way he executes himself out there on the middle, is somebody who's suited to T20 cricket, to one-day cricket. But the biggest impact that he actually had and has had so far is actually Test cricket. But if we look at his record, if we go by the numbers and the stats, since the advent of T20 cricket, since India won the T20 World Cup in 2007, he played T20 cricket regularly for the next 2-3 years, so say 2010. After that, if we look at his form, it's been very dismal. He's averaging under 30, whereas earlier he was in the high 50s. Do you think somewhere down the line, subconsciously, playing T20 cricket in the IPL for the country has had an impact on somebody as great as Virender Sehwag?
No, I'm sure it can happen. Only thing is you need to understand the way he came up. He batted at number 6 and then came to open. I'm sure that either Saro or Asaruddin is the one who pushed him to open. Same thing happened to someone like Jayasuriya back in Sri Lanka. He was batting at number 7. Then we realized that we need to get best from him. Then we started opening with him. Only thing I see from 2020, apart from me, all these 3 guys have played 2020. I'm the only one who doesn't play 2020 and who hasn't played 2020. But what I see, when you play in the shorter version, especially the 2020, the people doesn't know the value of the technique. I think you take these three guys who perform well in the international scene. I can remember as a kid when I started playing for Sri Lanka, there were Vinsarkas, Gavaskas, Amarnaths, and it was very difficult to get India out even in 2 days. After that they had Rahul, Ganguly, Tendulkar, Lakshmans. It was a nightmare. I'm telling you, it was a nightmare for a captain to captain a side, especially when you come to India. But I personally feel now, if I have the 96 team against this particular team, I always say that we will have a chance of winning a test match in India. It has never happened, but for us to draw a series and go back at that particular time was the greatest thing. And we achieved that once. It was so difficult to get them through, especially when Rahul gets out, Tendulkar comes in. When he goes out, Saro comes in. Then he goes out, Lakshman comes in. And it doesn't end up. So these are the sort of cricketers produced in India. I can't see that it happens now.
All right. Before I get to Rahul, would you have liked to play T20 cricket?
I really don't know. I might have played 20, but I personally feel that this is a game where we need to understand properly and balance it properly. Otherwise, it can affect the younger generation. That's my main worry. I'm not really concerned about the seniors, but when it comes to the younger generation, if they are more concerned about playing the shorter version, forget about playing the 3-day games or the 4-day games. That can have an effect in the Indian cricket in the future, or even Sri Lankan cricket or whatever the cricket, the world cricket.
Very interesting thoughts, those. And Rahul, I'm going to pose that question to you, in fact. Arjuna said that he's struggling to find where the next Dravid, Ganguly, Lakshman is going to come from. Sachin, thankfully, still playing for us. Do you have those concerns?
Firstly, I'll make just a quick comment. I'm glad, we gave Arjuna some nightmares because after making us field for 952 runs, I'm still yet to recover from that. I still wake up in a cold sweat sometimes thinking about those 3 days of fielding in Colombo in the heat.
And I'll interrupt because I was the short leg and he was at silly point. He still got some runs in that test match and I got a duck. And the opposition got 900 for 4 or 5. So
for 2 days, not a single wicket fell. It was an amazing experience. But to go back to your point, Gaurav, no, I think there'll be a different kind of cricketer. I think the game is changing. The game is changing. The players, the way they play the game is changing. It was interesting today. I mean, Shikhar Dhawan got that 100 and it sort of came up on the television screen as to the fastest hundreds by Indians. There was Kapil Dev on the list. There was Mohammad Azharuddin on the list. There was Virendra Sehwag on the list. I think there was Shikhar and then Kapil Dev again. What was interesting for me was that 4 of those scores actually happened before the advent of T20 cricket. We're talking of the impact of T20 cricket. 4 of those 5 scores actually happened before anyone had actually played T20 cricket. So it's not that people weren't playing positively before. I mean, you look at, like Arjuna mentioned Sanat Jayasuriya or even Brian, the way he played, or Viv Richards before that. I think what's happening is more and more players are playing like that in a lot more positive manner. You had 1 or 2 players or the outliers in a team who would play in that particular manner. You look at the Indian top 6 or 7 today, and every one of them actually, if you put the field in to a spinner, put a mid-on, mid-off up, will go over the top. When I started, probably Tendulkar and Ganguly against the left-arm spinners were the only guys who would do that. So that's what's changed. I think if you look, there were always players who played positively and who could score runs quickly. But I think you find more and more players doing that now because of T20 cricket. So it's going to be different. You'll find different kinds of players. And it was great. It was great to watch Shikhar play. It was exciting. It was great fun to watch.
Would you say that, during your era, we saw a lot of pure batsmen come and exhibit their art? Batsmen who built in innings, batsmen who were patient. Patience is something that's synonymous with Rahul Dravid. Do you think those kind of batsmen we're going to get to see now in the generations that come through, given the fact that when you started your cricket, T20 was not even on the horizon, but now they're growing up and they're sampling their cricket through T20 as well?
Some may say, thankfully, hopefully we don't see people like you. It's bored us to sleep half the time, But look, I still think you look at Pujara. I mean, Pujara is a good example of a young player coming through, I think, who's come through the ranks, who's, I think who values his, who's sort of grown up as a technician or as a test player, who's grown up in what we call the classical test format. But he's also increased his repertoire, and you can see that, from the time that I saw Pujara as a young kid, 5-6 years ago playing for Saurashtra against Karnataka, and if I look at the range of shots that he has today, he's grown in leaps and bounds. So I think there's still going to be a place for the technician and the person. I think even to play positively, you need a good technique. I mean, Virendra Sehwag is able to play that he did, or even Shikhar Dhawan's innings today was a positive innings. But, to get into some of the positions that he did to play positively, requires a good technique. So you might not see that many people with a defensive technique anymore, but I'm still sure that, there is a room and there is a place for it, especially in Test cricket.
Arjuna, do you feel the two formats can coexist peacefully without impinging on each other?
I think you need to understand the value of Test cricket. If you can survive playing Test cricket, I'm sure that even for the shorter version, you might be able to adapt. And I'm sure that all the top cricketers produced in the world has adopted into the shorter version. But my major worry is the younger generation. I think when I'm talking about the 15 or 17-year-old kids who are playing junior level everywhere. I can take a clue from Sri Lanka. I think most of these younger cricketers are more keen on playing their shots, or they are not really bothered about concentrating on their technique. I think that's the biggest worry I go through. And they all prefer to bowl 4 overs and take a break rather than thinking of 20 overs or 25 overs for a day. I recently coaching clinic just outside Colombo, and I spoke to a 15-year-old really good fast bowler. He said, I love to play 2020. I said, why? Then he said, I only have to bowl 4 overs. I think that's a concept adopted by this younger generation. That's something we need to address very quickly and divide that into 2 groups. For me, 2020 is entertainment, Test cricket is education.
Brian, before I come to you, I've got a question for Dada. Dada, it's very interesting what Arjuna was saying because, after India won the Under-19 World Cup very recently under the captaincy of Unmukh Chand, I was speaking to one of the Under-19 players, and I won't take their name. That player, during the course of the conversation, asked me, Bhaiya, IPL mein kuch ho sakta hai. That was the first thought that came to his mind after winning the World Cup and representing the country at the Under-19 level. Do you think there is a problem of youngsters not realizing that Test cricket, as a lot of you guys grew up thinking, is the ultimate format of the game? Do you think there is somewhere down the line our youngsters who are coming through the ranks who feel that, as Arjuna was saying, if I bowl 4 overs or if I bat for 30 balls and score 60 runs, my job is done and I'll get that money?
I think they do. I think a lot of our Indian players do. Because I played a lot of domestic cricket for the last 3 years. After I finished playing for India, I never got the opportunity of playing domestic cricket consistently. And when you speak to a lot of players, they realize that Test cricket is the important part of cricket because that's when you're playing for India. And when you play IPL, you don't play for India. You play for Rajasthan, Calcutta, Mumbai, Delhi, Pune, whatever names you take. I think what IPL does to a lot of young players is it gives them recognition. You score runs in domestic cricket because in the past there's been lots of first-class players who scored heaps of runs in domestic cricket and never played for India. But these boys know that if I play first-class cricket in Ranji Trophy, I get runs, and I have a good season of IPL, I get noticed by the selectors. And I think what IPL does is creates a platform for young players to be noticed at that level. And then if you do well against the best, say for example a young 22-year-old gets a 30-ball 60 against a Dale Steyn or a Callis or a Morkel, the selectors will stand up and notice that, listen, he can play fast bowling at the top level. So it doesn't guarantee success at the Test level or the one-day level, because actually when you look at T20 cricket at the international level, there are about 4 or 5 games in a year. T20 cricket has become very popular because of IPL and other franchise league-based cricket all around the world. It's not the international T20s which has made it popular. It's only one World Cup maybe in 2 years, which could become 4 years from the next season. So I think IPL gives a platform and a visibility to a lot of young players, which is not always possible in domestic cricket, because when I was young playing first-class cricket, I've seen a lot of greats, successful domestic players, and I can take guys like Raman Lamba, Ajay Sharma, Arun Lal, Ashok Malhotra, Brijesh Patel, who did play a bit of Test cricket, but have scored heaps of runs in domestic. The spinners like Rajinder Goel and Padmakar Shivalkar, who's got 500, 600 Ranji Trophy wickets, have not succeeded at that level. But what IPL does is gives you instant recognition and a belief that I can get Jack Callis out or a Dravid out or get a 50 or 100 against Steyn, Morkel, or even Muthaiya Muralidharan.
Brian, Arjuna also spoke about the value of Test cricket. Do you think West Indies cricket has had a problem in that department for a number of years, especially since the advent of a lot of professional IPL leagues all over the world? I'd use the term mercenary cricketers, some of them prioritizing playing in these in the T20 leagues around the world rather than represent the West Indies.
First of all, the fabric of West Indies cricket started to soften up in the beginning of the 90s, with the resignation of guys like Sir Vivian Richards, Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, and I believe that we laid no foundation at all. There was no structure in West Indies cricket for us youngsters at the time to benefit from it and to carry on the legacy. So maybe spiraled downwards from even those days, and obviously each player now started to look at their own game selfishly and just wanted to be in the team, not necessarily a winning team, but just to be in the team to make a living. Up comes the IPL, up comes the franchise cricket, and these young players with no real background and understanding of what West Indies cricket meant, scattered in different directions to play. They wanted to make a quick living. West Indies cricket was not as potent or as important to them as in the past, and they saw the IPL and all the different leagues as something that they can do around the world and not necessarily play Test cricket. That is huge as far as I'm concerned in terms of, not having a value of what cricket is all about in the West Indies and the heritage of cricket. Going right back to 1928 when we played our first Test match against England, all through, to the Sir Vivian Richards days. And that is sad, but it's where West Indies cricket is at the moment. I know we're on a 5-match winning streak against Zimbabwe and other winners in world cricket. But I believe that this present team do have a little bit of understanding of what success is after winning the T20, and hopefully that could resonate into the longer version of the game. Because we do need, the West Indian crowd, I think, appreciate our results in the Test arena more than anything else. And the players need to understand that and want to perform in that arena as well.
All right. I'm going to be opening up the debate very soon, but Brian, one more question before I do that. India in 2007 won the inaugural World T20. After that, they went on to become the #1 Test side in the world. And within a span of 4 years from winning the World T20, they went on to win the 50 overs format of the game. So that's pretty much the hat trick that they completed within a span of 4 years. Do you think now that the West Indies has won a T20 World Cup, do you think they can go on and go from strength to strength as far as the overall development of the game is concerned in the Caribbean?
I believe that the infrastructure placed in India is not there in the West Indies. And you would see sporadic performances like you saw in the T20 World Cup where we won that. But to say that there's going to be a consistent performance from the team that has to build to become a Test champion team, it's not going to happen in 6 months' time. I don't believe that we have the infrastructure. I don't believe that we have what it takes at present to become world champions in all formats of the game. I don't place the responsibility or any of it on the players. I still believe that administratively we've got it wrong. And until we get it right, it's then going to take 5 or 10 years before we can see a team not as invincible as the team in the 70s and 80s, but a team that can compete with the best teams in the world and come out on top.
All right. I'm going to open up the debate now, and sitting amongst our midst, we have a former Indian cricketer, a former Indian opener, Akash Chopra. Akash, question from you. Can we have a mic to Akash here? He's in the front row here.
Rahul, this one is for you because you mentioned that defensive technique may just become passé, and batsmen are going to play in a different mold altogether, which will make cricket entertaining. That's what we saw with Shikhar. That's what we see with a lot of other cricketers. But does the advent of or overconsumption of T20 cricket has a negative impact on the development of young spinner? Because I think he has to remold his or realign his way of operating the most when it comes to bowling in the shortest format. Test cricket, you need a different skill set. T20, I think you need a completely different skill set. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you in some respects there. I think even though actually in T20 cricket, it's the spinners who are probably the most successful bowlers. If you look at economy rates of most IPLs that we've played over the last 5 years, you'll see it's actually the spinners who have the best economy rates. But it's different kinds of spin bowlers. It's Sunil Narendra, it's Daniel Vittori, people bowling a lot flatter. Yes, that is definitely a concern, especially more and more T20 or shorter format cricket that's played at a young age will definitely hamper spin bowling in terms of the classical spin bowling that you would say gets you wickets in test match cricket. And that is a big challenge that coaches, administrators, captains face across all levels of how do we preserve that skill of spin bowling, which is your classical loop flight, an ability to spin the ball rather than sort of spinners focusing on bowling darts and bowling different kinds of variations and different kinds of balls. So that is a challenge that's going to take a lot of courage and patience somewhat from captains, coaches at various junior levels to have the courage to play these kind of spinners. But it is a concern. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
And Dada, following on from that concern, to put a personality to that concern, Harbhajan Singh, do you think it's something that's affected his game as well? Because we've seen him struggle over the last 3-4 years, just like Virendra Sehwag.
I think what also matters is having confidence on the player. And if you look at Virendra Sehwag and Harbhajan Singh, they've been in and out of the team. And you look at how they played in the first 2 years when IPL has just started, and then you see now. Because I feel, especially for someone like Sehwag, he's a sort of a personality or a player who needs support rather than the sword dangling on his neck all the time. There's no doubt that his performance has tipped over a period of time because he set such high standards for himself at the first 6-7 years of his career. But I also feel that when you are around an international cricket for such a long time, you will go through this phase of 1 or 2 seasons where you struggle, where you don't get runs as much as you've set your standards, and then suddenly you get back to doing well again. And I think you need a captain, you need people around you or selectors to help you through that period. It's happened with everyone. And when you play for 14, 15 years or maybe 20 years, it's not possible to be consistently at the top for such a long time. And I think especially with Harbhajan, yes, Viru has been playing consistently, but with Harbhajan being in and out of the side hasn't helped him. And it could happen to the best when you realize that you've been your premier spinner for a good period of 10, 12 years. And suddenly you're finding, struggling to get a place in the team. And even if you're bowling 18 overs in a test match, you're not the frontline spinner. This is something works at your mind because cricket is such a mental game.
Noted television personality and a cricket commentator and host is also amongst our midst, Mandira Bedi. I believe you also have a question for our esteemed panel.
Firstly, thank you for calling me a commentator. I'm not one. I've just been a cricket presenter. We have 4 very great captains in our midst, so my question would be to anyone who'd like to take it. We're talking about the changing face of world cricket. How do you think the role of the captain has evolved over these years? Because it's now no longer about managing players on the field, it's about managing egos, managing the media, mentoring players. So lots has changed over the years. And what do you see the role of a captain now, say from when you were captain, Arjuna?
I think for me, captain is the boss. I always felt that when you are a leader, you should lead from the front. I'm not talking about the performances. When you have your players, you need to trust them. What Saru said earlier about Sehwag, any top cricketer can go on a bad run. It has happened to all of us. But you need to have the faith on that particular cricketer with the selectors. You need to educate the selectors. Some of the selectors doesn't realize what sort of value that particular player can have. So those are the issues we went through when I was captaining. But I always felt that when you are a leader, you take in charge in the middle or even outside. You control the players, you educate the players, and you need to know about the players. I went through a really tough time when I took over the captaincy. I was a very young guy. I was about 23 when I first took over the captaincy, but it was a pretty difficult time. But I was blessed by some of the seniors who was surrounding me. But when I took over the captaincy for the second time, I always wanted to be, the players to be comfortable and players to trust me as a leader. And I always knew that if I'm going to look after them, they will produce results. That's what happened to all of us. And I know that when we were playing, it was one manager, one coach. I think that's it. Now they have about 9 or 10. I'll be the last person to have 10 guys in the dressing room with 15 players. I might have a different room for the others because the dressing room is for the players. Even for the coach, I always felt the coach job is not in the dressing room. It should be outside the dressing room. Coaching part, maybe planning. I think most of the planning has been done by the captain. I'm sure that all the captains will agree with me. I have gone through a lot of coaches, but for me, most of the senior cricketers, we sit and discuss how to get players out, how to go about it. And the coach's job is to get you to the net, get you right, put you back in the field. And that's the job I adopt. I always felt that I was pretty successful.
And what do you see the role of the captain today? How much that's changed over the years?
I still feel that it should be the same. I'm sure most of the captains are more keen on taking the second part. I always felt there are captains who are not that aggressive. It's a nature by players. Like you take some of the players like Mahela Jayawardene, he's not that aggressive. Even Dhoni looks the same. But take Gangulis or Ranatungas, they were different in the field. So sometimes you need to adopt that, especially when you're playing against Australia or some other countries. And I think that was a success some of the top captains had.
Can I quickly add to that? Since we've spoken of coach, there's so much talk of younger coaches. We hear about it, read about it in the papers, but yet the two gentlemen sitting over here who most recently retired from the game, why is it that we don't have a young coach, someone who's just retired from the game, because he knows the strengths and weaknesses of the team, knows the team inside out. So I'm sure there have been feelers that have come, both your ways. Why don't we see a young coach? Why don't we see a coach that's just retired from the national side, take over as...
Who wants to take that out of you two first?
I am younger than Saurav, so by a little bit only. So well, I think you do see young coaches. I mean, if you look at across the world, I mean, there are coaches. Generally, there are sort of younger coaches coming through the ranks and coming through the system more and more now. I think, with anything, I think once you finish playing, a little bit of time away from the game and an opportunity, I think, sometimes to get a chance to look at the game from a different perspective, to see, sit back and to be able to look at a game. I think sometimes when you're playing cricket, you're caught up in the cocoon of playing cricket all the time, and you live in a very surreal world sometimes. And just having that time a little bit away from the game and being able to look at it and you look at it sort of dispassionately will help. But yeah, I mean, I think in time you will see more and more younger coaches coming through and coming, coming along. I mean, Gary was pretty young when he sort of coached us. I think Gary was 42, 43 when he coached us. He'd finished playing for about 4 or 5 years from international cricket. So, yeah, I mean, to each his own and each board its own. I think in the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're young or old. I think, you've got to pick the best coach that you think will work for your particular team. Saurav Ganguly, I answered my question.
Dada, do you feel you're young enough?
I would want him to coach. I'll put it that way. Yeah, why not? See, the biggest challenge someone like him who will face is because he's just finished playing. And being a coach, it's 9 months on the road. And when you have a young family, he's got 2 boys, I've got a girl who's 11 years old, it gets very difficult to be on the road again for 9 months. So that's a major part of the decision which stops you from doing it. You want to do it because it gets you back on to do something which you love the most, which you've enjoyed doing all your life. But that decision you will have to make, and I agree with Rahul that give it a break for 4 or 5 months and 4 or 5 years, and then when an opportunity comes, you do the job. But at the present moment, Fletcher's got an extension, so we can all shut up.
But you've had those few years, though.
Sorry?
You've had those few years to sit back and reflect.
I was still playing IPL, so I was still hitting some sixes, some easy runs, and some easy money.
All right, so you heard it first here. Rahul, Dada's still going to be playing the IPL this season. All right, I'm going to open up the floor to the audience here as well. Lots of hands going up. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to get to all of you, but yes, the gentleman right here. Can we have a mic for him, please?
Earlier this week, we saw a very disturbing first of its kind, I guess the world of discipline, or a very poignant first when Michael Clark took a very strong stance, Mickey Arthur and Michael Clark. All of you have been captains. I want to hear from all of you. What would you have done?
Brian, you want to take that?
Yeah, I think first of all, I think I have the most...
I like the laugh on Brian's face.
the most rebellious team to captain. I most likely had to send the whole team home. But I believe that, first of all, looking at it as a player, if my captain and coach have a certain strategy to get something out of us, I believe as a player you have to participate. And not participating is sending a message. and not the sort of message you want to send in between a series that you're not doing well. But in saying that, if I put on the captain's hat, I believe that it's something that you could maybe handle away from the scene, you know, okay, that this particular thing happened that evening, the guys did not pitch up with what we wanted from them. Take them aside and talk to them. I think it's very important to keep your team. And what you don't want to do, you don't want to actually tell the world what's going on. You want to be able to handle it as a team, ensure that the guys understand what you wanted to achieve, and see if you can eventually get it out of them. As I said, you know, the team that I captained in the late 90s right through till the end of my career is rebellious. And, you know, I've had many, many occasions where, you know, you'd love to send a guy home, you know, put him on the first plane back, but you can't. And you just believe that there are different ways of doing things. And I definitely would have dealt with that in-house and have my best team on the field.
Arjuna, you were a captain who wasn't afraid to speak his mind. How would you have dealt with the situation?
I personally feel they handle it very well. I think you need to understand that when you are representing a country, the entire nation, not 15 of, not the 15 cricketers. You are representing the entire nation. You are responsible for these 20 million people back home as Sri Lankans. I always feel that discipline has to, when you are in the team. Because when you tour for 30 days or 60 days, but that's a job you do. You are paid for that. If you don't know how to handle it, as far as I'm concerned, you are out of the team. I think that's the way I have adopted. I personally feel if the captain can take that decision, I'm sure the way it handles is the criteria. I think the Australians handled it pretty well. They gave the proper picture. The younger guys saw what's happening, and I'm sure none of the younger guys will never get into that hereafter. It has happened to us, but we handle it in a different way, maybe without the media knowing, without the country knowing. There were players who has gone back home without no one knows. So it's different, like when it happens in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, it's totally different. But for Australia or England, it's not a big thing. I think the way they handle it was pretty good. But if we do the same thing, I'm sure sometimes the media might go after you, or some of the TV stations will go after you. But I personally feel the way Australia, hats off to them.
All right, more questions from the crowd. But before I see those hands at the back, I'm going to come to you guys. But before that, I have to go to my own boss, Rahul Kabul, the managing editor of Headlines Today. He's been trying to catch my attention as well. So Rahul, over to you first.
My question is on this business of conflict of interest, and I want to ask all of you, starting with Rahul Dravid. Former selector Mohinder Amarnath said he couldn't drop Mahendra Singh Dhoni when he was going through a bad patch because of pressures of the IPL franchisee being owned by a man who's also the BCCI president. I believe that's very dangerous to have a situation where you can't drop a player because there are commercial considerations at play. Do you think that Indian cricket, if it has to go forward, should immediately end this nonsense of conflict of interest? That you can't be in charge of a team, owner of a team, and also at the same time be the man who's framing all the laws. I want to ask that first to Rahul, and then we'll take it one by one.
Look, I mean, that's the BCCI constitution, and the BCCI allows you to do that. You know, I think the BCCI allows you to do that, so that's where we are, and that's the situation. As to how an individual deals with it, I think, you know, if Shrikant wanted, look, if Shrikant
allows it, the question is, do you think it needs to be stopped? Do you think it's okay?
I let that pass, honestly. I let that pass because there are complexities. There are complexities with that, with the answer. There's no yes and no answer to that.
So let's hear your argument.
Yeah, no, the complexities to that would be, well, from the way I sort of see it and read it, when the IPL was started, there weren't many people bidding for IPL teams, you know. It allowed the BCCI office bearers, or in this case, India Cements, to actually have a team. Nobody knew whether Mr. Srinivasan was going to become a president in the future. Nobody knew how big the IPL was going to become. So the rules have been framed. No one has gone against the rules of the system.
My question is simple. Do you think it's okay? Do you think it needs to be put to an end? You're explaining the past complexity and the context. My question is straight. Do you think conflict
I'm not
of
in a
interest
position to make that decision, Rahul. So, I mean,
Leaving that outside the off
I don't need to cross that bridge because I'm not at that bridge. I'm not in a position to change that.
Okay,
Me saying anything here is not going to make a difference. So when I reach the bridge and in my position to do something, I'll answer that question.
Okay, before Dada answers, let's hear from the outside. Let's hear from Arjuna Ranatunga.
I'd like to hear Dada.
I will come to Dada. Before Dada likes to fish around outside the offside, so let's see what he does with it. No, first Arjuna.
I think for me, country comes first. Any player should realize that they are involved in IPL or franchises because they are playing for the country, they have done well for the country. We went through the same thing. I have to say that Lasith Malinga, he was planning, he said that he was injured while playing the IPL. Then the cricket board wanted him to come back to Colombo. Then straight away he said, I'm not going to play test cricket here after I'm retired. And this is a guy who has been fed from the start and brought into a different level, from the paracetamol up to the top thing spent by the cricket board, all government money, all cricket board money. And he comes and tells us, no, I'm not going to play test cricket, I'll be concentrating on IPL and 2020. I don't think that is right. Unfortunately, I was not involved at that time. If I was involved, I will never see him playing cricket again for the country, because country comes first. If you feel that country is second and the franchises are on top, I'm going to say I feel very sorry for Indian cricket.
You think there is a problem with conflict of
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's nice. You give an outside perspective to it. Let's hear from Brian Lara.
You already had the outside perspective there.
What is your take? Do you agree?
I believe definitely country comes first, and you've got to keep your performance up, playing for your national team, and everything else will fall into place. And if you're such a big draw that people are considering having you on with your performances low, I think there's a problem with that.
But Dada, this is a really big problem. Former cricketers, stalwarts, often find it difficult to express themselves because of commercial considerations, because they're now part of the same BCCI mix. So you or Rahul might not tell us what you really think is good or bad for cricket, because it's happened with Gavaskar, it happened with Ravi Shankar, because you're part of the mix. So therefore we won't ever get to hear a frank opinion on whether there's a problem with conflict of interest or not.
No, there is two ways of looking at it, Rahul. I think somebody like Rahul, Dravid or Sachin Tendulkar, they've been such big names in Indian cricket. It's always not possible for them to criticize Indian cricket all the time, and that's not right, because Indian cricket is here because of what we did on the field and also what the administrators did off the field, because that's also a tough job, to keep Indian cricket going. I'll tell you one thing, in the early 90s or the middle 90s, we would go to countries like England and Australia. We would stay not the best of hotels, get the tough part of the tours, and with all due respect, not looked after well. But I've seen a massive change since the year 2000.
My question is on conflict of interest.
Yes, I will come to that. No, I will come to that. And I have a massive change with the way we got treated after that. And it's just improving every time. So you got to give credit to people who run the board at different stages to take Indian cricket this way, not only just cricket-wise, but the way the players are treated. And with conflict of interest, it's possible, it's not possible, it's just the way you look at it. Still being the president of BCCI, you can let the national team run on its own. Yeah, we are coming to this conclusion because obviously India hasn't fared well in the last
But this is an anecdotal instance Mohinder Amarnath cited, that they couldn't together drop Dhoni because of the presence of N. Srinivas. And that's deeply disconcerting.
See, it could also be a belief that this man can take Indian cricket forward, and with due respect, we've had conversations among us because we've played together for such a long time, and we've had different opinions. He felt something else, I felt something else, and these are completely different opinions. And it's honest. It's not that I'm on this stage and trying to cover up everyone. We've had discussions with the Tour of England when India weren't performing, and I had a different opinion. I felt that somebody should be captaining one format of the game, and I've said that on television, where he felt, no, he's the best man to take Indian cricket forward. So everybody will have different opinions, and I still feel that being at the top, you can still let Indian cricket run on its own. And if you look at something which has happened yesterday, it is the reinstating of Duncan Fletcher for another 1 year, which also, makes us feel that he'll go on till the 2015 World Cup. So the faith has not just been shown to Dhoni, whether rightly or wrongly, whether India's poor performance or not poor, or not so good performance, but it has also been shown to Duncan Fletcher as well, where all of us believe that probably they need somebody new to take this team forward. So there has been some consistency in backing someone.
So you're okay with conflict of interest?
As long as you do, yeah, as long as Rahul, you run it properly. No, you can be the head of two different institutions and still run, let it run independently. I think that's possible. It's just the way you look at it.
I don't know if this makes sense, but drawing an analogy with football, David Beckham was the face of England's 2012 Olympic drive, and he was available for the Olympic team. And, you know, I could have put my head on a block that David Beckham was going to be selected for the work that he'd done off the field on the Olympic team. I mean, he's still very fit, but the people that were selecting the team at the end of the day felt that they needed this particular team. David Beckham was not a part of the setup. And a lot of people in England were upset, but I believe that it made the choice of picking the best possible team for that particular Olympics. I don't know if that makes sense.
Add to that, add to what I said earlier, Rahul, I think we were brought up in a different culture. I think playing for the country was the most important thing as far as we were concerned. I think as a schoolboy, we dreamt to play for the country wearing the blazer or the cap, but it's totally changed now. I think it's all about, I'm not saying all the players, majority of the players are more concerned about the financial aspect rather than the glory for the country. I think that's the only area where I get hurt sometimes when you go through some of these cricket games.
All right. One final question, ladies and gentlemen. Gentleman right here. Can we have the mic for him, please?
Okay, my question will be to Rahul because he's my all-time favorite. It's about the commercialization of cricket, which everybody keeps talking about. And when it comes to the money that you guys make, I hope you make lots of money every time because you win us World Cups, and that's great. But when you hear about, now there's going to be test cricket under lights as well, then you wonder that are cricketers going to be reduced to being entertainers to just come out and perform under lights? Will there be a limit? What do you think? Would there be a limit for you as a sportsman? Is the sport slipping out of your hands?
Rahul?
Well, I think the move, and it's a move in the future. I'm not sure whether it's even a possibility because of, for starters, the quality of the cricket ball. To play cricket in the night, the move is really to hopefully get more and more people to come and watch Test cricket. I think what you're finding today is that people aren't really coming to watch Test cricket because of the pressures that they face at work and the difficulties of taking leave, you know, on a working day. So I think that's the sort of move behind trying to, in the future, play cricket in the night. So it's a convenient time for people to be able to come and watch. So I think in the long run, if all things are equal, and I think it's not a bad idea. Commercialization, I think in itself is not necessarily a bad word. You know, for starters, Brian spoke about facilities and infrastructure. Not being there in the West Indies and not being available to their players, and he's right. You know, you see incredible talent in the West Indies, but I've toured the West Indies, and I think it's some of the most difficult places to play cricket in because the practice facilities in the West Indies are nowhere near or up to the mark as you find in other places in the world. And this is for an international cricket team. So it's all the more creditable for, you know, people like Brian from the kind of setup that they've come in to what they've achieved because of the lack of infrastructure and facilities. What commercialization and money does, and has definitely done that in India today, is that the IPL, the money coming into the sport, has ensured that facilities have improved across the length and breadth of this country. If you look at all the young cricketers coming into India today, whether it's a Mahendra Singh Dhoni from Ranchi, a Harbhajan Singh from Jalandhar, a Virendra Sehwag from Najafgarh, you know, all the young kids coming today, most of the young kids are coming from smaller towns, cities, which would have been unthinkable 2 decades ago because there were no facilities in this place. I come from Karnataka and Bangalore, and I know that a lot of the money that we get from the BCCI, from all this commercialization, from all this money that comes from the IPL, is actually plowed back into facilities, into nets, into equipment in places like Bijapur, Tumkur, Raichur, you know, small towns which had no chance So young kids had no chance to have access to cricket balls, bats, turf wickets. All these things are changing. And I think that's a great positive of commercialization, money coming into the sport. There are challenges with commercialization, but there are also a lot of positives. And more money that's come into sport has meant that we find the Indian team today is actually a true reflection of the diversity of this country and a true reflection of this country as a whole, and not just cricketers from big towns and big cities.
All right, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to leave it there. Completely, utterly out of time on this discussion. Thank you so much for being here, all of you, Rahul, Dada, Brian, and Arjuna. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gaurav. Can I please request Mr. Anil Mehra, Vice Chairman of the India Today Group, to please come on stage? A token of our appreciation to all the guests. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Arjuna Ranatunga, Brian Lara, Saurav Ganguly, and Rahul Dravid.
You don't have to touch this. Oh, some guest gets selected. इनकी अर्थिंग प्रॉब्लम.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats because now we're going to begin a session that I personally have been looking forward to ever since the start of this conclave. This session features a gentleman whose body every single person in the audience will envy. We're talking about Dr. Jeffrey Life, and he literally is the guru of ageless living. He has a body that everyone would envy, and get this, he has that kind of body at the age of 70. So he's going to be answering the question, is age just a number? Can I please request on stage session chairperson Mala Sekri, COO, Lifestyle Group and Music Today, to come on stage. I would also like to tell you that this session is sponsored by Sugar Free.
If you are a normal male of any age from 25 to 80, you pretty much define yourself in two distinct ways. One, what you do for a living. Two, how things are going in bed. Face a problem with either, and life suddenly seems out of control, looks bleak, with a not so bright future. No physical energy, a flabby body, no muscle tone, weakness, slowed thinking, hospital stays, stoop posture, fragile bones, and a zero sex life. This is the end of life. Typical symptoms of aging, your doctors might say. This is inevitable, your children and friends might say. Accept this, you're growing old now, your partner will say. Consider this. We are all going to age, but we don't have to get old is his mantra. We don't die of old age. We die because we allow ourselves to get old, he says. In his opinion, we have succeeded in increasing the length of life, but not the quality of life at the end of life. His position, I'm talking about his stated position, no man needs to confront aging with all its problems if it's possible to reverse them or to avoid them completely. This session, gentlemen, is going to help you reverse aging. Stay on, because our speaker for this last session will take you on his life's journey that may ensure that you get to attend this fascinating conclave for the next 50 years. His age is 74, his body age, hold your seats, is 35. It's not a bird, it's not a plane, but it's our own version of Superman. Please welcome with loud applause for this last session, the man who's going to change your life, Dr. Jeffrey Superman Life. I need louder applause. Welcome. Dr. Life is the founder and chief executive officer of Cenegenics. Wow, okay.
Great introduction.
Located in Nevada, Las Vegas. Lucky man. With a medical degree from the University of Iowa, he founded the Life Center for Healthy Aging in 2009. In 2011, he wrote a book called The Life Plan, which talks about the program for men seeking to make over their bodies and turn back the clock. Men's Fitness in December 2012 named him one of the fittest guys in 2012. He was 2 or 3 times older than the others who they named. In an article in GQ some years ago, the author likened the changes you can expect to feel with Dr. Life's program to the life of a seagull. I quote, "A seagull's hormones don't drop with age. We used to think that seagulls live 10 to 30 years. Now we've got seagulls that outlive the scientists that follow them. Physically, that old seagull flies 100% like a young seagull. In veterinary medicine, you don't see a seagull with a stroke, where one of his wings works and the other one doesn't. You don't have a seagull with arthritis. They're in perfect health until the day when suddenly lifespan stops and the old seagull drops to the ocean and dies. And that's exactly what I want. I want to be a seagull. I don't care when I die. 60, 70, 200, I want to be a seagull. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Jeffrey S. Life.
Thank you, Mama. That was an unbelievable introduction. The best ever. Well, listen, I want to thank you all for allowing me to come here. It's the first time I've been in India, and it's really a great place and wonderful, wonderful people. So I'm going to take you on a 20-minute journey that typically takes me 10 hours to talk about everything that I do. But I've got it down to 20 minutes, hopefully. First, I want to start with an overview of aging. You know, in America, we don't die of old age. We die of heart disease, the #1 killer in America, and the #1 killer here in India, heart disease. Cancer is #2 in America, stroke, lung disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's disease. These are all preventable diseases. Obesity and lifestyle are the #1 causes of the top killers of Americans.
And I suspect the same thing is happening here in India. 70% of premature deaths are because of lifestyle, are lifestyle related. In America, we have an obesity epidemic that is out of control, completely out of control. You can see that back in 1990, we did not have very much obesity. We just had some, maybe 10% of some states. Look what's happened in 2009. The only state that seems to be setting the standard of 15 to 19% is Colorado. The rest of the states are in horrible shape. In America today, 2/3 of Americans are overweight or obese. American children, we think, will have a shorter lifespan than their parents. This is the first time in the history of mankind that this has ever happened. The number one cause of liver disease in America is not alcoholism, it's fatty liver. And insulin resistance is a direct consequence of obesity. Insulin resistance, which is what everyone needs to avoid. This was a wonderful documentary that you can get off of, you can go to Amazon and you can rent this for 24 hours. It's called Escape Fire. And Shannon Brownlee points out that in 2020, 7 years from now, 1/5 of America's healthcare spending, $1 trillion will be devoted to treating obesity. By 2022, this is Dean Ornish, who has championed a whole movement on how to prevent heart disease and reverse heart disease. In 9 years, 1/2 of all Americans will be pre-diabetic or diabetic. Cardiovascular disease and diabetes are linked to each other through insulin, through obesity, insulin resistance, and inflammation. These are very key topics that you hear more and more about. Inflammation. Inflammation is the root cause of accelerated aging and of all the age-related diseases. And it's pretty much a result of insulin resistance. Heart disease in America is projected to double over the next 50 years. Metabolic syndrome is present in up to 1/4 of the adult population. 47 million U.S. citizens have metabolic syndrome. Well, what is metabolic syndrome? It's also known as Syndrome X or insulin resistance syndrome. And it consists of a cluster of various things that put people into that category of having metabolic syndrome. And the features are, number one, abdominal obesity. People that store their body fat inside and around their belly, which is where most of us store it. And this is different fat. It's different than the fat under your skin. It creates these hormones that put you at risk for all the age-related diseases, including insulin resistance. Dyslipidemia is another characteristic. That means bad cholesterol, high triglycerides, or low HDL, high blood pressure, and silent inflammation. These are the features of metabolic syndrome. Visceral fat is central fat. It's fat inside the abdomen, and it's associated with the greatest metabolic risk. 43% of Americans greater than age 60 have metabolic syndrome. We now have 30% of our children have metabolic syndrome, and 47 million U.S. citizens have metabolic syndrome. 30% of our kids are developing metabolic syndrome. Individuals that have metabolic syndrome are 6 times more likely to have a cardiovascular event, either a heart attack or a stroke. 6 times more likely. In India today, you cannot let what we've done in America happen to you guys. Over the last 20 or 30 years, we have allowed our children to become obese. Our population has become obese, and I'm pleading for you to not let this happen here in India. As your nation continues to grow, you must prevent it. So what does it take to prevent or reverse the epidemic of obesity and type 2 diabetes and heart disease? It's not complicated. It's not rocket science. It just takes a few things that you need to focus on. The right kind of exercise, the right kind of nutrition, the right supplements, the right kind of vitamins and minerals, and correcting hormonal deficiencies. So I'm going to talk about each of these a little bit. Before I get into that, I want to talk about age management medicine, which is what I do. This is also called anti-aging medicine. And if you look at quality of life on the one and go across age, the typical curve that we all experience, I don't have a pointer, is that purple curve where as you age and you get up to about 40, 45, that's about when people really max out and feel great, and then it's a slow decline until you end up in a nursing home. The whole idea with age management medicine is to keep it at about age 40, 45 and keep it going until, like the seagull, you just drop. And this is done through the right kind of exercise, the right kind of nutrition, and making sure that you are not deficient in key hormones. Let's talk about exercise. Resistance training. There are three components of the exercise that are so important. Resistance training, cardiovascular training, and flexibility. Resistance training is what it says. It's moving an object against resistance. It's weightlifting. It's doing push-ups. It's using machines. I tried to find a gym here, around here. You don't have many gyms here. This is me lifting 100-pound dumbbells. When I started doing this, I couldn't even do 20-pound dumbbells. Next is cardiovascular training. Cardiovascular training is what is like riding a bicycle or running or going up steps. And you need to do, or playing racquetball or tennis ball or cricket. This is all cardiovascular training. And you need to do this 4 or 5 times a week for up to 20, 30 minutes. That's all you have to do. It can be walking. And if you do this and get your heart rate up and keep it there, then you're going to really preserve your blood vessels. I use an exercise bike. I watch videos and ride an exercise bike, and that's worked really well for me. But there are countless numbers of ways to perform cardio. The next is flexibility. As people age, we get more and more stiff, less flexible. And I have found over the last 3 years that the best way to combat this is through Pilates. And here I am with my Pilates instructor, and she is helping me do, these are called lunges on a reformer. This is the neatest, quickest way to become flexible. And this is stretching my hamstrings and my hip flexors. When I started this, I could hardly even move it at all. As people age, they become more and more stiff, and it puts people at risk for a fall and fractures. Plus, it makes you look old when you get up and move around real stiff, and you feel old. You know, everything I do makes me feel young, and so it just feeds on itself. Here I'm doing some hamstring stretches with Shane, my Pilates instructor. Nutrition. Nutrition is another key component of this. You know, my motto is what I eat, what I put in my mouth can either hurt me or help me. It can either kill me or it's really going to help me. And I think everyone needs to think about everything they eat in terms of exactly that. This is a very important graph The typical American diet, people get up in the morning and have bagels or cereal, and their blood sugar shoots right up. And that's the blue line. The blue line is going straight up. And then, as your blood sugar gets high, then your pancreas pours out insulin. That's the red line. And then the blood sugar comes crashing down in about 2 or 3 hours. So then you feel tired and sluggish, mentally depressed. And so you have to eat more sugar, carbs. And this is a continual cycle throughout the day. Fast food, donuts. And what happens is the insulin level stays up there, and that causes insulin resistance. When people have elevated insulin levels, they cannot burn their own body fat for energy. They have to keep fueling their energy source with high glycemic carbohydrates. So you need to eat low glycemic carbohydrates. Carbohydrates that don't jack your blood sugar up. And that is the absolute key. The way to do that is to eat 5 or 6 small meals a day, never skip a meal, eat protein and healthy fish or healthy fats with every meal, eat good carbs, which is fruit and vegetables, eliminate high glycemic carbs. You're not going to like this. Breads, potatoes, pastas, pretty much everything that I love, I have to really be careful of. You need to eat plenty of fiber. You got to drink lots and lots of water. If you can drink a little alcohol, but if you have a problem with alcohol, like a lot of people in America do, it's best to just avoid it. And you need to train intensely and consistently and take vitamins and minerals. Okay, let's talk about the hormones. Everyone knows about menopause. Women for the last 30 years have led the curve on hormone replacement therapy. Women more so than men know exactly when they start to get a decline in their estrogen and progesterone. So we have replaced estrogen and progesterone over the last 20 or 30 years in America, I think here as well. There have been problems with that because some of the hormones that we've used come from horses, horse urine. So there have been a lot of issues with that. But now we're using bioidentical estrogen and progesterone, and it's made a lot of difference. The counter to menopause for men is andropause. Andropause doesn't happen abruptly. It's very, very insidious. It creeps into a man's life as their testosterone level slowly declines. And this takes weeks, months, years. And typically, a man doesn't really realize that something's different until he's about 5 years into andropause. And then he'll typically go to his family doctor, and he'll say, you know, doc, I'm just not like I used to be. I've lost my energy. My sexual function has declined. I just don't like to get out of bed in the morning. I just want to stay in bed. And the typical American doctor will say, well, you know, Joe, you're just getting old. Just suck it up. It's part of the aging process. So Joe walks out of the office feeling really depressed. And then he hears more about this testosterone thing. So he goes back and he says, you know, maybe my testosterone's low. So the doctor, in many cases reluctantly, will draw a testosterone level. Joe comes back and doctor reads the testosterone. He says, you know, your testosterone is normal. Well, what he doesn't tell him is that his testosterone is 300 and the range goes from 250 to 1200. So Joe does have a testosterone level in the normal range, but he's a D- student. Who wants to be a D- student in anything, especially when it comes to everything that's important, your quality of life and your aging? So that's when they come to see me. So andropause is a major, major problem for men. And I will talk more about exactly what andropause is all about when I talk to you about myself. So I'm going to take you on a journey toward my healthy age, through my healthy aging. This started 15 years ago when I was 59, and continues today. So back then, I looked like this. I had a big belly. I had metabolic syndrome. I was almost a type 2 diabetic. I had vascular disease. I had coronary artery disease that I didn't even know about. I was a poor example for my patients, a poor example for my kids, my adult kids. And so one day I came home and I had a girlfriend named Annie, and I told her about this contest that I found out about. And Annie said, you ought to do this. This was a Body for Life physique transformation contest. So I entered this contest and did nothing but eat right and train, and made this huge transformation. And at the age of 60, I won the contest. By the way, Annie is my wife now. We got married not long after that, after I got rid of all this fat. So that's where my journey started. Then 5 years later, when I was 64, 65, I started losing energy. Even though I was eating right, training right, I was just losing ground. That's when I found out I had low testosterone and low growth hormone. And that's when I became a Censorship patient. But before I get to that, let's talk about my quality of life. This is my before picture in the Body for Life contest. And I never dreamed I'd ever be showing anybody this. So I had tiredness, increased belly fat, lost muscle mass and strength, lost mental clarity, poor endurance, sexual function was declining. Lost my zest for life, poor example for my kids. Type 2 diabetes, I already told you that, undiagnosed heart disease, hypertension, stress. Then when I was 64, I became a Censorship patient. Thank you. Geez, that was worth the trip here. And this is how I looked at age 64, and this is a picture that Censorship has used in their marketing. And this was with exercise, eating right, and correcting my testosterone and growth hormone deficiencies. So then I entered my 70s. Now that's a picture of me. So I ended up having, every year I got better and better. It's just amazing. I had increased energy. I do weightlifting, Pilates, martial arts. Body fat was less than 10%. More muscle mass and strength than ever. Mental sharpness, great endurance. Let me talk a little bit about muscle mass. As people age, they lose muscle mass. This is called scopenia. This is a serious, serious problem. It's the #1 cause of people being admitted to nursing homes in America, men and women, because they've lost their muscle mass and they lose their strength and they can't carry on with their activities of daily living. And their kids say, you know, Dad, we just can't take care of you. So we're going to put you in this home just for a little while. And they're going to help build your strength up. That's the crash and burn. If you want to avoid going into a nursing home, you must not lose your muscle mass. You need to do everything you can to preserve muscle mass. And it's not that hard. You need to lift weights or do resistance training 3 times a week. My zest for life is back. Great example for my kids and now my grandkids, 11 of them. I found out I had heart disease. That is stopped and maybe reversing. Clearly no diabetes. Normal blood pressure, able to control stress and anxiety, able to fly here to India with virtually no sleep for I don't know how many hours, and get up here and feel really good. I mean, I'm amazed by myself sometimes. So this is how I looked at 72. This is 13 years on my life plan. And this is how I look today. 15 years. And the neat thing is that the better I look, the better I feel, and the healthier I am. It is an absolute win-win situation.
Nobody's going to believe you till you take off that jacket. Come on. And
I'm not taking both. I have another shirt under here.
you've got to take this one off.
My publicist said, do not strip down. This is India.
This is the land of the Kama Sutra. Oops. Do we hear some reactions? Come on. It's Mr. Muscle Man.
No, you just look at the picture. Next time I come, I'll strip right down to my bathing suit. So this is my story. And now we're going to open it up to questions. Oh, no, I'm not quite done. So our goal is for each and every one of us to die young at a very, very old age. And I believe as India reinvents democracy and grows, it must take the necessary steps to prevent the decline in the health of its people. Do not follow our lead on this. Don't make the same mistakes we made. And now we know there's enough technology out there, enough know-how, so you don't have to follow the same path we did. Your kids need to be active in school. You need to get gym programs into your school system. You need to get gyms around so you can start lifting weights and doing resistance training. And you need to promote bicycling and hiking. There you go.
Thank you, Dr. Life. But now that we've got you to take some of your clothes off, I want to get that question out of the way, that question, which is in the mind of every single man in this audience, and some women maybe. How much, how long, how many times? And before you ask me what, I run a magazine called Cosmopolitan.
I better stand up for this one. So the first part of that is...
How much?
How much? You mean, do I recommend or personally?
How much are you getting?
This is not what I expected when I came.
Land of Kama Sutra, we can't help it.
I think I promoted my book at least 3 times a week. 3 times a week. To maintain optimal health, men and women, 3 times a week. Okay? Second part of that is?
How long?
I don't know. I don't really get my stopwatch out. Long enough. For my wife and myself. Long enough. And the third part?
Well, it was a repeat of the first one. How many times? You answered that already. So thank you very much. But I have a more serious question. Because you've got a lot of patients, right? People from all over the United States coming to see you, and you're bringing out these virile, young 70-year-olds. I want to ask you about the sociological impact of having 60 to 70-year-old virile, sexually active young men going for the hunt when their 50, 60-year-old wives thought they were over with all the affairs that their men were having. You need to do something for the women out here.
I do. I have 20 to 30% of my patients are women. And women that work out, women that eat right, women that make sure their estrogen and progesterone levels are good, live just as vibrant a life as men do. And in many cases, they're even more sexually active than their husbands that have great testosterone levels but just can't keep up with them. So the key for both men and women is eat right, exercise properly. Flexibility is hugely important. If you're stiff, then you're not going to be very good in bed. If you're really flexible, you can be really great in bed. So, and hormones are really important. And the other thing about men, as long as we're talking about erectile performance and all that, men, your penis is the first organ that takes a hit if you have vascular disease. So if you or friends of yours are experiencing erectile dysfunction, you know, the answer is not just going out and getting a pill. And the answer may not just be getting your testosterone level up. You need to really be evaluated for vascular disease because it precedes heart disease and cerebral disease by 3 to 5 years. Okay, so it's a red flag. If you have erectile dysfunction, it really means you need to see somebody and get worked up for vascular disease.
I read in your book, you mentioned that if men don't wake up excited every morning, that's the first indicator that they need help. Would you elaborate on that?
I didn't know we were going to get into this detail. Yes, that is a great indicator of adequate or inadequate testosterone levels. Early morning erections. You know, I asked my patients, when was the last time you had an early morning erection? And these guys just think, I can't even remember. Well, that's a clear sign that your testosterone's low. Spontaneous erections is another indicator that your testosterone levels are good. So if you have really good testosterone levels, you're going to wake up with early morning erections most of the time. And you're going to have spontaneous erections. And you're going to have lots of sexual thoughts.
I want to now pass the questions on to our expert panel who are here. We have Ishi Khosla, who's one of India's top nutritionists. Ishi, where are you? Right there.
Can I get dressed?
No, we like you like this. So Ishi's going to ask you a question. Ishi, do you have a mic?
That was a fabulous presentation, Dr. Life. And I think even more relevant to the Indian population, considering that we have a genetic predisposition towards heart disease, several times more.
A predisposition to what?
Towards heart disease. I'm right here.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, 7 times in the Caucasians. So all that you said was perhaps far more relevant to us than even to you. And what I was wanting to talk to you was about inflammation. You did mention about inflammation. With respect to aging, I would like you to focus on inflammation with respect to good fats, vitamin D, and perhaps, if possible, on the pH of the diet, if you sort of believe in it at all. So that's number 1. And number 2, in the backdrop of the ancient civilizations like the long centenarians, long-lived populations of the world, including the Krets, the Okinawians from Japan, whose average lifespan is over 100 years. They don't have heart disease, they don't have hypertension, diabetes, and dementia and Alzheimer's, etc. And how would you like to react to that in terms of how would you look at your recommendations? I think they're pretty consistent, but perhaps some lessons to be drawn from there.
I think diet is probably one of the most, well, let's go to the inflammation thing. Okay, inflammation, we're talking about silent inflammation, not inflammation that you can feel in your joints. This is silent, insidious inflammation that creeps into your life, and it's because your blood vessels are inflamed. You know, heart attacks and strokes don't occur because your blood vessel gets slowly clogged up. It occurs because you have inflammation going on in the wall of the blood vessel, and then that ruptures through the wall and you get a clot, and that's when you have a heart attack or a stroke. So everything I do is to stop is all about stopping the inflammation in the blood vessel wall. And so this is done through a variety of pharmaceutical agents and anti-inflammatories like fish oil. Fish oil is very important to help slow this down. Vitamin D, you know, in America we were taught that vitamin D, all you need is 400 units. This is sheer nonsense. Every patient I see has insufficient levels of vitamin D. And these are people that come in with tans. You know, so I don't know how it is here in India, but most of my patients are on 5,000 units of vitamin D a day, every day. And it turns 5,000 units. And it turns out that vitamin D is hugely important for preventing cancer and heart disease, vascular disease. We know it's important for bone health. If you eat a high sugar diet and you run high insulin levels, then you're going to have a lot of inflammation going on. Metabolic syndrome is all about inflammation, and that's what causes so much disaster. So we are all about keeping inflammation low. And one of the best tests to get is the C-reactive protein, and that will tell you if you have any inflammation going on. There are several others that are available in the United States. The Berkeley Heart Labs and the Cleveland Heart Labs do a wonderful job looking at specific inflammatory markers for vascular disease. I'm not so big on this pH stuff. Some people are, and there may be a lot to it. Now, the centenarians. This is still a mystery, but I think diet plays into it, plus their lives are not that stressful. They have less stress.
Yeah, what researchers claim, and I think it seems to have been proven in several animal experiments, is caloric restriction and optimum nutrition, the crone. So perhaps would you like to talk about longevity and caloric restriction?
Well, that's the only thing that has been shown to increase lifespan, is caloric restriction. It's restricting calories, just not taking in very many calories. Being thin and frail, you'll live a longer time. Or maybe it just seems like it's a long time.
So we're running a bit short of time, Dr. Life. I'll take one question from Vandana Luthra, who's here, one of our experts in the audience. Vandana, would you like to ask a question?
Good evening, Dr. Life.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm in the same profession. I run a wellness business, and I just wanted to ask you one question. But before I ask you the question, I must compliment you. I think you're a great endorser for your product.
Thank you.
And I know that age management is really gaining momentum in today's time, and I would like to know a little more on the, your age management, hormone therapy. What exactly is it, and what exactly do you do? And also the growth hormones that you are probably using in your therapies. We in India can use them only under certain medical parameters. So is there any problem in the FDA approval? How exactly does it go?
With testosterone, it's not such a big issue as it used to be. And as you know, pharmaceutical companies are now making testosterone gels and creams and even a deodorant that they market on TV. I'm concerned about this because doctors are just handing out these prescriptions that they're not following their patients closely. Anyone that's on any kind of hormone therapy needs to have their blood monitored every 3 months or so. I do not like the transdermal forms of testosterone for men. For women, that works fine, but not men. It causes high levels of dihydrotestosterone, which causes hair loss and prostate enlargement. And it results in blood levels going up and down. I use the injectable testosterone, intramuscular, 1 shot a week, gets nice steady blood levels. And you need to have your blood work monitored. So my patients get their blood work done 3 or 4 times a year. So that's testosterone. It's not such a big deal as it used to be. Growth hormone, on the other hand, And the reason we have all these problems is because of the athletes abusing them. And that's really created, what I do is completely different than what they do. These guys are not deficient. I only treat deficiencies. Most of my patients come in growth hormone deficient. But growth hormone can be corrected if people eat right, exercise properly, and we correct their other hormone deficiencies. So almost everyone can double their amount of their growth hormone. So I have very few patients that take growth hormone. If I decide that someone needs growth hormone, we put them through a 4 or 5 hour pituitary stimulation test called a glucagon stimulation test. And then that will either prove that they are truly deficient, that meets all the state and federal guidelines, and then we prescribe it for them. Estrogen, progesterone, melatonin, thyroid, these are all straightforward, no issues with these.
So, Vandana, I'm sorry, we don't have time for that. I'm really sorry to cut you short. Saurabh Ganguly, who's our own Superman in India. Saurabh is a cricketer, Dr. Life. We'd like to ask you a question.
Good evening, Doc. I was going through the monitor up there and you spoke about healthy diet. And I know it's a pretty personal thing, but when you mean by a healthy diet, what do you recommend throughout the day? Because I've been a sportsman for 20 years and I've just finished. And the biggest temptation for all of us who've been through a career of routine is to break it and eat whatever you want. And obviously that shows in your body. You're not as fit as you were when you're playing and you put weight, especially in the middle half of your body. So what according to you is the best diet to follow? I'm 40 years of age.
Are you still training hard?
I haven't trained for 3 months, but before that, yeah, I've been training very hard.
So you cannot, do not eat like you did before when you were training hard. So I think to just maintain your weight, eat 4 or 5 small meals a day, make sure you have protein with each meal, and make sure you have vegetables and some fruit, and low glycemic carbohydrates like yams, things like that. I'm not sure how I don't know the glycemic index of the Indian foods, but...
You spoke about healthy fats.
Yeah,
what
that
do you
would
mean
be
by that?
fish oil, fish, and some olive oil.
So cook in olive oil, the food.
Yeah, but don't cook it use canola oil if you're going to cook, because it doesn't break down as much. So that's got to be a challenge for you guys to train like you do, and then all of a sudden stop for 3 months. You should be doing something.
I do it. It's not that I've completely stopped, but it's not in the same intensity as you do as a player, because that push always is not there. You've been at the international level for a period of 15, 16 years, and you've done it at times when your body didn't want to do it. You've gone through pain barriers, and suddenly when you're not playing at that level, you invariably slip down in terms of your training programs, because then there's the push to succeed and stay at that level. It's very difficult. It's easier said than done once you finish playing.
I have a lot of NFL retired football players. These guys are all heavy. Many of them are type 2 diabetics, and a lot of them have had concussions. Do you guys get concussions a lot?
No, I have not experienced it now.
I would think that'd be a major risk. But anyway, these football players really get into trouble because they keep eating like they did. They don't train after they retire.
So that brings us to the end of the session. For a statistic for some of you skeptics who are still skeptical, 25% of Dr. Live's patients are doctors.
Yeah.
A big round of applause, Dr. Live. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thanks, Mala. Thanks, Dr. Life. But before you leave, can I request Colonel A.K. Singh, Vice Chancellor of the Ram Swaroop Memorial University, to please come on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to Dr. Jeffrey Life. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 6:39 p.m. This time check brought to you by our time partner Omega. We're stopping now for cocktails. I would like to remind you that 8 p.m. sharp, we are going to assemble for our final session of the conclave. It's the leaders lecture, the Namo Mantra. It has worked for Narendra Modi in Gujarat, and that too 3 times. But will it really work for him in India? That's the big debate of the conclave this year. Make sure you're back in your chairs at 8 p.m. because chances are if you're late, you won't find a chair. Thanks. Hope to see you back here at 8 p.m. A few other announcements. There are Twitter stations all over the hotel. I'm sure you've spotted them in the last few hours. Please make sure you tweet about the sessions that you've already participated in and, of course, the Narendra Modi session that we are all looking forward to. The hashtag you need to use is Conclave13. If you don't have a Twitter handle of your own, you can go to the Twitter stations and tweet away. Also, our time partner, Omega, is giving away a watch worth 3 lakh rupees, but that will be decided through a lucky draw. So make sure you drop your business card in the lucky bowl in the Omega station, in the Omega stall. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've checked out the Adobe Digital Cafe, where you can experience the Adobe Marketing Cloud and get your picture clicked by a professional photographer with instant prints and stand a chance to win a Kindle. So 2 things that you have to do in the break that you've got: A, grab your cocktails, and B, also go and drop your business card in the Omega store. Thanks.
और किसी भी अच्छे प्राइम मिनिस्टर का दिल्ली में, और जो सिस्टम ऑफ ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन है वो पार्लियामेंट्री है। इसलिए मेरी राय में तो हमें क्वाज़ाई प्रेसिडेंशियल सिस्टम जो आ गया है उसको फॉर्मलाइज कर देना चाहिए, पार्लियामेंट के सेशंस को कर्टेल कर देना और कुछ उसके एम्बिट को रिस्ट्रिक्ट करना कि सिर्फ आप पॉलिसी पर डिबेट कर सकते हो, सिर्फ लेजिस्लेशन पर डिबेट कर सकते हो, हेडलाइंस टुडे पर डिबेट नहीं कर सकते।
आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है।
और तीसरी चीज कि पार्ट ऑफ द कैबिनेट शुड बी फ्रॉम आउटसाइड द पार्लियामेंट, ये जरूर चीजें करनी चाहिए।
आप जो कह रहे हैं, आप एक चीज बताइए कि दरअसल खासतौर से नरेंद्र मोदी चूंकि अभी यहाँ पर आने वाले हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी ने अपने तौर पे जो चीजें गुजरात में इवॉल्व की, आपको लगता है कि इस देश में चूंकि इतनी बड़ी तादाद है, अलग अलग धर्म के लोग हैं, जाति के लोग हैं, वो नमो मंत्र हर जगह आपको लगता है फिट चीजें बैठती हैं?
नहीं, क्यों नहीं। एक तो चीज है कि ये जो डाउट्स हैं उसके सिर्फ क्रिटिक्स रेज करते हैं, और क्रिटिक्स नहीं, इनको अपना काम ने, इनके अपने काम ने, और दूसरा इनके क्रिटिक्स ने इनको एक नेशनल लीडर बना दिया है। और अगली इलेक्शन की इशू एक ही होगी, नरेंद्र मोदी। हाँ, क्यों उसके क्रिटिक्स इंश्योर करेंगे।
क्योंकि कांग्रेस के गवर्नेंस ने कुछ सवाल देश के सामने रखे और आप सेंटर में ला रहे हैं नरेंद्र मोदी को।
हाँ, इसलिए नरेंद्र मोदी उनके गवर्नेंस की तरफ पॉइंट करेंगे और वो सब कहेंगे नहीं नहीं नरेंद्र मोदी से डरो डरो डरो, यही इश्यू होगी।
एक चीज बताइए, आप चूंकि एक लंबा दौर रहा है जर्नलिज्म का आपका, इस दौर में आपको लगता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी
you've been getting a little restive, but trust me, it is going to be well worth the wait. Ladies and gentlemen, a small announcement I would like to make. Can everyone please either switch off their mobile phones or put it on the silent mode, because we do not want any phones ringing in the middle of Narendra Modi's speech. Also, if you were wondering what headphones are on your table, that's because Mr. Modi is going to be speaking in Hindi. If you're not conversant in the language, you can put on these headphones. They've already been put on the frequency of 78.0. You can listen to an English translation of the speech on your headphones. Please don't fiddle with them because the frequency has already been set. If you're experiencing some static, then the frequency to look out for is 78.0. Can I now call upon the Conclave Director, Ms. Kali Puri, to please give the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're finally at the gala dinner, the moment you all have been waiting for. And something tells me, experience mostly, that you should not come in the way of what people really want. And you should definitely not come in the way of Modi. The conclave is in its 12th year. And like any other successful ship, it has now spawned many babies. We have a youth conclave called Mindra's. We have an India Today Women's Summit, and we have Hindi Jagat Ka Mahamanch called Agenda Aaj Tak. We at the India Today group are committed to the business of ideas. So thank you so much for joining us in this journey. Somebody asked me today at lunch, when do you start planning the next conclave? I said, that's the million-dollar question. The next conclave is already in planning. We've already booked the hotel, we already have the dates, the letters for the keynote speakers are already out. But you know what? The planning still goes on till the last minute. We were planning this conclave till maybe 5 minutes ago. So now that our keynote speaker is here, I officially declare the planning of 2013 over. It takes the nerves of steel and hearts of gold to plan the India Today conclave. The nerves of steel are of the India Today group. Thank you very much, team. And the hearts of gold are of our sponsors. Our principal sponsor, the Aditya Birla Group. I don't see them so much as a sponsor, as a co-creator. They have been doing the India Today conclave with us for the last 10 years. I would also like to thank the Bharat University, Sri Ram Swaroop Memorial University, Unitech, Pipava, Adobe, the Norwegian Embassy, Omega, the state of Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, and Dior. And now for the session that we've all been waiting for. I've just met the Honorable CM in Speaker Lounge, and I told him everybody has just been waiting for this session. Nobody's paying attention to any of the great sessions we've planned before this. I could have canceled everything and just had the gala dinner. It would have saved us a lot of hassle and all of you a lot of time. But no, that's an exaggeration. I think he's going to be fantastic. But I think some of the other sessions were quite well worth it as well. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call on Mr. Arupuri, Editor-in-Chief in Today Group, and the speaker of the evening, Mr. Narendra Modi, Chief Minister of Gujarat. Can we please have a round of applause for both the gentlemen?
Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Every word I say about our gala dinner speaker could sound as an understatement or an exaggeration. What more is there to say about someone who rules the front pages and airwaves? He concentrates the national mind with amazing relentlessness. He's arguably the most heard about, the most written about, and most watched politician at work today. His popularity is only matched by the extreme emotions he evokes: awe, adoration, and fear. In short, either you love him or you hate him. Welcome, sir, to the 12th India Today Conclave. Mr. Modi defies the luxury of one-dimensional definition. In India, sinking deeper in economic despair, the Chief Minister of Gujarat is the highest apostle of development politics with a stellar record in performance, with his state continuously registering growth rates higher than the national average. At a time when India is becoming the risk of one of the most misgoverned democracies in the world, he's being cited as a modernizer untainted by corruption. His personal integrity, ladies and gentlemen, is as impeccable as his finely cut kurta. In a country where silence or periodic monosyllables is the most eloquent mark of the ruler, he is the great communicator, mesmerizing the mass mind as a storyteller, debunker, evangelist, and dream merchant. Mr. Modi on the stump is a live wire performance. There's nothing tentative about him, and nobody will ever dare to call him a reluctant leader or a man of renunciation. It is the kinetic energy of ambition that animates him. He celebrates power, some say absolute power. Then, of course, there are dissenting legions who believe that he is a haunted man, haunted by the specter of the Gujarat riots of 2002, a horrifying chapter in the politics of hate. No court in this land has found him guilty, but he continues to be on trial in the minds of some Indians. NAMO, an acronym created by his ever-growing fan club, is also a mantra and invocation for his acolytes. The word Modi is in politics' most repeated four-letter word. He is as much a force of mobilization as he is a figure of polarization. His story, it must be said, is one of the most captivating sagas of transformation in Indian politics. Before he was installed as Chief Minister of Gujarat in 2001, Mr. Modi, who earned his first lessons in nationalism from an RSS Shaka, was just another saver in the BJP. A less political life would have perished in the aftermath of the Gujarat riot in 2002, for which his administration was widely blamed. The 3 elections he won since then is nothing but a referendum on himself. In the beginning, he was the action hero of Hindu nationalism, and he won the first election as the Chief Minister of Gujarat in 2002 in the name of an endangered nation. His campaign captured the mood of the post-9/11 world, and he raged against terrorism. When he repeated history in 2007, Mr. Modi was not just a byword for masculine Hindutva, he was now the byword of the politics of development, and Gujarat was growing faster than India in its 2-digit glory. It has already become the chosen destination for investors. His hat trick last year made him larger than Gujarat. I saw him in action during the campaign. I saw him conquering the minds of voters and the speeches that were weapons of mass seduction. He used the possibilities of modern technology and social media to make himself omnipresent. I believe he has changed the way elections will be contested in this country. The questions become inevitable. Is Delhi his next stop? Can the Gujarat model be replicated on a national scale? The questions are an acknowledgement of the legend of Modi as an administrator who can deliver on economic problems. But there are larger questions. Can he win his party before he can win India? Can he exorcise the demons of 2002 before he can vanquish the enemies within his own parties and outside? After all, Mr. Modi belongs to a party swelling with leaders, but unfortunately not ideas. Indian right, believe it or not, has only one best-selling idea to offer today. His name is Modi. Moditva has virtually made Hindutva redundant. He may be the loner in the House of Saffron, but he is the most overwhelming presence in the politics of India. Almost all national surveys rate him as India's most popular candidate for the job of Prime Minister. It is India that he's talking about all the time, and Mr. Narendra Modi hates to lose an argument. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to a leader whose arguments continue to mobilize, unite, divide, entertain, enrage, and inspire India. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. Narendra Modi.
मेरे मित्र श्रीमान अरुण जी, इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप से जुड़े हुए सभी महानुभाव, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी वरिष्ठ भाइयों और बहनों, मैं विस्तार से आज काफी बातें करूंगा आपसे, लेकिन इसके पूर्व मैंने अरुण जी को रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि एक 10-12 मिनट की एक छोटी फिल्म मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूं, ताकि कम समय में काफ़ी बातें मैं प्रेजेंट कर सकूं और उसके बाद मैं विस्तार से आपसे बातें करूंगा। तो हम उस फिल्म से शुरू करें, उसके बाद मैं बात करता हूं।
Today, an atmosphere of gloom, despair, and hopelessness pervades across the nation. Do we need to bury ourselves under this burden? Can we not rise up and accept challenge? Many states in the country have shown that the situation can be improved upon. And the Gujarat experience is one of the shining examples of this progressive change. A change based on principles of good governance. Change that has been recognized nationally and globally. So, how did it happen? Innovative reforms, unique initiatives, and an outcome-based approach laid the foundation of our success story in enhancing the quality of life of the citizens. Agriculture was one stagnating sector that even the country was struggling with. Gujarat went beyond merely supporting to truly enabling and empowering its farmers with an aim to increase their income many-fold. It started with a simple yet innovative approach, the Krishi Mahotsav. Instead of waiting for the farmers to come, the government went to their doorstep with Krishi Raths, along with agri-scientists and technical experts who provided technical input and information on all parameters, including animal husbandry. Furthering the vision of per drop more crop, the area under drip and sprinkler irrigation increased from 12,000 hectares to 7 lakh hectares in past 10 years. The gross cultivable area increased from 108 lakh hectares to 148 lakh hectares through optimal use of water resources. Horticulture production increased 350% through strategic crop diversification between 2001 and 2011. 85% of milk production through innovations like animal hostels, 30,000 Patu Arogya Melas, treating 1.2 crore animals, and eradication of 122 cattle diseases. This was supported by creation of the entire value chain infrastructure. As a result, Gujarat registered an impressive 9% growth in the agriculture sector, while the national average in the last 10 years stood at 3.2%. Along with agriculture, water management too was prioritized. Taking a grassroots approach, the state government mobilized mass public participation for the cause. In just 10 years, the state constructed more than 650,000 water harvesting structures in comparison to the 40,000 structures built in the past 40 years. Today, 75% of Gujarat's population has pipeline or tap connection, against 30% nationally. Gujarat has an ambitious plan to implement the largest drinking water grid in the world. For the first time, drinking water supply at village level was institutionalized through the vast model of community management, driven by 14,000 Pani Samitis, that has won the prestigious UN Public Service Award, CAPAM Innovation Award, as well as the PM's Award for Excellence. As a result of excellent water management, there has been a drastic reduction in number of villages affected by fluoride, nitrate, salinity ingress, and waterborne diseases. Gujarat is the only state in the country to interlink its rivers, and also the only state to report a 3.17 meter rise in water table, from 9.91 meters to 6.74 meters. Gujarat has witnessed a paradigm shift from using 75% underground water to 85% surface water. Energy sector is one area where the state achieved phenomenal success. The state government, in an unprecedented move, undertook the biggest and boldest ever energy reforms by any state since independence, the Jyoti Gram Yojana. The government strategically separated the farm feeder lines from domestic and industrial lines by constructing a whole new parallel transmission system at a cost of Rs 1,290 crores, involving 56,000 kilometers of high transmission line and 22,000 kilometers of low transmission line in just 1,000 days. So while farms continued to get power at subsidized rates, the 18,000 plus villages of the state were ensured 24-hour, 3-phase, uninterrupted quality power at normal tariff, leading to improved living standards and revived village industry. By efficiently increasing the plant load factor, upgrading infrastructure, and curtailing electricity theft, the state substantially reduced the transmission and distribution losses from 30.64% to 20.13%. The restructuring and unbundling of the Gujarat Electricity Board is a classic example of PSU turnaround. Against a loss of Rs 2,543 crores in 2001, GEB reported a profit of Rs 624 crores in 2000 and 2011, and that too without a single increase in tariff for 7 years. Today, while the nation continues to reel under energy crisis, Gujarat proudly stands out as a power surplus state. Innovative public delivery system to stop leakages. With the aim to improve the delivery mechanism at the root level, the state introduced the concept of Garib Kalyan Melas. Based on a simple model, identify the beneficiary and directly deliver the benefits publicly, thus eliminating middlemen. Till date, benefits worth Rs 11,000 crores have been successfully distributed to 75 lakh beneficiaries through 971 Garib Kalyan Melas. In its effort to end unwanted pilferage and black marketing of subsidized ration and commodities, the state introduced biometric digitized barcoded ration cards and food coupons with real-time monitoring system and transparency portal. This model has been applauded by the Honorable Supreme Court, recommending other states to adopt it. On the human resources front, right from primary education to higher education, to skill development and finally employment, the state set benchmarks all along the way. While Kanya Kelavani and Shala Praveshotsav ensured 100% child enrollment, better infrastructure and sanitation facilities decreased the dropout rate astronomically from 20.9% to almost 2%. The state was the first to set up specialized universities to further strengthen the higher education systems. Today, Gujarat enjoys the lowest unemployment rate in the country at 1% compared to the national 3.8%. It also accounts for 72% of the nation's jobs through employment exchanges. Besides agriculture, energy, water and education, there are numerous other sectors where Gujarat has created benchmarks through innovation in good governance. Empowerment of women is one area where the state has become a role model. Today, businesses worth more than rupees 1,700 crores are handled by 2.5 lakh Sakhi Mandal, comprising 26 lakh members under the Mission Mangalam Yojana. The internationally acclaimed Chiranjeevi Yojana has helped the state increase institutional deliveries to 95% in 2012, compared to 45% in 2005-2006. Judicial innovations such as evening courts have helped resolve 8.5 lakh cases till date, while Lok Adalat have helped resolve 61.72 lakh cases at an average cost of only 35 paise per case. The state's crime rate at 11.8% is much lower compared to the national average of 19.6%. Crime against women in the state is only 0.7% compared to 2% nationally. Gujarat has effectively leveraged the developments in IT sector for public services like grievance redressal through initiatives like Swagat, which gives the common man direct access to the Chief Minister himself. Swagat has won the UN Public Service Award for improving transparency, accountability and responsiveness in public service in 2010. Gujarat is the first to introduce the one-day governance model to increase accountability of 225 public services offered at Jan Seva Kendras. Gujarat is one of the few states that has effectively revived the sanctity of the Gram Sabhas, where issues are not only discussed but solutions are also delivered. Prudent fiscal management has helped the state achieve revenue surplus of 0.6% compared to revenue deficit of -3.9% of the central government in 2012-2013. The state's ability to fund development is evident from the increasing allocation in plan expenditure over the years, which is much higher than the central budget. Gujarat's commitment towards HDI is evident from its allocation of 42.03% towards social sector development, as against 37.22% of the central government. Today, the per capita income in Gujarat is 45% higher than the national average. The government's sustained focus in MSME has helped the state achieve 85% growth against 19% nationally. The innovative reforms and unique initiatives have also led to a number of firsts in the state. Gujarat has the first and only riverfront project in the country. It is also the first and only state to have 2,800 kilometers statewide gas grid. It has the most successful BRTS in the country. It is also home to the largest solar park in the country and produces 2/3 of the nation's solar energy. Gujarat is the first in Asia and fourth in the world to set up a separate climate change department to address environmental concerns. These and several other innovative approaches and path-breaking initiatives have collectively propelled the state's inclusive growth to double-digit in the past decade. During the 10th and 11th five-year plans, Gujarat achieved a growth rate of 10.24% compared to the country's growth rate of 7.87%. The Gujarat experience is much beyond growth rates and numbers. It's about empowering the bureaucracy, sufficient tenure and authority to perform while doing away with the transfer industry. It's more about empowering the institutional approach to governance rather than being just leadership-centric. So whether it was agriculture, energy, water, eliminating corruption, safety and security, health and education, skill development and employment, or creation of large-scale infrastructure with public participation, if Gujarat, a small part of the nation through good governance, could make such a big difference, then for India, the largest democracy in the world, with the youngest workforce, it is distinctly possible to bring about a massive change. Let's together be the change.
मैं समझता हूं कि एक छोटी सी फिल्म के कारण एक मोटा गुजरात का चित्र आपके सामने प्रस्तुत हुआ होगा। उसके कारण गुजरात को समझने की सुविधा रहेगी। मुझे जो विषय दिया गया है कि ये जो नमो मंत्र है वो देश में भी काम आ सकता है कि नहीं आ सकता है। पहले तो मैं कहूंगा कि कोई मंत्र नहीं है और मैं मंत्र और तंत्र की दुनिया से काफी दूर हूं। हमारे देश की जो सहज स्वाभाविक शक्तियां हैं, हमारी जो सहज प्रवृत्तियां हैं और सदियों से हमारे यहां जो विजडम इवॉल्व हुआ है, अगर उसको जोड़कर किसी चीजों को किया जाए तो मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि कभी हमें विफलता मिलेगी। और गुजरात ने जो किया है यही किया है। हमारे पास जो कुछ भी सामर्थ्य उपलब्ध है, क्या हम हमारे पास जो उपलब्ध सामर्थ्य है उसका गर्व करते हैं या हम ही दिन रात रोते बैठते हैं? एक काम गुजरात ने किया है वो पूरा देश कर सकता है। जब हमारे यहां क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप होता है तो एक बहुत बड़ा फीवर होता है पूरे देश में, एक देशभक्ति का एक जज्बा, एक माहौल क्रिएट हो जाता है और विजय और पराजय का प्रभाव भी मन पे होता है। लेकिन क्या यह आवश्यक नहीं है कि हम हमारी चीजों के प्रति एक गर्व का भाव स्थायी रूप से पनपने से प्रयास करें? गुजरात ने गुजराती प्राइड, गुजरात के प्रति गर्व, गुजराती होने का एक आनंद और इन चीजों ने कई चीजों को सफलता देने वाले बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले किया है। सामान्य रूप में उसे लगता है कि यार इतना सा टैक्स देना है क्या, लेकिन जब उसको लगता है कि यार अपना गुजरात आगे बढ़ रहा है, मुझे भी टैक्स देना चाहिए, तो बड़ी खुशी से देता है। यानी हम किस प्रकार से मन मस्तिष्क को बदल करके नेतृत्व करते हैं उस पर डिपेंड करता है। क्या हम हिंदुस्तान के अभिमान को जगा करके, हिंदुस्तान की उन शख्सियत को जगा करके देश के सभी नागरिकों के दिल में देश आगे बढ़ाने का संकल्प पैदा नहीं कर सकते? मैं गुजरात अनुभव से कह सकता हूं कि मुश्किल काम नहीं है, सिर्फ तय करना है कि करना है। और अगर इस भावात्मक अवस्था को क्रिएट करते हैं तो स्थितियां और कैसे बदली जा सकती है। मैं से ही जब रास्ते में भी आया तो मेरे मन में एक विचार आया। ये जो नरेगा योजना की बड़ी चर्चा होती है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी स्कीम, मेरे मन में विचार आया कि यही काम भले यही करें, लेकिन ये अगर कहते शब्द कि डेवलपमेंट गारंटी स्कीम, शब्द प्रयोग किया है एम्प्लॉयमेंट गारंटी स्कीम, अगर शब्द प्रयोग करते डेवलपमेंट गारंटी स्कीम और हर एक को कहते हैं कि अच्छा भैया तुमको देश के लिए महीने में 100 दिन, साल में 100 दिन देने हैं, देश को बनाना है, तुम 100 दिन दो देश के लिए और 100 दिन के लिए तुम्हें इतना काम मिल जाएगा। ये कहना यार तुम भूखे मर रहे हो, घर में पड़े हो, चलिए 100 दिन का काम देता हूं, ये एक अप्रोच है। और दूसरा अप्रोच ये है कि यार तुम 100 दिन दे दो देश के लिए, तुम्हें इतना राशि भी मिल जाएगी और देश बन जाएगा। मित्रों, यही फर्क होता है। लीडरशिप इस प्रकार से चीजों को ले जाती है। अगर हम एक ही बात को एक ही अलग तरीके से लोगों के सामने रख के एक नया विश्वास पैदा कर सके, तो हर व्यक्ति को लगता कि हाँ यार मैं ये काम कर रहा हूं, डेवलपमेंट के लिए कर रहा हूं। हम छोटे थे तो कथा बहुत सुना करते थे, कहीं पर कोई मंदिर बना था, पत्थर तराशने वाले लोग पत्थर तराश रहे थे। वैसे ही कोई इंडिया टुडे का पत्रकार वहां पहुंच गया, वो पूछने लगा कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो, देखने का क्या करे भाई, माँ बाप ने पढ़ाया नहीं तो पत्थरों का सर फोड़ फोड़ कर जिंदगी गुजारा करता हूं। दूसरे के पास चले गए, क्या कर रहे हो, अरे क्या करे भाई, बच्चों की बहुत बड़ी फौज है, पेट भरने के लिए कुछ तो करना पड़ता है, क्या करे, मेहनत कर रहा हूं, बच्चे कुछ कमाते नहीं, मैं इस उम्र में भी कर रहा हूं। हर ने अलग अलग जवाब दिया। आखिर में एक के पास पहुंचे, वो अपनी धुन में मस्त अपना काम कर रहा था। उसको पूछा, उसने कहा मैं एक बहुत भव्य मंदिर बना रहा हूं जिसमें परमात्मा विराजमान होंगे और यहाँ आने वाले कईयों के दुख दूर होंगे, बहुतों के दुख दूर करने, मन को शांति देने वाला एक पवित्र कार्य मैं कर रहा हूं। और उस पूरा सोचने का तरीका अलग था। हर कोई पत्थर तना रहा था, लेकिन किसी को लगता था मजदूरी कर रहा हूं, किसी को लगता था मंदिर बना रहा हूं। ये जो हमारे देश में सबसे बड़ी मुझे आवश्यकता लगती है कि इस हम मानसिकता को कैसे परिवर्तित करें। मैं कभी कभी सोचता हूं, आप पूरे देश की गुलामी के काल के इतिहास को देखें, 1200 साल के, कोई दशक ऐसा नहीं गया है कि लोगों ने आजादी आंदोलन में बलिदान न दिए। आजादी आंदोलन में लोग मर रहे थे, जीवन खपा रहे थे, और शहीद होने का गर्व भी हुआ करता था। और एक के मरने के बाद मरने का क्रम बंद नहीं हुआ था, शहीद होने का क्रम बंद हुआ था, चल रहा था। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आजादी नजर नहीं आती थी। बलिदान हो रहे थे, एक जज्बा बना रहता था, आजादी की ललक बनी रहती थी, लेकिन परिणाम नजर नहीं आता था। गांधी की विशेषता देखिए, गांधी ने क्या किया? गांधी ने आजादी को जन आंदोलन परिवर्तित कर दिया। उन्होंने हर व्यक्ति को कहा, भाई देखिए तुम झाड़ू लाते हो, वो भी देश की आजादी का काम है। तुम खादी बुनते हो, वो भी देश की आजादी का काम है। तुम किसी अनपढ़ को पढ़ाते हो, वो भी आजादी का काम है। तुम जो भी काम कर रहे हो देश के लिए कर रहे हो। और उन्होंने इतनी सरल डेफिनेशन कर दी और हर किसी को लगने लगा कि मैं जो काम कर रहा हूं मेरे लिए, मेरे देश के लिए कर रहा हूं। और इस ताकत को अंग्रेज पहचान नहीं पाए और उसके कारण एक ज्वार पैदा हुआ। मित्रों, डेवलपमेंट के लिए भी जन आंदोलन बहुत अनिवार्य है। सिर्फ सरकार ये चाहे कि हम डेवलपमेंट कर देंगे, सरकार 5-50 ब्रिज बना सकती है, 2-4-10 रास्ते बना सकती है, 2-4 एयरपोर्ट, पोर्ट, रेल बना सकती है, लेकिन अगर जनता जुटी है तब जाकर के सच्चे अर्थ में डेवलपमेंट की संभावना होती है। और आज दुर्भाग्य से जब मित्रों सरकार और जनता के बीच में बहुत बड़ी खाई हो गई है, बहुत बड़ी खाई हो गई है। और उसी का नतीजा है, और मेरा अनुभव बताता है गुजरात का, कि किसी भी काम को हम जनता के साथ जुड़ करके करते हैं, लोगों के भरोसे से करते हैं, इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन हम ला सकते हैं जिसकी हम कल्पना नहीं कर सकते। 2005 में हमने गुजरात में एक अर्बन डेवलपमेंट ईयर मनाया। मैं हर वर्ष एक फोकस रखता हूं, जैसे ये वर्ष हमारा विवेकानंद जी की 150 जयंती, तो युवा वर्ष है। उस समय मैंने अर्बन डेवलपमेंट ईयर रखा था, दैट वाज 2005। अब जब मैंने अर्बन डेवलपमेंट ईयर की घोषणा की, सब हमारे मित्रों ने बैठकर तय किया और फिर क्या क्या करना है अर्बन ईयर में, उसका ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग हुआ, उसमें एजेंडा तैयार हुआ, एजेंडा तैयार करके उसको इंप्लीमेंट करना शुरू किया। उसमें एक काम यह था कि एंक्रोचमेंट हटाना, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट ईयर करना है, शहरों में जो एंक्रोचमेंट है उसको हटाओ। अब काम शुरू हुआ और नीचे से मेरी पार्टी से दबाव शुरू हुआ, अरे साहब बंद कीजिए, ये क्या कर रहे हैं, ये लोगों की इमारतें तोड़ रहे हैं, ये क्या होगा, पार्टी खत्म हो जाएगी। बड़ा दबाव आया। अच्छा, मेरी गलती हो गई थी। मेरी गलती ये हुई कि जब ये हमने डेवलपमेंट ईयर तय किया, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट ईयर, तब मुझे ये ध्यान रहा कि 8-9 महीने के बाद यहाँ नगरपालिका महानगरपालिका के चुनाव होने वाले हैं। ये हमें याद नहीं रहा। मेरी पार्टी लोग, मेरे लोग बिगड़ गए मेरे से, बोले मोदी जी चुनाव का वर्ष है और आप क्या कर रहे हो, ये इतना बड़ा तोड़फोड़ चल रहा है। मैंने उन सबको सुना। मैंने कहा देखिए भाई, अब सरकार ने निर्णय ले लिया है, ये मेरी गलती हो गई कि मेरे ध्यान में ये रहा नहीं कि चुनाव है। लेकिन अब इस स्थिति से पीछे हटना सरकार के लिए संभव नहीं है। आप मुझे क्षमा करें, लेकिन मुझे काम कर दीजिए। खैर, मेरी पार्टी ने मुझे समर्थन किया और हमने हमारा काम चालू रखा। हमने जो एनक्रोचमेंट हटाया, मोर देन 2 लाख और शायद मोर देन 900 करोड़ रुपीस की प्रॉपर्टी हमने एक्वायर की। राजी नाराजी अखबार में पता नहीं क्या कुछ सब चल रहा था, लेकिन इससे सामान्य मानवी को इतना आनंद हुआ कि यार कोई तो है जो हमारे जीवन में सुधार कर रहा है। और ये सब करने के बाद मैंने उनको कहा भाई टैक्सेशन के अंदर चोरी नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब हमारे यहाँ कंप्यूटराइज हुआ था, तो हर नगरपालिका में देखो भैया किसने टैक्स नहीं दिया, जरा देखो। और रूटीन में करते थे तो छोटे छोटे आदमी को करते थे, गए ताला लगा दिया, टैक्स ले लिया। जब कंप्यूटर सारी सूची देखी तो उस नगर के बड़े बड़े जो महाशय थे उन्हीं के टैक्स बाकी थे। और ये म्युनिसिपालिटी जो मुलाजिम होते थे उनकी वो ताकत नहीं थी, उनके तक जाने की बेचारों की हिम्मत नहीं थी। हमने कहा भाई इनको बुलाओ, तो बोले हम नोटिस दें। मैंने कहा देखिए तुम नोटिस दोगे तो कोई मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि ये लोग इतने बड़े ताकतवर लोग हैं, इनके पास इतने बढ़िया बढ़िया लॉयर होंगे कि तुम्हारी गाड़ी 10 साल तक चलेगी, रुपया नहीं मिलेगा। तो क्या करें? हमने कहा एक रास्ता खोल, जिन जिन लोगों के टैक्स बाकी हैं उनके यहाँ जाकर के कागज दे दो और उनको बताओ देखो भाई अगले मंडे तक इतना टैक्स आपको भरना है। अगर आप टैक्स नहीं भरोगे तो उसके 4 दिन के बाद स्पेशल यूनिफॉर्म पहने हुए ढोल बजाने वाले लोग तुम्हारे घर के बाहर आएंगे और ढोल बजाएंगे। और जैसे ही ढोल बजा पता है तो पूरे मोहल्ले को पता चलेगा कि टैक्स नहीं दे रहा है। और मैं तो 98% टैक्स कलेक्शन की दिशा में हम आगे बढ़े। कोई कानून नहीं, कोई वकील नहीं, कोई झगड़ा नहीं, कुछ नहीं। उन पैसों से उस नगर पालिकाओं के डेवलपमेंट का लिए एक हौसला बुलंद हुआ, नगरों में परिवर्तन आने की सब स्थिति पैदा हुई, हम काम कर सके। कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि अगर हम जनता को विश्वास में लेकर के काम करते हैं इतना फर्क होता है। मेरे यहाँ 2 कैनाल की कंपैरिजन है। एक है सरदार सरोवर डैम, जिसका शिलान्यास पंडित नेहरू जी ने किया था और उसका कैनाल का काम अभी भी चल रहा है। दूसरा, हमने एक सुजलाम सुफलाम स्कीम बनाई जिसमें डैम का जो फ्लड वाटर होता है उसको कच्ची कैनाल में ले जा करके वाटर रिचार्जिंग के लिए काम करना। इत्तेफाक से नर्मदा की मेन कैनाल की लंबाई और ये मेरी सुजलाम सुफलाम की कैनाल की लंबाई करीब करीब 400 प्लस किलोमीटर है, दोनों के समान। मित्रों, सुजलाम सुफलाम में मैंने किसानों की मीटिंग की, 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में से गुजरती थी और 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के किसानों को 50,000 हजार किसानों को बुलाया, पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन दिया कि कैनाल जाने से क्या होगा, पानी आएगा तो क्या होगा, बिजली कैसे बचेगी, इतना कैसा होगा, सारा समझाया। और मैंने उनको कहा कि भाई ये काम आपको करना है और आपको मुझे कर देना है। आप जानकर के हैरान होंगे कि पंडित नेहरू वाले जमाने की कैनाल का काम अभी चल रहा है। ये काम 2 साल में पूरा हो गया, पानी बहने लग गया, 3 टाइम फसल लेने लग गए और मेरे वहां की जमीन दीचा। कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि हम सरकारों को सरकारी तौर पे चला रहे हैं, उसमें बहुत बड़े बदलाव की आवश्यकता है। ये एक दूसरा भाव जनता में जो बदला है उसको भी बदलने की आवश्यकता है। हमारे देश में क्या रहा, जनता को लगा कि हम इनको एक 5 साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देते हैं अपना वोट दे करके, कि मोदी को 5 साल गुजर दिया, अब ठीक ठाक करके दे दो और नहीं दिया तो अगले 5 साल तुम छुट्टी करेंगे। यानी हमने डेमोक्रेसी का अर्थ यही बना दिया कि किसी को वोट दे करके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दे देना और फिर उसका हिसाब मांगना, हिसाब में नहीं निकला तो दूसरे को ले आना, दूसरा गया तो तीसरे को ले आना। मैं समझता हूं डेमोक्रेसी ये सिर्फ वोट दे करके सरकारें चुनने वाला हिस्सा नहीं है। डेमोक्रेसी का पूरा मतलब मैं ये समझता हूं जनता और सरकार ने मिलजुल करके देश और राज्य को आगे बढ़ाना है। ये मॉडल हमने डेवलप नहीं किया, गुजरात ने उस दिशा में कोशिश की है, उसके कारण हमें परिणाम मिले हैं। मित्रों, यहां आपने सुना देखा, अभी हमने एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत बड़ा रिवॉल्यूशन किया है, लेकिन मेरे यहां बिजली के लिए किसान आंदोलन करते थे। और जब हमारे यहां पूर्व में किसानों पर बिजली मांगने के कारण गोलियां चली थी, 11 किसान मर गए थे। मैं आया सत्ता में, मैंने किसानों से मिला, मैंने कहा भैया ये बिजली का रास्ता बंद करो, आप बिजली छोड़ो। मित्रों, हिंदुस्तान में ये हिम्मत के साथ कहने के लिए राजनीति में ताकत लगती है कि किसान को ये कहना कि तुम बिजली की विषय से बाहर निकलो, क्यों बिजली के लिए अपना सर फोड़ रहे हो, क्यों बिजली के लिए झगड़ा कर रहे हो, बिजली छोड़ो। मेरे राज्य के किसान बिजली छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं थे। मैंने कहा आपकी जरूरत बिजली नहीं है, आपकी जरूरत पानी है। आप पानी के लिए झगड़ा करो, पानी मांगो। शुरू में हमारे भारतीय किसान संघ, जो हमारे संघ परिवार की इकाई है, उन्होंने मेरे खिलाफ बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन किया, पुतले जलाए, मेरे अच्छे मित्र सारे अनशन पर बैठे। मैं अड़िग रहा, मैंने कहा भाई जब तक मैं मेरे किसानों को बिजली से बाहर नहीं लाता हूं और पानी की ओर केंद्रित नहीं करता हूं, मेरे गुजरात की स्थिति बदल नहीं सकता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, आज मैं बड़े गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि मेरे गुजरात के किसानों ने बिजली के आधार पर कृषि को विचार को छोड़ करके पानी के आधार पर कृषि को मूल मंत्र माना और उसके कारण हर एक को पानी बचाने की इच्छा होने लगी, पानी का महत्व समझा। फ्लड इरिगेशन से स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन, माइक्रो इरिगेशन के वो जाने के लिए तैयार हुआ। वो अपने आप में एक जन आंदोलन का परिणाम हुआ कि वो, वरना मैं जब गुजरात में 2001 में काम लिया था तब मेरे यहां 10 साल में 7 साल अकाल वाला राज्य, पानी की किल्लत वाला राज्य, नर्मदा से अधिक मेरे पास कोई नदियां नहीं है, उसके बावजूद भी पानी का बेतहा उपयोग होता था। इन मेरी व्यवस्थाओं का परिणाम यह आया कि उस समय 10,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि में माइक्रो इरिगेशन था। टुडे इट इज 8 lakhs। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि 40 साल में 10,000 हेक्टर। और उसका परिणाम ये आया कि पूरे एग्रीकल्चर जीवन के अंदर बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया। कहने का हमारा तात्पर्य है कि हमने बदलाव लाया। दूसरा है हमारी ब्यूरोक्रेसी। मैं मानता हूं हमने जो एक काम किया है, मैंने हमारे यहां एक प्रयोग किया, चिंतन शिविर। कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड के लिए कोई नई चीज नहीं है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम के लिए नई चीज है। मैं हमारे 250-300 की जो मेन टीम अफसरों की, उनको ले जाकर के 3 दिन कहीं जाकर रहता हूं और पूरे समारोह में मैं पीछे बैठता हूं। मंच पे कोई होता नहीं, कोई जूनियर अफसर आता है, रिपोर्टिंग करता है। मेरी रिपोर्टिंग की स्टाइल मैंने बदली है। कैसे? मैं ये नहीं पूछता हूं कभी क्या नहीं हुआ, मैं ये पूछता हूं जो अच्छे से अच्छा हुआ वो बता दो बस। तो मुझे पता चला कि इनकी क्षमता क्या है, पूछने की जरूरत। यानी पूरा अप्रोच बदलने से पूरे गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम को कैसे मोबिलाइज किया जा सकता है, छोटे तरीके पर है। मैंने उनसे एक दिन बात करते हुए मैंने कहा देखिए भाई, ब्यूरोक्रेसी ने अपना माइंडसेट बदलने की आवश्यकता है। अंग्रेजों के जमाने में ब्यूरोक्रेसी का माइंडसेट क्या था? अंग्रेजों के जमाने में सरकारी मुलाजिम का काम क्या था? ब्रिटिश सल्तनत को खुश रखना, ब्रिटिश सल्तनत के हितों के लिए काम करना था। और तब वहां की गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी जो काम करती थी उस समय के लिए ठीक था। लेकिन वी आर अ इंडिपेंडेंट कंट्री, हम एक स्वतंत्र भारत है, हमारा देश स्वतंत्र हो चुका है, तो हमें किसके लिए काम करना? हमें चुनी हुई सरकारों के लिए काम नहीं करना है, हमें जनता जनार्दन के लिए काम करना है। मित्रों, ये कहने की हिम्मत मेरे में थी। और मैं यहां मैं मुलाजिम को कहता हूं, तुम्हारा काम चुनी हुई सरकार की भाई नहीं है, तुम्हारा काम जनता जनार्दन का है। ये डेमोक्रेसी है, किसी की भलाई के लिए शासन व्यवस्थाएं आजादी के पहले चलती थी, जनता की भलाई के लिए शासन व्यवस्था आजादी के बाद चली। अब मुझे कोई पता नहीं मित्रों, अगर ये मंत्र सही है तो क्या ये मंत्र मेरे देश में लागू नहीं हो सकता है? सवाल मोदी का नहीं है, सवाल गुजरात का नहीं है। क्या हम हमारे देश के ब्यूरोक्रेसी के दिमाग में चीज नहीं भर सकते हैं कि आपकी हर चीज की प्रायोरिटी रहेगी कि आखिरी गरीब से गरीब आदमी की भलाई में इसमें क्या रहा है, तुम्हारे निर्णय में, तुम्हारी पॉलिसी में? मित्रों, मैं आज देख रहा हूं बड़े गर्व से बाहर चढ़ा करके यूं करके बताया जाता है कि हमने फला एक्ट बनाया, हमने इतना एक्ट बनाया, हमने ये राइट दिया, हमने वो राइट दिया। हो रहा है ना? तो संविधान ने क्या दिया भाई हमको? मैं आप लोगों से पूछ रहा हूं मित्रों, क्या संविधान हमको राइट नहीं दिए थे क्या? ये जितने राइट्स की चर्चा हो रही है वो सारे राइट्स संविधान रूपी अम्ब्रेला के अंदर है। लेकिन देश को एक्ट नहीं, एक्शन चाहिए, एक्शन। मित्रों, एक बार 2 मित्र जंगल में शिकार करने के लिए चले गए। और उनको लगा कि शेर इतना जल्दी तो मिलेगा नहीं, तो वो अपनी गाड़ी खड़ी रख करके थोड़े टहलने गए और इतने में शेर मिल गया। अब उनकी बंदूक सब गाड़ी में पड़ी थी। अब कहें क्या? तो उन्होंने क्या किया, जेब में से पिस्तौल का लाइसेंस निकाला और शेर को दिखाया। मित्रों, हमारे यहां भी कुछ भी होगा, एक्ट दिखाओ। क्या मजाक बना लिया है मित्रों देश का। मित्रों, सर्व शिक्षा अभियान वाजपेयी जी के नेतृत्व में जो आंदोलन का रूप लिया था, वो एक सही दिशा में प्रयास था, देश में एक शिक्षा का माहौल खड़ा कर। कोई एक्ट लाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी थी। लेकिन एक्ट तब लाना पड़ता है जब एक्शन का नामो निशान नहीं होता है और आपको अपना दुनिया को अपना काम दिखाना होता है। मित्रों, गुजरात के अंदर गर्ल चाइल्ड एजुकेशन में बहुत बड़ी दिक्कत थी। हमें कोई कानून बनाने जाना नहीं पड़ा, कानून तो थे ही थे, संविधान में सारी व्यवस्थाएं थी, जिम्मेवारियां भी थी, कर्तव्य भी थे। हमने एक अभियान चलाया कि हम बच्चों को शिक्षा। आज मेरे राज्य के अंदर स्कूल जाने की उम्र में 100% एनरोलमेंट है, 100%। उसके लिए नए कमरे बनाने पड़े, नए टीचर लाने पड़े, ज्यादा बजट देना पड़ा, वो सब किया। और ड्रॉप आउट जो कभी 40% था, कभी 29% आया, कभी 20% आया, वो आज 2% पे ला करके रख दिया है और उसको हम 0 तक ले जाएंगे। ये हो सकता है कि नहीं हो सकता है? मित्रों, मेरे यहां एक स्वागत कार्यक्रम चला है, इसमें एक प्रेजेंटेशन, एक लाइन आया। मैं आज भी मानता हूं कि डेमोक्रेसी की सबसे बड़ी ताकत होती है ग्रीवेंस रिड्यूसल सिस्टम। अगर ग्रीवेंस रिड्यूसल सिस्टम अगर पुअर है, मतलब आपकी डेमोक्रेसी पुअर है। गरीब से गरीब आदमी की आवाज सुननी चाहिए, उसको अपनी आवाज बुलंद करने की व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, हक होना चाहिए। हमने टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए स्वागत ऑनलाइन मेरा कार्यक्रम चल रहा है। इन दिनों तो पूरे देश के लोग उसको स्टडी करने आते हैं। यूनाइटेड नेशन ने उसको बहुत बड़ा अवार्ड देकर सम्मानित किया है। मेरे यहाँ उसकी ताकत इतनी है मित्रों, गरीब से गरीब आदमी भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल के अफसर के पास जाता है और कहता है कि मेरा ये काम करो। अगर वो हाना नहीं करता है, ढीलाढाली बात करता है, तो गरीब आदमी एक शब्द जान गया। वो कहता है साहब करते हो नहीं करते हो, वरना ऑनलाइन जाता हूं। और ऑनलाइन जाता है तो अफसर खा हो जा रहा है, बैठो बैठो मैं आपका काम करता हूं। देखिए, हमें एम्पावर करना होगा देश के नागरिकों को, उसकी शक्ति बढ़ानी होगी, और उस शक्ति को हम बढ़ाते हैं तो हम स्थितियों को बदल सकते हैं। आज मेरे स्वागत कार्यक्रम का परिणाम यह आया है, ऑनलाइन गांव के लोग अपनी शिकायत देते हैं, वो तहसील में आती हैं, तहसील से ऑनलाइन डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आती हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट से ऑनलाइन स्टेट में आती हैं। मैं खुद उसके लिए बैठता हूं, महीने में 1 दिन देता हूं उसके लिए। करीब 14-15 हजार प्रकार के शिकायतों को ऑनलाइन हैंडल करता हूं। करीब 90% सक्सेस रेशियो रहता है। और उससे परिणाम क्या आया, मैं उन शिकायतों का एनालिसिस करता हूं। भाई, पॉलिसी प्रॉब्लम के कारण शिकायत है, जरा अलग निकालो। बजट प्रॉब्लम के कारण शिकायतें अलग निकालो। पर्सन के एटीट्यूड के कारण प्रॉब्लम है, वो शिकायत अलग निकालो। और फिर उसको सिस्टमेटिकली उसको हैंडल करता हूं, और धीरे धीरे पूरे डिपार्टमेंट ठीक होने लग गए। वो लगने लगा कि ये चेंज लाया जा सकता है। मित्रों, पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम, गुजरात इज स्टेट से एक नियम बनाया है। मेरे जो फेयर प्राइस शॉप है, 50% फेयर प्राइस शॉप की ओनरशिप महिलाओं की है मेरे यहाँ। स्टेट ओन जो इनकम का रास्ता दिया है मैंने, महिलाओं को दिया है। और महिला को मालूम होता है कि किसी के घर में चूल्हा न जले तो उसका मतलब क्या होता है। और इसलिए वो फेयर प्राइस शॉप में किसी भी कार्ड होल्डर को कभी ये नहीं होने देती, नहीं आज मारेंगे तुम जाओ, भी नहीं करती। ये जो उसकी संवेदनशीलता है, उसको हम क्यों काम में ना आए। और मेरे यहाँ प्रणाम है, अभी हम काफी बड़ी मात्रा में टेक्नोलॉजी लाए हैं इसमें, और पूरे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी इसकी बड़ी तारीफ की है। 16 लाख, मित्रों आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी, लोग कहते हैं ना करप्शन कैसे दूर होता है। 16 लाख गोस्ट कार्ड थे, भूतिया कार्ड, यानी कोई जन्मा ही नहीं था लेकिन उसके नाम का राशन कार्ड था। 16 लाख। ये टेक्नोलॉजी लाने के कारण वो सारा रिमूव हो चुका। करप्शन गया कि नहीं गया मित्रों? मैं हैरान हूं मित्रों, लोग कहते हैं करप्शन जान सकता है। मैं तो गुजरात एक्सपीरियंस से कहता हूं, इस देश को करप्शन से मुक्त किया जा सकता है। टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत बड़ा रोल कर सकती है करप्शन से मुक्ति के लिए। हमारे गुजरात के से सटे हुए राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र और यूनियन टेरिटरी, सेलवास, दमन, दादरा नगर हवेली, इन मेरे राज्य से सटे हुए राज्यों को चेक पोस्ट होते हैं एक राज्य दूसरे राज्य में जाने का। there are 14 चेक पोस्ट, और उस चेक पोस्ट पर वो व्हीकल जाते हैं जो गुजरात में आता है, वो व्हीकल सामने दूसरे स्टेट में आता है। जो रेट गुजरात में है वही रेट वहीं पर है। मेरे चेक पोस्ट पर टेक्नोलॉजी है, मैं अपने कमरे से टेक्नोलॉजी को मॉनिटर कर सकता हूं। उधर महाराष्ट्र, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश में उस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजिकल सुविधा नहीं है। परिणाम क्या है आप अंदाज कर सकते हो मित्रों। लास्ट 10 इयर्स में इन 14 चेक पोस्ट की इनकम, इस तरफ गुजरात और उस तरफ रिस्पेक्टिव स्टेट की, हमारी इनकम 2000 करोड़ रुपए ज्यादा है। 2000 करोड़ रुपए ज्यादा इनकम। रेट्स वही, व्हीकल उतने ही, जो व्हीकल उनके यहां जाएगा वही व्हीकल मेरे यहां आएगा। उसके बावजूद भी जस्ट विद द हेल्प ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी यू कैन ब्रिंग द ट्रांसपेरेंसी। ये हमने गुजरात में करके दिखाया। इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, छोटी छोटी चीजों पर हम ध्यान दें, उसके आधार पर भी हम बहुत बड़ा बदलाव ला सकते हैं, बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाया जा सकता है। दूसरा है मित्रों, आइडिया को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करना चाहिए। लीडर सेंट्रिक, पर्सनालिटी सेंट्रिक, इंडिविजुअल सेंट्रिक चीजें अगर चल भी जाएं, थोड़े साल चलेगी, देश और समाज का फायदा नहीं होगा। हमने इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करना चाहिए। मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूं। ये 2012 मेरे यहां चुनाव का वर्ष था और मेरे यहां 3 महीने का कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लगा था। हिंदुस्तान में किसी एक स्टेट की असेंबली इलेक्शन में 3 महीने का कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट नहीं लगा है। मुझे थोड़ी कृपा ज्यादा रहती है। और उसके कारण 3 महीने सरकार बिल्कुल कोई काम नहीं करती, ऐसी हालत हो जाती है। अफसर लोग कोई फोन पर उठाने को तैयार नहीं होते। बड़ा मजे का दिन होता है उनके लिए। चुनाव है, सब कहते चुनाव है, मैं चुनाव में बिजी हूं। उस चुनाव में राजनेताओं का भी बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण काम होता है, तो वो भी चुनाव में बिजी होते हैं। तो मेरा काफी समय 6 महीने लास्ट सरकार से ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटी में जाता था। 26 दिसंबर को मैंने शपथ लिया और 8, 9, 10 दिसंबर मेरे यहाँ वाइब्रेंट समिट था, वाइब्रेंट ग्लोबल समिट, इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट। मित्रों, सरकार बनने के 10 दिन के बाद इतना बड़ा इवेंट था। 121 कंट्रीज वहां मौजूद थे और मैं कह सकता हूं इस देश का 50% जीडीपी वॉज अंडर वन रूफ। ये 10 दिन में कैसे हुआ? इसलिए हुआ कि हमने आइडिया को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज किया है। डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन ऑफ पावर है, पॉलिसी बन जाती है, इंप्लीमेंटेशन करने की व्यवस्था है। और ये चीजें कोई बहुत बड़ा आसमान से लाए ऐसा नहीं है, ये सहज चीजें हैं। मेरा इतना ही कहना है, तो बहुत छोटा छोटा सहज व्यवहार से ही इस देश को बहुत आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। कभी कभी लोग हमारी अपनी शक्ति का उपयोग भी नहीं करते हैं। आज चर्चा चलती है 21वीं सदी हिंदुस्तान की सदी, कोई कहता है 21वीं सदी एशिया की सदी, कोई कहता है 21वीं सदी चाइना की सदी या हिंदुस्तान की सदी। ये चर्चा चल रही है। हमारे पास 2 चीजें ऐसी हैं जिसको लेकर के चाइना के कंपैरिजन में हम दुनिया के सामने एक ताकत बनकर के उभर सकते हैं। एक डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड। 65% जनसंख्या इस देश की 35 से कम आयु की है, नौजवानों का देश है। ये डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड सारे दुनिया के अंदर एक ताकत के रूप में हम प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं। और जब चाइना से कंपैरिजन की बात करते हैं तब हमारी ये सोच होनी चाहिए कि हमारे पास डेमोक्रेसी का भी एक डिविडेंड है और अभी तक हम इसको इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहे हैं। हमारी लोकतांत्रिक ताकत ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्यवान हमारे पास एक हथियार है, हमारी एक पहचान है। और जब चाइना की कंपैरिजन विश्व के अंदर जाके खड़े रहना है, तो ये दो चीजें हैं, डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, डेमोक्रेसी का डिविडेंड, इन दोनों को एक शक्ति के रूप में हमने आगे रखना चाहिए। ये स्ट्रेटजी का विषय है और इसमें हमने बल देना चाहिए। तो हम जब काम गुजरात में करते हैं तब चीजों को एक दूसरे को कैसे पूरक हो वैसा सोचते हैं। मैं एक छोटा उदाहरण देता हूं, और उदाहरण इसलिए देता हूं कि महाशय यहां बैठे हैं हॉल में, तो आपको अंदाजा आएगा कि कैसे हम सोचते हैं। मैं एक टायर कंपनी के एक्सपांशन के उद्घाटन के लिए गया था। तो जब मुझे निमंत्रण देने आए तो मैं उनसे कहा, मैंने कहा देखिए मैं उद्घाटन के लिए तो तब आऊंगा जब आप मेरा काम करोगे। अब कोई पॉलिटिशियन किसी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को जब कहता है कि काम करोगे तो इसका मतलब क्या होता है, जानते हो ना? मैंने उनको क्या कहा, मैंने कहा भाई आपका टायर का इंडस्ट्री तो चलेगा, चलने दूंगा, लेकिन शर्त है मेरी कि आपको यहां पर रबर के पेड़ उगाने पड़ेंगे। मेरे ट्राइबल को आप रबर के पेड़ पौधे ला करके दीजिए, रबर के पेड़ लाएगा, आप उसके लिए आवश्यक जो भी एनजीओ के नाते काम करना है वो कीजिए, और वो दिन मैं देखना चाहता हूं कि मेरा ट्राइबल रबर पैदा करता हो और उस रबर से आपका टायर बनता हो। मुझे रॉ मटेरियल दुनिया से आना नहीं है, मुझे मेरे ट्राइबल को भूखे मरना नहीं देना है। मैं कह रहा हूं, हमारे ओमकार जी बैठे हैं शायद, मैंने देखा था गेट पर आए हो, है ओमकार जी? हाँ अब बैठे। उनसे मैंने कहा साहब, और मुझे खुशी है कि उन्होंने उस दिशा में काम किया। आज वो रबर प्लांटेशन की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा काम मेरे राज्य में कर रहे हैं। कहने का तात्पर्य है मित्रों, हमारा डेवलपमेंट भी इंटीग्रेटेड हो सका है। मेरे यहां 1600 किलोमीटर कोस्ट लाइन है, हम पोर्ट का विकास कर रहे हैं, और हम पोर्ट को, और मैं मानता हूं अगर ग्लोबलाइजेशन के जमाने में हो, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हो, तो आपके पोर्ट सेक्टर को सबसे ज्यादा स्ट्रेंथन करना होता है। अगर विश्व व्यापार का मूल ही, अगर आपका गेटवे में ही दरवाजे टूटे हुए हैं तो मालूम हो नहीं जी। लेकिन हमने पोर्ट सेक्टर को डेवलप किया, और आज हिंदुस्तान में सबसे वाइब्रेंट पोर्ट सेक्टर हमारे गुजरात के समुद्री तट पर है। लेकिन आज हम पूरे हिंदुस्तान में एनवायरनमेंट की दृष्टि से मैंगोज के वृद्धि में आप नंबर 1 पर हैं। यानी हम एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन भी करते हैं, डेवलपमेंट भी करते हैं, और पहले से चीजों को ध्यान रख करके किया तो हम कर सकते हैं। मैं तो कभी कभी मुझे लगता है, मैं एक बार प्रधानमंत्री के पास बैठा था, शुरू में हम कोई बोल नहीं रहे थे, बाद में मैं बोल रहा था। तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जैसे एक विषय छा, मैं कहा साहब ये आपका जेन्युआरएम है, इसमें कोई बदलाव हो नहीं सकता है क्या? बोले क्या करे बदलाव? हमने कहा ये आप कंक्रीट के जंगल खड़े कर रहे हो, रोड बना रहे हो, फ्लाईओवर बना रहे हो, मेट्रो ट्रेन, इसी के आसपास चल रहा है। मैंने कहा हिंदुस्तान की आवश्यकता और हिंदुस्तान की दुनिया में छवि, इन दोनों को चीजों को ध्यान में रखकर एक नया मॉडल खड़ा कर सकते हैं आप। तो उनको इंटरेस्ट हुआ, अरे बताइए मोदी जी क्या कर रहे थे? मैंने कहा साहब आज हम भारत पूरे देश में 500 नगर को सिलेक्ट करें, 500 टाउन्स, महानगर पालिका नगर पालिका हो, और JNNURM2 बहुत तरीके से आगे बढ़े कि हम सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एंड वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट इसको प्राथमिकता दें, और सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट से फर्टिलाइजर बनाएं, वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट करके वो पानी किसानों को वापस शहर से गांव की ओर दें, और हर शहर के सराउंडिंग 40-50 किलोमीटर के रेंज में आपने देखा होगा सभी किसान सब्जी की खेती करते हैं। दिल्ली के भी सराउंडिंग जाओगे आप तो क्योंकि उनको तुरंत मार्केट मिल जाता है और बाजार में सब्जी आती है। मैंने कहा ये जो हम फर्टिलाइजर तैयार करें, ये फर्टिलाइजर किसानों को दें और उसको ऑर्गेनिक सब्जी की दिशा में प्रेरित करें, उसका सर्टिफाई करने की व्यवस्था करें, उसके मार्केट की चिंता अपने आप हो जाएगी। वेस्ट वाटर दें उनको ताकि उनको पानी की जो किल्लत है वो हट जाएगी। विपुल मात्रा में सब्जी शहर आएगी तो सस्ती होगी और गरीब आदमी भी सब्जी खाएगा तो न्यूट्रिशन के प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होंगे और हम समस्या का समाधान करेंगे। शहर स्वच्छ रहेगा तो हमारी यहाँ गंदगी दूर होगी तो भी हेल्थ को फायदा होगा। मल्टीपल यूटिलिटी वाला है। तो मुझे पूछा मोदी जी लेकिन पैसों का क्या? मैंने कहा मैं रास्ता बताता हूँ। हमने कहा कि जो जितने किसानों को आप सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट से फर्टिलाइजर देते हैं उनको कहो कि तुम इतना फर्टिलाइजर ये लोगे तो ही तुम्हें केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर इतना मिलेगा। केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर की मांग कम होगी। केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर की मांग कम होगी तो सब्सिडी बचेगी। जो सब्सिडी बचेगी उसको वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग के लिए इस काम के लिए दे दीजिए। हिंदुस्तान के 500 शहर साफ सुथरे हो जाएंगे। उनको बड़ी रुचि हुई। मैंने पूरा उनको ऐसे में जुबानी बोल रहा था, कागज वगैरह तो था नहीं मेरे पास, ये सिस्टम विचार आया तो मैं बोल रहा। तो कहा मोदी जी ऐसा करो मुझे एक रिपोर्ट बना करके दो। मैंने एक मॉडल के रूप में एक शहर को पकड़ के पूरा 2 किलो का पूरा रिपोर्ट दिया हमको। उसके बाद एक दिन मेरी प्लानिंग कमीशन में मीटिंग थी तो ये बताया गया कि आज शाह पित्रोड़ा जी रहेंगे। मैंने कहा क्या काम है? बोले मोदी जी आप प्रधानमंत्री को वो समझाया था ना, वो जरा इनको समझाइए। तो अहलूवालिया जी थे, श्याम पित्रोड़ा जी। मैंने कहा ठीक है भाई। तो मैंने विस्तार से विषय रखा। पिताजी मेरे मित्र हैं, गुजरात के हैं तो अच्छा आता है मेरा। उनका मोदी जी ये तो बड़ा बढ़िया विचार है, हो जाएगा। मित्रों इस बात को 3 साल हो गए और मैं इतने उत्साह से चीजों को बना रहा था, तैयार कर रहा था। मित्रों वहां हुआ नहीं, लेकिन मैंने तय किया मेरे राज्य के अंदर 50 टाउन पकड़े हैं और मैं इस मॉडल को इम्प्लीमेंट करूंगा। मेरी एक दिक्कत है, मुझे जो सब्सिडी का कॉम्पनसेशन मिलना चाहिए वो मिलने वाला नहीं है, लेकिन आई फाइंड आउट वेज एंड मींस। लेकिन मित्रों मैं कहना ही चाहता हूं कि चीजों को बदला जा सकता है। यहां पर सोचा जा रहा है। आप देखिए रेलवे, कोई हमें समझा मित्रों रेलवे का। हमारे पास 2 प्रकार के समय है अरुण जी, चलने दें। जनता का फैसला आखिरी होता है। हमारे यहां रेलवे 2 प्रकार की है। एक पैसेंजर ट्रेन है, दूसरी गुड्स ट्रेन है। मैं तो मैं आपके इतने पंडित लोग हैं, कभी इस पर सोचिए। पिछले 10 साल के रेलवे के बजट देखिए। हमारे रेलवे बजट को और डेवलपमेंट की दिशा को कोई मेल है क्या? ग्रोथ की कल्पना जो है, कल्पना के साथ उसका कोई मेल है क्या? अब इन सवालों के जवाब मिल नहीं रहे। क्यों? तो पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर में क्या होता है, कितनी ट्रेनें ज्यादा बढ़ाई, कितने कोचेज ज्यादा बढ़ाए, कितने रूट ज्यादा बढ़ाए, उसी पर सारा हमारा टिका रहता है। मित्र अगर ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी का जमाना है तो क्या इस देश को सोचना नहीं चाहिए कि सबसे पहले रेल कनेक्टिविटी पोर्ट के साथ होनी चाहिए। जितना धन खर्चा करो, लेकिन सारे देश के सभी पोर्ट के साथ रेलवे को जोड़ो। अपने आप व्यापार विकास विस्तार के लिए संभावनाएं बढ़ जाएगी। तो दूसरी बात, सरकार रोड बनाती है, क्या उस रोड पर सरकार के ही व्हीकल चलते हैं क्या? नहीं चलते ना। प्राइवेट चलते नहीं चलते? जवाब तो दो यार। इसलिए कि किसी को नींद ना आ जाए। अच्छा बताइए मेरे, एयरपोर्ट बनाते हैं, प्राइवेट जहाज आता है कि नहीं आता है? आता है। इतनी बड़ी रेलवे की पटरियां पड़ी है, ये क्या कारण कि उसके ऊपर सरकारी डिब्बा ही घूमता रहेगा? समझ नहीं आता है मित्रों, समझ नहीं आ रहा है। मैंने एक बार विषय रखा था मित्रों के सामने। हमने कहा जब पैसेंजर ट्रेन है, गूड्स ट्रेन है, वैसे एक तीसरा सेक्टर हमने प्राइवेटाइज करना चाहिए। और क्या उसको हम परिक्रमा ट्रेन कहें मानो। 100 करोड़ का इतना बड़ा मार्केट दुनिया में कहीं है। हिंदुस्तान हर बच्चे की इच्छा है अपने माँ बाप को हरिद्वार ऋषिकेश ले जाने की, अजमेर शरीफ ले जाने की, 4 धाम की यात्रा कराने की, अमृतसर साहब में मत्था टेकने की, गोवा में चर्च पे जाने की। 100 करोड़ देशवासियों का इतना बड़ा मार्केट है, लेकिन ध्यान नहीं आता है कि इस मार्केट को कैसे कैप्चर किया। मित्रों, अगर रेलवे में परिक्रमा ट्रेन की परंपरा शुरू हो और सब कुछ प्राइवेट, कोच प्राइवेट, पटरियां आपकी सरकार की, ऊपर उत्सर पटरिया पर जिसको दौड़ने दौड़े, टाइमिंग बनाइए। मान लीजिए कोई अगर पटना साहब से अमृतसर साहब एक परिक्रमा ट्रेन चलाता है और पूरी ट्रेन ऐसी है कि जिसके अंदर गुरु ग्रंथ साहब है, शब्द कीर्तन चल रहा है, लंगर चल रहा है, सोने खाने की व्यवस्था है, नीचे उतरने की जरूरत नहीं, होटल जाने की जरूरत नहीं। आप मुझे बताइए उसी पटरी पर 100 करोड़ देशवासियों जिसका सपना अमृतसर साहब जाने का होगा, वो एंजॉय कर सकता है कि कर सकता है। हाजी पीर से अजमेर दरगाह हमने एक इस प्रकार का रेल ट्रैक पर प्राइवेटाइज किया। अंदर चलेगा, नमाज चलेगी, कुरान चलेगा, उनकी जो भी परंपरा है उसको निभाते जाएंगे, पैसेंजर आएंगे, यात्रा करेंगे। कोई शिव भक्त हैं तो शिव का रूट बना दो, तुम उसी प्रकार से का ट्रेन बना दो। एक कोच में अमरनाथ हो, दूसरे में बद्रीनाथ हो, तीसरे में सोमनाथ हो, जितने भी लगा लो। मित्रों, मैं अभी भी समझ नहीं पा रहा कि दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आपके पास है, वो नीचे का आप पकड़ के रखे, वो किसी को मत दीजिए, लेकिन ऊपर तो जाने दीजिए भैया। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं मित्रों, 100 करोड़ लोगों की सुविधा करेगी, आप खड़ा करें, ये कितना बड़ा बिजनेस हो सकता है मित्रों। और यहां किसी को मन कर जाए तो मेरे इस आइडिया का कोई कंसल्टेंसी नहीं लूंगा। मैं हैरान हूं मित्रों, क्या हम रोड बनाते हैं, क्या कोई सरकारें कार बनाती है, क्या ट्रक बनाती है, क्या काम चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है? इनको कोशिश बनाने के कारखाने क्यों लगाने पड़ रहे हैं? क्या प्राइवेट नहीं हो सकता है क्या? ऑर्डर दे दो, प्राइवेट कोचिंग बने भाई, रेलवे कोचिंग वो ले लेंगे। ये आपके दिल्ली की मेट्रो ट्रेन के सारे कोचिंग मेरे गुजरात में बंदे, वो यहां जाते हैं, माल बिकता है। कहने का तात्पर्य यह है मित्रों कि एक जो आउट ऑफ बॉक्स थिंकिंग चाहिए, उस थिंकिंग का अभाव है। और इसके कारण मित्रों एक ऐसी हालत बन करके बैठे जैसे कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा है, एक निराशा का माहौल है। मैं मित्रों गुजरात एक्सपीरियंस के साथ में, और ये मैं जितनी चीजें बताता हूं, हमने, वी आर द फर्स्ट स्टेट इन द कंट्री जिसका प्राइवेट रेलवे है। हमने भारत सरकार की रेलवे के साथ समझौता किया है, भारत सरकार, हम प्राइवेट पार्टी, मेरी और रेलवे सफलतापूर्वक चल रही है। मित्रों, इतनी व्यवस्था है, इन व्यवस्था को उपयोग कैसे करें? हमने एक छोटा सा प्रयोग किया है, वो प्रयोग और क्यों नहीं करते हमें समझ नहीं आता है। मेरे यहां दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा कैनाल नेटवर्क है, माइक्रो तक जाऊंगा तब वो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा होगा। अब हमने इसमें एक सोचा, क्योंकि मेरा रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी में बड़ा विश्वास है, एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली डेवलपमेंट, ये मेरा कन्विक्शन है, इट्स आर्टिकल फेथ फॉर मी, तो मैं हर चीज में इन चीजों को जोड़ता रहता हूं। हमने कैनाल टॉप पर सोलर पैनल लगाई है। अब कैनाल के, वैसे सोलर के अंदर जमीन इतनी महंगी लेकर के सोलर पार्क खड़ा करना बहुत मुश्किल काम है, तो कोई रास्ता खोजना चाहिए। हमने कैनाल के ऊपर सोलर टॉप लगाए और क्या फायदा हुआ? 1 किलोमीटर लंबी कैनाल पर 1 मेगावाट बिजली सोलर पैदा होती है। कैनाल के ऊपर टॉप लगने के कारण 1 किलोमीटर पर ईयर 1 करोड़ लीटर पानी इवेपोरेट होने से बच जाता है। जमीन बच जाती है और नीचे ठंडा पानी बहने के कारण 16% एनर्जी जनरेशन ज्यादा हो रहा है। और हमारे गुजरात की योजना है आने वाले दिनों में सारे मेरे सोलर प्लांट कहीं पर भी जमीन का दुरुपयोग किए बिना कैनाल के ऊपर लगाकर मैं पानी भी बचाऊंगा, सूरज के ताप से लूंगा। मित्रों, पूरा देश और दुनिया एनर्जी क्राइसिस की चर्चा कर रहा है। 4-5 साल पहले G8 समिट का एनर्जी क्राइसिस एक सब्जेक्ट था, तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री को एक चिट्ठी लिखी। मैंने उनको लगा कि आप G8 समिट में जा रहे हैं, एनर्जी के विषय में जा रहे हैं। हमने कहा अगर हम 7 देशों का समूह है, ओपेक कंट्री का समूह है, यूरोपियन देश का समूह है, अनेक गुट विश्व में बने हुए हैं, क्या समय की मांग नहीं है कि हम भी एक गुट नया पैदा करें और जिसका नेतृत्व हिंदुस्तान करे। मैंने उनको चिट्ठी लिखी और मैंने कहा इंडिया शुड लीड ए सन मूवमेंट, SUN। और मैंने कहा वो देश जिनके भाग्य में सबसे ज्यादा सूरज है, ऐसे देशों का संगठन खड़ा किया जाए, एक कॉर्पोरेट फंड बनाया जाए और रिसर्च की व्यवस्था करके सोलर एनर्जी कैसे सस्ती हो उस पर रिसर्च हो और जो ये सूरज के भाग्यवान देश हैं वो सोलर एनर्जी पर जाएं और दुनिया की पेट्रोलियम देशों की जो हम पर दबाव है और संकट है, हम देश को मुक्त करा सकते हैं। मित्रों, नहीं हुआ। एक बार प्रधानमंत्री जी ने फिर से मुझे एक दिन चाय पे बुलाया था, तो हमको लगा कि चलो मुफ्त चाय क्यों पीना, कुछ तो दे के आना चाहिए। तो हम उनको एक और आइडिया दे के आए। मैंने कहा साहब, ये राजस्थान और गुजरात, उसकी सीमा पर पाकिस्तान से बचने के लिए हम लोग फेंसिंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वहां का सॉइल ऐसी है कि वो कोई भी कंस्ट्रक्शन करो कुछ दिन में वो लुढ़क जा रहा है। अब वो और क्या कारण होगा वो आप जानते हो। वो फेंसिंग सिक्योरिटी नहीं देती है। तो मैंने कहा मेरे पास एक विचार है। बोले क्या? मैंने कहा हमारे BSF के लोग बॉर्डर पर बैठते हैं, ये अपने आप में एक एस्टैब्लिश ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसके पास टेक्निकल स्टाफ होता है, इंजीनियरिंग होता है। क्यों न हम हमारे रेगिस्तान पर, राजस्थान और गुजरात की सीमा पाकिस्तान के साथ सटी हुई पूरा रेगिस्तान है, क्यों न हम पूरे रेगिस्तान में 100 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर के सोलार पार्क बनाए, BSF दे दें। BSF को लोगों को एक्टिविटी मिलेगी, रेगिस्तान में बेचारे यूं ही परेशान होते हैं, देश को एनर्जी मिलेगी और इन बिलों तक सोलार पैनल लगने के कारण विदेशियों का एंटर होना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। मित्रों, एक ही काम से कितने काम हो सकते हैं। बोले मोदी जी बहुत बढ़िया बात बताई आपने। खैर कोई अच्छा व्यक्ति वहां पहुंचेगा तो इस बात का करेगा, अब तक तो हुआ नहीं। खैर मित्रों, बहुत सारे विषय हैं, मैं घंटों तक आपसे बात कर सकता हूं, लेकिन मेरा ये विश्वास है मित्रों, विकास ही सभी समस्याओं का समाधान है। दोस्तों, ये मेरा कन्विक्शन है। गुड गवर्नेंस एंड डेवलपमेंट ये कंबाइन चलना चाहिए। आपके पास पैसे हैं, बस स्टेशन बना दिया, इससे काम होने वाला नहीं है। वहां का कंडक्टर नागरिकों के साथ कैसा बिहेव कर रहा है, बस टाइम पे आती है कि नहीं आती है, ये गुड गवर्नेंस से पता चलता है। दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन चाहिए और जन भागीदारी से होना चाहिए। और ये मुक्त मंत्र ऐसा नहीं है जो हिंदुस्तान में लागू नहीं किया जा सकता है, बड़े आराम से किया जा सकता है। मित्रों, मैं मानता हूं आप लोग सवाल भी पूछना चाहते होंगे तो आप जरूर सवाल पूछ सकते हैं। मैं फिर एक बार धन्यवाद करता हूं, आपने कई मित्र हैं जिनको बैठने के लिए जगह नहीं मिली, लेकिन फिर भी इतना प्यार से मुझे झेल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। धन्यवाद मित्रों।
Thank you very much, Mr. Narendra Modi. You've laid out a very compelling picture for the future of India. You've also spoken about the possibility of another person coming in, taking over, and the sort of work that can be done. Lesser government, more effective governance, that's the Namo mantra. It's now down to the most interesting, the operative part, the question and answer session. I'm sure all of you are very anxious to ask questions of the Gujarat Chief Minister. I'll begin by asking Mr. Arun Puri to ask the first question.
मोदी जी, आपने ये तो जवाब दे दिया कि जो गुजरात में आपने कमाल किया है वो नेशनल लेवल पे हो सकता है। तो एक ही सवाल बचा है कि नामो जी तैयार हैं यहाँ आने के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री बनने के लिए? जो मर्जी आपकी पार्टी करे।
मैं बताता हूँ, मेरी जो चिंतन शिविर होती है, उस चिंतन शिविर में मैं अगर किसी राज्य ने कोई अच्छा काम किया हो तो इनको बुला करके उनसे लेसन लेता हूँ। जैसे एक बार मैंने केरल में कम्युनिस्ट गवर्नमेंट थी, लेकिन वहाँ एक अफसर ने एक अच्छा कुडुम्बसी करके प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था। मैंने उसके विषय में पढ़ा, मैंने उनको बुलाया और उनसे हमने 2 घंटे तक एक स्टूडेंट की तरह बैठ करके पूरा प्रोजेक्ट समझा, सुना और उसको हमने हमारे तरीके से गुजरात में लागू किया। तो मैं समझता हूँ अगर गुजरात मॉडल अच्छा लगता है तो जो भी बैठे हैं थोड़ा गुजरात से थोड़ा सीखना शुरू करें, अपने आप यहाँ लागू हो जाएगा। मेरी यहाँ की जरूरत नहीं है।
आपने पूरा जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने बोला आप इस देश की प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहते हो कि नहीं? सीधी बात, जो मुझे आपकी पार्टी बोले।
मैं बताता हूँ। मेरे जीवन का एक मंत्र है जिसको मैंने पूरी तरह अपने जीवन में पालन किया है। और मैं जब नौजवानों से मिलता हूं तो मैं आग्रह से उनको ये मंत्र के संबंध में कहता हूं, भैया इसको ध्यान में रखो। मैं उनको कहता हूं, जीवन में कभी भी बनने के सपने मत देखो, कुछ करने के सपने देखो। ज्यादातर लोग बनने के सपने देखते हैं और फिर मर जाते हैं। कुछ करने का सपना देखो, करते करते चलते चलो, जो होगा सो होगा। मैं बताता हूं, आप किस घर में जाओगे और 2 बच्चे होते हैं तो माँ बाप परिचय का, ये डॉक्टर बनेगा, ये इंजीनियर बनेगा। अभी तो 5वीं स्कूल में गया है और 12th में फेल हो जाता है। अब उसके मन पे प्रेशर रहता है, यार माँ ने तो कहा था डॉक्टर बनना है। अच्छा, फिर वो टीचर बन गया। टीचर बनने के बाद उसको आनंद नहीं आता है। वो लगता है यार डॉक्टर बनना था, टीचर बन गया, डॉक्टर बनना था, टीचर। यानी टीचर की लाइफ को भी एंजॉय नहीं कर पा रहे वो, क्योंकि सोच में गड़बड़ थी। और इसलिए मैंने अपने जीवन में मान कर चला हूं, कभी कुछ बनने का सपना मत देखो, कुछ करने का जरूर सपने होने चाहिए और उस पर रहना चाहिए। मित्रों, मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना, उस पद तक मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं था कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनूंगा। और मैं ये भी बताऊं, ये दुनिया में एस्ट्रोलॉजर इतने घूमते हैं जी, मुझे कोई मिला नहीं है। किसी एस्ट्रोलॉजर ने मुझे मुख्यमंत्री बनने का नहीं कहा था, किसी ने नहीं। और इसलिए भाई मेरा मत है, मुझे जब जो चाह मिले बड़ी लगन से करता रहता हूं। अभी गुजराती जनता ने मुझे काम दिया है, बहुत जी जान से लगाऊं, मैं पागल की तरह लगाऊं।
तो आपकी मां ने आपको ही बोला कि आप प्रधानमंत्री बनना?
मैंने कहा मेरा मंत्र, अब तो मेरे मंत्र पर ही आज डिबेट है, तो मैंने अपना मंत्र बता दिया।
आप समझो कि आप नेशनल लेवल पे कोई भी आए, आप आओ या कोई भी आए, कि जो आपके समझ में 3 बड़े जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, 3 या 5 जो भी है, कि उसको आप कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करोगे और उसको कैसे अटैक करोगे? कि आप क्या समझते हो नंबर 1 क्या है?
देखिए, आप कोई ए ग्रेड का प्रॉब्लम है, कोई बी ग्रेड का प्रॉब्लम है, कोई सी ग्रेड का प्रॉब्लम है, वो किया जा सकता है। सबसे बड़ा हमारा माइंडसेट इज प्रॉब्लम। हम खुद ही एक बहुत बड़े प्रॉब्लम है। मित्रों, हम हर आफत को अवसर में पलटने के सपने क्यों नहीं देखते हैं? और अगर हम आफत को अवसर में, मैं अपना गुजरात का इंसिडेंट बताता हूं। मेरा इतना बड़ा भयंकर भूकंप हुआ था। मित्रों, उस भूकंप के बाद हम लोगों ने जो काम किया है और जिस प्रकार से उसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज किया है और जिस प्रकार से डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए पूरे देश के लिए मॉडल के रूप में काम किया है, आपत्ति बड़ी भयंकर थी, लेकिन उस आपत्ति से उस अवसर में पलट करके हमारे देश में आपत्तियां होगी, सबसे पहले तय करेगा हमें उसको अवसर में पलटना है। अगर उसको अवसर में पलटने के लिए करते हैं तो मैं बहुत फायदा होगा। दूसरा, देखिए, डेमोक्रेसी ये सिर्फ चुनाव तक सीमित नहीं होना चाहिए। इन द ट्रू स्पिरिट डेमोक्रेट होना पड़ेगा। अगर हम ट्रू स्पिरिट डेमोक्रेट नहीं होते हैं, हम लोगों को जोड़ते नहीं हैं, हम लोगों को बांटते नहीं हैं, तो मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि जन भागीदारी के बिना इतना बड़ा देश चला सकते हैं। और इसलिए शासन व्यवस्था को जनता को आगे रख करके चलाने की एक नई व्यवस्था का विजन के साथ विकसित करना पड़ेगा। हम करेंगे। तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, दुर्भाग्य से हम गवा रहे हैं, वो है हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारी मातृशक्ति। इनकी शक्ति की तरफ हम ध्यान नहीं देते जी। हमने एक छोटा प्रयोग किया सखी मंडल का। गांव की गरीब माताओं बहनों को मैंने जोड़ा। आज 25 लाख बहनें उसमें जुड़ी हैं एंड दे आर टेकिंग केयर ऑफ 1700 करोड़ रुपीस का बिजनेस करती है ईयरली। 1700 करोड़ रुपीस गरीब गांव की महिलाओं के माध्यम से, और विद नियर फ्यूचर वी विल क्रॉस 5000 करोड़ रुपीस, जो सिर्फ इन गरीब महिलाओं के हाथ में होगा। मित्रों, ये इतनी बड़ी ताकत है हमारे। अब कुछ लोग कहते हैं ना, देश के ग्रोथ को 9% करना है तो क्या करें? मैं कहता हूं, हिंदुस्तान की माताओं बहनों की शक्ति को जोड़ दीजिए, आप 9% ग्रोथ के लिए डबल ताकत हो जाएगी, डबल ताकत हो जाएगी।
कुछ स्पेसिफिकली बताइए ना, ये तो बड़ी जनरल बात हो गई कि आप
देखिए
1-2 चीजें जो,
जैसे महंगाई,
हाँ जी,
करप्शन, गुड गवर्नेंस।
करप्शन को पकड़ो आप,
ठीक,
हाँ जी, कैसे करोगे आप?
देखिए, करप्शन को अगर हटाना है तो उसके बहुत अच्छे सरल रास्ते हैं। एक, करप्शन क्यों होता है? जब डिसीजन लेने वाले व्यक्ति के पास डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का पावर होता है, उसी के अंदर करप्शन का बीज बोया हुआ होता है। और इसलिए स्टेट मस्ट बी पॉलिसी ड्रिवन, राज्य पॉलिसी ड्रिवन होना चाहिए। अगर ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट पॉलिसी अवेलेबल है और वो पब्लिक में होना चाहिए, ताकि कोई भी आदमी निर्णय कर सकता है, हाँ मैं इसके लिए योग्य हूं, मैं इसके अयोग्य हूं, फिर वो किसी को देने की कोशिश नहीं करता है। दूसरा, जैसे हर सरकार में किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री को मिल लीजिए और दोस्ती है तो प्राइवेटली उसको पूछिए तुम्हारा सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्या है। एक प्रॉब्लम बताएंगे, यार ये ट्रांसफर से मैं बहुत परेशान हूं, सुबह शाम हजारों लोग, इसको यहां रखो, इसको यहां रखो, कार्यकर्ता भी आएंगे, इसको यहां रखो। मित्रों, आपको जानकर के हैरानी होगी, मुझे 12 साल हो गए, मेरी चेंबर में अब तक ट्रांसफर के विषय को लेकर के एक भी आदमी नहीं आया है। मेरे राज्य में ट्रांसफर उद्योग टोटली बंद है, टोटली बंद है। अब मेरे यहां गुड गवर्नेंस की एक शर्त होती है, स्टेबिलिटी ऑफ टेन्योर, और पूरे हिंदुस्तान में मेरे यहां अफसरों की स्टेबिलिटी का टेन्योर हाईएस्ट है। मैं बदलता नहीं हूं। मैं कहता हूं किसी को बदलो मतलब प्रॉब्लम ट्रांसफर कर रहे हो, तो भले नहीं यही प्रॉब्लम खड़ा करता रहे, अब तो तुम पहचान रहे हो कि गलत आदमी है, तो ठीक से व्यवहार करो। मित्रों, इसका परिणाम ही आया है कि अकाउंटेबिलिटी आती है। जब स्टेबिलिटी है तो तुम पूछ सकते हो, भाई कितने साल हो गए तुमको ये काम दिया था, क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो। और जब आप हिसाब किताब मांगना शुरू करते हो तो चीजें आपकी इस प्रकार की समस्याओं से आपको बचा सकती है। दूसरा, इन दिनों जो सबसे बड़ा लाभ मिल सकता है करप्शन से बचने, वो टेक्नोलॉजी का। टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से ट्रांसपेरेंसी की संभावना बहुत रहती है। आप इधर उधर की चीजें कर नहीं सकते हैं। जैसे पहले एडमिशन में बहुत गड़बड़ होते थे। आज सारी चीजें कॉम्प्रोमाइज होने के कारण 0.001% भी फर्क होता है तो लड़का जाकर कोर्ट में खड़ा हो जाता है, जीत जाता है, उसको एडमिशन मिल जाता है। करप्शन की ताकत को कम किया उसने। मैं मानता हूं इन चीजों से, और फिर शुरुआत ऊपर से करनी पड़ती है। कोई वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट रहा तो नीचे सब फायदा उठाते हैं। अगर आपका कोई वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट नहीं रहा तो सब लोग कहते हैं नहीं यार ये समय है अब काम करो, बाकी गड़बड़ मत करो, और सब पता है जी।
पार्टीज को पैसे की जरूरत होती है इलेक्शन लड़ने के लिए, वो कहां से आएगा मोदी?
देखिए, आपको दान मांगना हिंदुस्तान में बुरा नहीं माना गया है, दान मांगना बुरा नहीं माना गया, लेकिन आप ये कहो कि इस ब्रिज के अंदर 10% तुम ज्यादा टेंडर करो, ब्रिज कैसा ही बना दो, मुझे इतना दे देना, मैं समझता हूं वो देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा नुकसान करता है, वो बहुत बड़ा नुकसान करता है। और इसलिए गिव एंड टेक वाला जो चला है ना, उसको कैसे भी करके रोकना होगा, वरना आप पब्लिक चाहिए ना। अब जैसे मेरे यहाँ पिछले बार चुनाव था तो हमने बिल्कुल 15 दिन अभियान चलाया गांव गांव जाने का, फंड कलेक्शन का, और सारे अखबारों ने मेरी बेइज्जती की। सबने लगा कि मोदी फिरौती कर रहा है, मोदी ढिका कर रहा है, कार्यकर्ताओं गांव गांव भेजा है, पैसे इकट्ठे कर रहा है, दुनिया भर की गालियां पड़ी। लेकिन मैंने कहा मैं बड़े बड़े लोगों से पैसों ले जाने वाला नहीं हूं, छोटे छोटे, उससे मुझे फायदा हुआ, नोट भी मिला, वोट भी मिला, चुनाव भी जीत गया। मेरी बेईमानी, मेरी बेइज्जती बहुत हुई, आप मीडिया देख लीजिए उस समय के, और इतना झूठ चला है पूरा, सह लिया मैंने, क्या करूं, लेकिन मुझे सही रास्ते पर जाना था तो उस सहते हुए भी मैं चला, हमें फायदा हुआ।
मोदी जी, आपने वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की तस्वीर इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में लोगों के सामने रखी, लेकिन आपके आलोचक ये कहते हैं कि इसी गुजरात की एक और तस्वीर है। मैं कुछ आंकड़े आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। ये आंकड़े हैं नेशनल सैंपल सर्वे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के, और ये आंकड़े देखते हैं कि गरीबी रेखा के ऊपर कितने लोगों को ला पाए। और ये आंकड़े दर्शाते हैं कि 2004 और 2010 के बीच महाराष्ट्र में 13.7, तमिलनाडु में 12.3, कर्नाटक में 9.7, राजस्थान में 9.6 और गुजरात में 8.6% लोग गरीब रेखा के ऊपर आए। सवाल ये जो कई लोग पूछते हैं आपसे, वो ये कि आपके राज्य में अमीर लोग, उद्योगपति तो बहुत तेजी से विकास कर रहे हैं, वो है वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की तस्वीर, लेकिन आंकड़े दिखाते हैं कि जो गरीब लोग हैं उनको आप उसी रफ्तार से गरीबी रेखा के ऊपर नहीं ला पाते।
देखिए, मेरे गुजरात के अंदर कई राज्यों से ट्रेनें आती हैं, कई राज्यों से। अगर आप सूरत, अहमदाबाद, अंकलेश्वर, गांधीधाम जाने वाली ट्रेनें जो हैं वहां जाके देखोगे, हिंदुस्तान के कोने कोने से बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में गरीब लोग रोजी रोटी कमाने के लिए मेरे राज्य आते हैं, और वो आते हैं तो स्वाभाविक है कि वो सेंसस जब होता है तो उनका भी काउंटिंग होता है। तो मेरे यहाँ बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में गरीबी हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, और हम कोशिश करते हैं कि उनको गरीबी से बाहर लाएं, और मैं मानता हूं ये सिलसिला चलता रहेगा। गुजरात जैसे जैसे प्रगति कर रहा है, ये लोग, गरीब लोग वहां रोजी रोटी के आने वाले हैं, और सेटल होने तक वो गरीब रहेंगे, उसके बाद वो बाहर आएंगे। और मैं मानता हूं हम बहुत बड़ी सेवा करेंगे, और मैं इससे शर्मिंदगी महसूस नहीं कर रहा हूं। अगर देश के गरीब लोग मेरे राज्य में आते हैं, उसके कारण मेरे राज्य की छवि को थोड़ा सा इधर उधर का हल्का हाथ लग जाता है, लेकिन कम से कम कुछ गरीब का तो भला होता है।
क्योंकि जब आपसे पूछा गया मोदी साहब मैलनरिशमेंट के बारे में, कुपोषण के बारे में, आपने कुछ इसी तरह का बयान दिया कि गुजरात में महिलाएं चूंकि वो फैशन कॉन्शियस हैं, इस वजह से वो खाना नहीं खाती, इस वजह से वो मैलनरिश्ड हैं। लेकिन 2011 के आंकड़े दिखाते हैं कि 38.77% लोग गुजरात में मैलनरिश्ड हैं बच्चे, और ये नेशनल एवरेज के कंपैरिजन में, जिस गुजरात को आप एक डेवलप्ड स्टेट दिखाते हैं, वैसे काफी पुअर परफॉर्मेंस है। तो ये जो ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडिसेस है कि उस पर गुजरात पिछड़ता क्यों है, अच्छा क्यों नहीं परफॉर्म करता?
बहुत ही अच्छा सवाल पूछा। मेरे किसी वाक्य को उछल करके टीआरपी के लिए चलता रहता है, तो उसमें आपने उपयोग किया था इसका, लेकिन उस दिन मैंने क्या कहा था वो पूरा सुनोगे तो आपको पता चलेगा। मेरे और यहाँ बैठे हुए किसी के विचार में फर्क नहीं हो सका, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य है मीडिया वाले देश को कहीं पर भी खींचने की कोशिश करते हैं, ले जाते हैं, तो उसमें मैं भी उसका शिकार हो गया था। भाइयों बहनों, मैंने ये कहा था कि माल न्यूट्रिशन वो सिर्फ गरीबी के कारण होता है ऐसा नहीं है। गरीबी एक कारण तो है ही है, लेकिन जो गरीब नहीं है उनके यहां भी माल न्यूट्रिशन का प्रॉब्लम है। क्यों? जो मैंने उस समय कहा था वो कह रहा हूं। क्यों? एक तो एक फास्ट फूड का मामला, पता ही नहीं क्या खाना जो हमारी बॉडी के लिए आवश्यक है और क्या नहीं खाना। ये पैसे हैं लेकिन वो खाने के तौर पे। दूसरा, आज आप यहां बैठी रही कई माताएं बहन बैठी हैं, वो अपने घर में बच्ची को दूध पिलाना होता होगा तो दौड़ना पड़ता है पीछे पीछे, अरे दूध पी लो बेटा दूध पी लो। वो कहते नहीं मुझे मैं दूध नहीं पीऊंगा। ये हर घर के अंदर झगड़ा है। माँ बाप अपने बच्चों को खिलाना पिलाना चाहते हैं, बच्चे मानते नहीं, और वो इसलिए नहीं मैं बहुत मोटी हो जाऊंगी, मेरा ये हो जाएगा मेरा वो हो जाएगा। तो मैंने कहा भाई आवश्यकता है हेल्थ कॉन्शियस होने की, लेकिन अधिक हो रहे हैं ब्यूटी कॉन्शियस। मैंने इसी के कारण कुपोषण होता है ऐसा कभी कहा नहीं। पहली बार आज जुबान खोल रहा हूं, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य है आपको एक काम आ गया, वाक्य चलाते रहे, और मेरी इस बात से कोई असहमत नहीं होगा कि अच्छे परिवारों में भी दिक्कत है, अच्छे परिवारों में भी दिक्कत है। और हम सच्चाई से कब तक मुंह मोड़ेंगे? सच्चाई से कब तक मुंह मोड़ेंगे? जहां तक गुजरात का सवाल है, आपको मित्रों, भारत हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि माल न्यूट्रिशन के कारण बड़ी शर्मिंदगी महसूस करता हूं। उनकी इस पीड़ा मैं समझ सकता हूं। 2001 की जो सेंसस आई, उस 2001 के सेंसस का रिपोर्ट मेरे पास आया 2004 में। ये मैं 21वीं सदी की बात कर रहा हूं। और मैंने फिर मेरे अफसरों से ब्रीफिंग लिया, मैंने कहा भाई बताओ क्या है इसमें। उसमें मेरे ध्यान में आया मेरे राज्य में दो समस्याएं उभर करके आई, एक जेंडर की और दूसरी न्यूट्रिशन की। 2005 से मिशन मोड में गुजरात इज द फर्स्ट स्टेट जिसने इनिशिएटिव लिया, और अभी भी आज भी हिंदुस्तान के पास माल न्यूट्रिशन के संबंध में कोई सर्वे रिपोर्ट उपलब्ध नहीं है। नहीं है। ये आईसीडीएस के माध्यम से जो जानकारी जाती है उसके आधार पर है। अभी आपने देखा हो पिछले हफ्ते भारत सरकार ने हमको एक इनाम दिया, वो उस तरफ मीडिया का ध्यान गया नहीं है। माफ करना मित्रों, सच बोलने की सजा तो मैं भुगतता हूं, थोड़ी और भुगत लूंगा। भारत सरकार ने गुजरात के एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट को इस बात के लिए इनाम दिया है कि माल न्यूट्रिशन की स्थिति को ट्रैक कर करके किस प्रकार से आगे चलना चाहिए, इंस्टीट्यूशन कैसे करना है, मैकेनिज्म कैसे लाना चाहिए, टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे लाएं, मॉनिटरिंग कैसे लाएं, इंप्रूवमेंट कैसे लाएं, इसका एक बहुत बड़ा होलिस्टिक व्यू से हमने काम किया है। पूरे हिंदुस्तान में उत्तम काम के लिए पिछले हफ्ते हमें अवार्ड मिला है न्यूट्रिशन के संबंध में। दूसरा, इन दिनों भी अपने सीएजी के काफी माहौल गरमाया था, उस सीएजी का रिपोर्ट है लेटेस्ट भारत सरकार की। उसका कहना है कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान में माल न्यूट्रिशन से बाहर आने की दिशा में पूरा भारत एवरेज 8% इंप्रूव हुआ है। हिंदुस्तान का इंप्रूवमेंट 8%, गुजरात का इंप्रूवमेंट हाईएस्ट इन इंडिया 33%. Second is most probably Tamil Nadu 22 है, we are 33%. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि समस्या जब से ध्यान में आई है, इस बार का मैंने एक मिशन बलम सुखम पूरा मूवमेंट खड़ा किया है, मैं खुद उसको मॉनिटर कर रहा हूं। इस साल मेरा बजट है उसका 2000 करोड़ रुपीस इन वन स्टेट, 2000 करोड़ रुपीस। मित्रों, मेरे यहां पहले 13,000 पंचायतें हैं, 4,000 पंचायतों में फ्लोराइड वाला पानी था। अब ये न्यूट्रिशन के सब कॉज हैं, रूट कॉज हैं। आज मैं नर्मदा का पानी पाइपलाइन से पहुंचाता हूं और उसके कारण मुश्किल से 4,000 में से 50 गांव फ्लोराइड वाले हैं। अब ये जो पहुंचेगा उसका फायदा मिलने वाला है, और ये लगातार कंसिस्टेंटली करने का काम होता है। और मैं मानता हूं कि अगर इस सीएजी का रिपोर्ट को आधार में मानूं तो हम शायद सबसे तेज गति से आगे बढ़े, सही दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और हमें विश्वास है कि हम इन न्यूट्रिशन की समस्या से उभर करके गुजरात एक स्वस्थ समाज देने की दिशा में सफल होंगे।
मोदी जी, आप लगातार विकास की बात करते हैं, गुजरात के मॉडल की बात करते हैं। आंकड़े सर ये दिखाते हैं कि अगर हम विदेशी निवेश की बात करें तो 2000 से 2012 के बीच महाराष्ट्र, दिल्ली जैसे छोटे राज्यों में, कर्नाटक, तमिलनाडु में गुजरात से ज्यादा विदेशी निवेश आया है।
भैया, ये फिगर कहां से लाए हो आप?
सर,
मैं नहीं जानता हूं।
ये रिजर्व बैंक
लेकिन ये कोई मना नहीं कर सकता, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में हाईएस्ट इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ गुजरात का है। सारे फिगर्स अवेलेबल है। दूसरा, वो अगर मानना नहीं है तो गुजरात के अंदर भारत सरकार के फिगर के हिसाब से लास्ट 7 इयर्स में एम्प्लॉयमेंट एक्सचेंज के द्वारा जो जॉब मिले हैं, 72% जॉब अकेले गुजरात ने दिए हैं। 28% में पूरा हिंदुस्तान है। अगर ये उद्योगों का विकास न हुआ होता, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर डेवलप न हुआ होता, तो रोजगारी कहां मिलती? अभी 1 महीने पहले भारत सरकार का फिगर आया है कि हिंदुस्तान में सबसे कम बेरोजगारी वाला राज्य कौन सा? तो गुजरात है, सबसे कम बेरोजगारी वाला। ये सब तब संभव होता है जबकि मेरे यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में हम कुछ काम करते होंगे, तभी होता है, वरना हो ही नहीं सकता है।
Let's open it up to the floor.
Let's take some questions from the audience. Who wants to ask the first question? The gentleman over here. Yes.
The young man.
नरेंद्र, नमस्कार। नवीन भट्टर, कलकत्ता से। मैं आपसे ये आग्रह करना चाहूँगा कि हम मध्यम उम्र के जो पीढ़ी है उनसे आप क्या मार्गदर्शन या क्या सलाह देना चाहें जिससे कि हम अपने आने वाले पीढ़ी को एक सुसज्जित और व्यवस्थित समाज दे सकें।
न मैं इतना वयोवृद्ध हूँ, न मैं इतना तपोवृद्ध हूँ कि मैं किसी को मार्गदर्शन कर सकूं, न मेरा वो राइट बनता है, न मेरी वो हैसियत है, लेकिन हम सब मित्र हैं। ज्यादातर हम लोग आजादी के बाद पैदा हुए हैं। जो लोग आजादी के लिए पहले पैदा हुए, उनके जीवन में देश के लिए मरने का सौभाग्य था। हमारे लिए देश के लिए मरने का सौभाग्य नहीं है, लेकिन देश के लिए जीने का सौभाग्य है और जी के दिखाना चाहिए।
प्रसून,
प्रेस करेंगे क्या?
नहीं, सबसे लेंगे।
मोदी जी, आपने एक किस्सा भी सुनाया और एक सच भी बताया।
तभी हम समझ गए थे कि कुछ तय करके आए हो।
नहीं, कुछ तय नहीं था, कोई फिक्र नहीं है।
मोदी जी, आपने बताया कि गुजरात में टैक्स की उगाही के लिए आपने एक नायाब रास्ता निकाला कि डमरू बजा दे। हमें लगता है यहाँ इतने लोग बैठे हैं जिस आस में आज आपको बताना चाहिए डमरू ये लोग बजा देंगे। आपको दिल्ली आने से बीजेपी के भीतर कौन रुक रहा है?
मैं सोच में नहीं पड़ रहा, सवाल पूरा हो गया।
नहीं, मतलब हम लोग सवाल करते हैं तो शेर वाला
मैं दिल्ली में बैठा हूं, देखो तो, अगर किसी रोका होता तो कैसे बैठता? दिल्ली है भाई, मैप पे दिखाओ प्रसंग को। मैं दिल्ली में हूं, मुझे किसने नहीं रोका।
मोदी जी, सप्लीमेंट्री है इसमें। अच्छा। दरअसल आपने किस्सा
इसमें मैंने कहा भी अटक गए क्या?
हम लोग अक्सर पूछते हैं कि बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष से पूछते हैं या तमाम पार्टी के नेताओं से पूछते हैं कि मोदी जी का क्या होगा। वो शेर के जिस तरह से लाइसेंस दिखाया गया था, शेर को जो आपने किस्सा सुना, उसी तरीके से हमें बोल देते हैं संसदीय बोर्ड तय करेगा, वो लाइसेंस दिखा देते हैं। आप क्या उस लाइसेंस के लिए रुके हुए हैं? क्या है मसला?
क्या आपको इस बात की खुशी नहीं होनी चाहिए कि इस देश में एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है जिसका अपना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेटअप है, निर्णय की प्रक्रियाएं हैं, और इतने सारे माहौल के बीच भी अपने सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन का पालन करते हुए डेमोक्रेटिक वे में एक पार्टी चल रही है? यह आनंद का विषय नहीं है? आनंद होना चाहिए भैया। यस, दिस इज द वे। परिवार के अंदर तय नहीं होता है, आनंद होना चाहिए आपको यार।
मिस्टर गुलाबचंद।
अजीत गुलाबचंद। नरेंद्र भाई, आपने आज एक विकास के बारे में सब कहा, मगर एशिया पैसिफिक खंड में दो नई पावर्स खड़ी हुई है, एक चीन, एक भारत। आर्थिक विकास दोनों में हुआ है और इसमें चाइना भी बहुत आगे चला गया है। मिलिट्री पावर भी चाइना में इतनी बढ़ गई है कि आज अमेरिका और रूस जैसे लोग उनको एक प्रतिद्वंदी मानते हैं। आप क्या राय है कि पूरे देश में, पूरे दुनिया में, ग्लोबली और एशिया पैसिफिक खंड में हिंदुस्तान का जियोपॉलिटिकल स्थान क्या होगा और क्या होना चाहिए?
देखिए भाई, मिलिट्री पावर एंड इकोनॉमिक पावर का युग करीब करीब समाप्त हो चुका है। नॉलेज इज ए पावर, पूरा युग बदल चुका है। नॉलेज और इंफॉर्मेशन के आधार पर दुनिया का नेतृत्व होने वाला है। और इतिहास कहता है, भारत मानव जब ज्ञान युग में रहा है तब उसका नेतृत्व हिंदुस्तान ने किया है। हम 21वीं सदी ज्ञान की सदी है, ये ज्ञान का युग है। और आज भी कल तक जिस देश की कोई छवि नहीं थी, हमारे 20, 22, 24 साल के बच्चों ने कंप्यूटर पर हाथ रख करके पूरे दुनिया में देश की छवि बदल दी। तो जगत इससे प्रभावित होने वाला है। और ये मेरा साफ मानना है कि ये जो शक्ति है, उस शक्ति के पुरोधे से हम विश्व के अंदर अपनी हैसियत शक्ति बना सकते हैं। लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई ज्ञान है, बुद्धि है, लेकिन हाथ पे चलते नहीं, तो ऐसा नहीं चलता। दमखम भी होना चाहिए। और आज के समय में कुछ मात्रा में दमखम की आवश्यकता भी दिखती है। पिछले दिन जो घटनाएं घटी है, उससे तो ज्यादा लगता है कि भाई कुछ कम से कम आंख तो दिखाओ।
मोदी जी, आप अक्सर सरकार की पाकिस्तान नीति की आलोचना करते हैं। आप ये बताइए कि पाकिस्तान
एक मिनट, ये आधा वाक्य कहां से लाए?
हाँ जी,
शुरू का आधा वाक्य कहां से लाया?
नहीं, हम ये कह रहे हैं कि जैसे फर्ज कीजिए,
आपने कहा आप अक्सर पाकिस्तान की आलोचना करते हैं।
पाकिस्तान की नहीं, बोल रहा हूँ कि भारत सरकार की पाकिस्तान पे की जो नीति है उसकी अक्सर बीजेपी आलोचना करती है। हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि कश्मीर का मसला है, पाकिस्तान से जो बायलैटरल रिलेशंस है, आपके हिसाब से एक आइडियल नीति क्या होनी चाहिए? सरकार को पाकिस्तान से जो खतरे हैं, दोस्ती भी है, वाजपेयी जी गए थे लाहौर, करगिल भी हुआ, आपके हिसाब से कैसे टैकल करना चाहिए?
भारत के लिए अपने सभी, न सिर्फ पाकिस्तान, सभी पड़ोसी देशों से उत्तम, अच्छे से अच्छे रिश्ते होने चाहिए। इसमें कोई दुविधा नहीं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन हमारे हितों की रक्षा करते हुए, और जिसमें हमारे हितों की रक्षा होती है उसमें हमने आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। अब किसी जमाने में 1962 के बाद चाइना के साथ हमारा कितना तनाव रहा, हम चाइना को कैसे देखते थे, धीरे धीरे करके जनता के बीच में चाइना के साथ संबंध बन गया और आज वो कटुता का माहौल नहीं है। हम सब अनुभव करते हैं, सहज रूप से बनता जा रहा है। डिप्लोमेटिक होगा, गवर्नमेंट होगा, इश्यूज होंगे, उसको अपने तरीके से हैंडल किया जाएगा। पाकिस्तान में भी अब जैसे मेरे गुजरात में मेरा कराची से बहुत सीधा नाता रहता है और बस सहज नाता रहता है। हम लोगों को कोई खास कठिनाई भी महसूस नहीं होती है जनता के लेवल पे। ये प्रेशर जितना बढ़ेगा, पाकिस्तान भी हरकतें करना बंद करेगा, जरूर बंद करेगा।
जनरल वीपी मलिक।
आपने तो थोड़ी देर पहले बोला कि मिलिट्री की आवश्यकता है, जो साथी हैं सबको आप तो नौकरी से बाहर निकालेंगे, लेकिन आप भी जानते हैं, मैं जानता हूं कि जब तक नेशनल सिक्योरिटी की प्रॉब्लम होती है तब तक हमको मिलिट्री को रखना पड़ता है। आपने बहुत अच्छी बात बताई और अपने पर्सपेक्टिव दिए डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर। और एक और मैं पर्सपेक्टिव आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, वो है नेशनल सिक्योरिटी की एक और प्रॉब्लम जो हम पब्लिक में ज़्यादा डिस्कस नहीं करते हैं, और वो ये है कि इस वक्त हमारा डिफेंस बजट 2,00,000 करोड़ है। मुझे मालूम नहीं कितने जीरो पड़ते हैं, लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा है, और उसका ज़्यादा हिस्सा जो है हम बाहर भेजते हैं क्योंकि हमको अपने हथियार बाहर से इंपोर्ट करने पड़ते हैं, उससे करप्शन भी होती है। लेकिन इस वक्त हमारा देश 70% अपने जो हथियार हैं वो बाहर इंपोर्ट करता है, और हमारी ताकत उसको प्रोड्यूस करने की सिर्फ 30% है। तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि आपका इस विषय के ऊपर क्या पर्सपेक्टिव है, कैसे आप देखते हैं?
मेरा सपना है कि हम विश्व को हथियार सप्लाई करने वाले देश बनना चाहिए। हम सप्लाई बने, हम बायर न बने। और गुजरात ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है। हमने पिछले दिनों वाइब्रेंट समिट में डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की दुनिया से जुड़े जितने लोग हैं उन सबको बुलाया। आर्मी से भी निकले हुए लोग, नेवी से निकले हुए, एयरफोर्स से निकले हुए इस फील्ड में एडवाइजर का रोल कर रहे हैं, उनको बुलाया, और गुजरात गवर्नमेंट। और हमने कहा कि भाई हमने अब जब ये नियम बनाया कि भाई इंडिजीनियस 30% स्कोप है ना नए रूल्स में, क्यों ना उसका फायदा उठाए। गुजरात स्पेशल पॉलिसी लेकर आ रहा है डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए। उसके लिए आवश्यक जो भी सुविधाएं हम जुटाना चाहते हैं। मेरे यहाँ पिछले 3 साल से यूनिवर्सिटीज को मैं कहा था कि आप इंजीनियरिंग में डिफेंस रिलेटेड इंजीनियरिंग के कोर्सेज चालू कीजिए। मेरे यहाँ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट का काम ऑलरेडी पिछले 3 साल से चल रहा है क्योंकि उसकी बड़ी रिक्वायरमेंट रही है। और तीसरा काम मेरा चल रहा है पॉलिसी फ्रेम का, और आने वाले दिनों में हम क्लियर कट पॉलिसी लेकर के आएंगे। और आज भी हमारे देश में कई लोग, आज भी मुझे एक कंपनी के लोगों से यही मेरा दिल्ली में मिलना हुआ कि वो जहाज बनाते हैं, हवाई जहाज युद्ध के लिए। मैंने उनको ऑफर किया है, आप मेरे पास आइए गुजरात में, आपकी प्रपोजल लेकर के मैं चर्चा करूंगा। तो गुजरात उस दिशा में अपनी तैयारी कर रहा है, लेकिन और भी लोग कर सकते हैं। लेकिन मैं मलिक के इस बात से बहुत सहमत हूं कि भारत न सिर्फ शस्त्रास्त्र के संबंध में सेल्फ सफिशिएंट हो, लेकिन भारत ग्लोबल मार्केट को कैप्चर करने के इरादे से आगे बढ़े। और मैं मानता हूं ये हम कर सकते हैं। इन सब चीजों की दुनिया को जरूरत है और हम कर सकते हैं।
मोदी जी, आप बिजनेस के लिए इतने फ्रेंडली हो कि आप लोगों को, बिजनेसमैन को गुजरात में बुलाते हो, पर ये जो आप पार्टी को और आपने भी बोला था, ये FDI मल्टी रिटेल में जो आपने इसका अपोज किया हुआ, ये क्या वजह है? इसमें एक बात बोल दूं कि फॉरेन मनी और लोकल मनी, जैसे रिलायंस में भी ये रिटेल में करते हैं, उसमें क्या फर्क है?
पहली बात है कि भारत सरकार ये भूल जाती है कि हमारा एक संघीय ढांचा है, फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर है। इन दिनों अभी तक हमारे मीडिया के मित्रों का उससे ज्यादा जान नहीं गया है, लेकिन इस सरकार ने UPA 1 और UPA 2, इसने इस देश को सबसे बड़ा जो नुकसान किया है वो फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर पर बड़े गंभीर घाव किए हैं। और भारत जैसे देश में फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को बनाए रखना, लेटर एंड स्पीड में बनाए रखना, इस देश की एकता और अखंडता के लिए बहुत अनिवार्य है। एफडीआई का डिसीजन भी अगर आगे चलकर स्टेट पर ही डिपेंड करता है तो कम से कम स्टेट से बात तो करो। प्रधानमंत्री ने मेरी एनडीसी की मीटिंग में हमें वादा किया था, बिफोर टेकिंग एनी डिसीजन वी विल कंसल्ट। यानी अगर आप देश में अपनी मन मर्जी से कोई निर्णय करो और आप राज्यों पर थोपने की दिशा में जाओगे तो एकाध काम हो भी जाएगा, लेकिन भारत के संघीय ढांचे को बहुत बड़ा नुकसान होगा। ये उस प्रकार के निर्णय हो रहे हैं और इसलिए पहली मांग है कि वे कंसल्टेशन करने की आदत बनाएं, कन्विंस करने का प्रयास करें, हो सके उतनों को लोग साथ लेकर के चलें, तब जाकर के निर्णय करें। वो सारी परंपरा खत्म हो गई है और इसलिए कभी कभार उनका कोई अच्छा निर्णय होगा तो इसके कारण परेशान हो जाता है। आपको विश्वास में लेना पड़ेगा। और दूसरी बात, एफडीआई को हम इस रूप में न देखें, रिटेल एफडीआई को, कि सिर्फ वो छोटे छोटे व्यापारियों से जुड़ा प्रश्न है कि भाई व्यापारियों की दुकान बंद हो जाएगी। ये सोच ठीक नहीं है। इस प्रकार का डंपिंग होगा दुनिया भर से ब्रांडेड माल का, तो आपके सबसे बड़ा नुकसान होने वाला है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर को। और हमारे छोटे छोटे एसएमईज जो हैं, मान लीजिए एक अम्ब्रेला बनाने वाला छोटा व्यापारी है, वो 10,000 पीस बनाता है साल में, छोटा 6 लोगों को नौकरी दे रहा है। अब कल दुनिया के बाजार से रिटेल का एफडी वाला है, छातों का ढेर लगा देगा, वो 10,000 छाता बनाने वाली इंडस्ट्री बंद हो जाएगी, उसके यहाँ नौकरी करने वाले 25 लोग बेरोजगार हो जाएंगे। और इसलिए आपके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर को प्रोटेक्ट करने की व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, और वो भी छोटे मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को। वो अगर आप करते हो, इसलिए आप पहले खिड़की खोलो, थोड़ा उसके साथ टॉप अप करो, फिर जरूरत पड़े तो आधा दरवाजा खोलो, उसके बाद फिर बड़ा दरवाजा खोलो। एक बार देखो तो सही हिंदुस्तान कैसे कर रहा है। इतने बड़े देश में अचानक ऐसे इतनी बड़ी शख्सियत और शक्तियों को अब थोप दोगे तो स्थिति क्या बनेगी। और इसके जवाब अब तक भारत सरकार नहीं दे पाई है। और उनके निर्णय करने के बाद भी धरती पर क्या नजर आ रहा है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है। किया निर्णय उन्होंने
तो स्टेट्स पे छोड़ दिया, पर ये तो
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूं, जब आप स्टेट पे छोड़ना था तो निर्णय भी तो स्टेट पे छोड़ना चाहिए था। आप निर्णय खुद कर लेते हो और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेट पे छोड़ते हो।
ये तो एनडीए की पहले प्रपोजल थी मल्टी ब्रांड रिटेल की, पहले भी एनडीए ने तो
इश्यू इज नॉट विद एनडीए और यूपीए। सवाल है फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर में जिसको करना है उसको साथ लो भाई, उसके साथ बात करो।
आपका मतलब प्रिंसिपल के कंसल्टेशन नहीं की, पर आप इसके बारे में सोच सकते हो।
मैंने 2 कारण भी बताए और 2 कारण है जिसको प्रोटेक्ट करना हमारे यहाँ हमारी सब प्रायोरिटी हो जाए। नंबर 1, रोजगारी को कोई धक्का नहीं लगना चाहिए, हमारा नौजवान बेरोजगार नहीं होना चाहिए। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का छोटा व्यापारी जो होता है, छोटा बिजनेस होता है, छोटा इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट होता है, उसको कोई नुकसान नहीं होना चाहिए। इस सारे कोई प्रबंध इस पूरे विषय में नहीं है।
कंज्यूमर इसमें बेनिफिट करेगा, जो आपका चाहता है वो आधे प्राइस में।
आप सिर्फ कंज्यूमर की बात बता रहे हैं, औरों की बात बता नहीं रहे। यानी जो भारत सरकार बता रही है वो औरों की बात बता रही है। मैं उस एरिया पे चर्चा कर रहा हूं कि जिसके प्रोटेक्शन के लिए कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है।
दूसरी डायरेक्शन में लेता हूं
जी प्लीज।
आपने एनआरआई के चैट में अपना एक नया डेफिनेशन किया सेक्युलरिज्म का। इंडिया फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट कंट्री अबव ऑल रिलीजियस एंड आइडियोलॉजीज। इसका मतलब क्या है कि माइनॉरिटीज को कोई प्रोटेक्शन की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई इसमें मतलब बड़ा जनरल स्टेटमेंट है।
इस देश के हर एक नागरिक को प्रोटेक्शन की जरूरत है, फिर क्या बचा?
तो सेक्युलरिज्म क्या है?
आ गया ना, आ गया कि नहीं आ गया? इस देश के हर एक नागरिक को प्रोटेक्शन की जरूरत है, फिर कहां फर्क पड़ता है कि इसको मिला कि इसको नहीं मिले? सबको मिलना चाहिए। ये जो तराजू बना दिए गए हैं वो वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स है। और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं आप जो भी निर्णय करें वो हिंदुस्तान की भलाई के लिए हो, बेनिफिशियरी कोई भी हो, देश का भला होगा। निर्णय ऐसे करो, क्यों नहीं करते?
ओके।
और मैं 12 साल से गुजरात में मैं डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का एक इश्यू मेरे सामने नहीं, एक नहीं, नॉट अ सिंगल। हमारा काम है सबकी भलाई हो, लेकिन जरूरी है क्या इसका नाम करके उसको उकसा करके उससे फायदा उठाओ, इस जाति को भड़काओ, उस जाति को भड़काओ, फलाने को भड़काओ, ढिकने को भड़काओ। अरे भाई गरीब गरीब है, हर एक का भला करो, हर एक की चिंता करो। जिसकी बेटी पढ़ती है सबको अब मैं 100% एनरोलमेंट कर रहा हूं। 100% मतलब क्या जरूरत है इसको इस दरारों में बांटने की? क्यों एक बच्चा क्यों पढ़ाई के बिना रह जाना चाहिए? इसकी पीड़ा होनी चाहिए। तो ये माहौल बदलने की आवश्यकता है।
ओके, साहिल जोशी।
मोदी जी, आपने जो फिल्म दिखाई उसमें आपने गुजरात के डेवलपमेंट की बात की। आप पिछले करीब 12 साल से मुख्यमंत्री है गुजरात के, लेकिन आपकी सरकार जो थी एक पार्टी की सरकार थी और पूर्ण बहुमत आपके पास था। क्या आपको लगता है कि जिस तरीके से देश में कोalition पॉलिटिक्स है, क्या आपकी सरकार अगर कोalition सरकार हुई तो क्या इसी तरीके से डेवलपमेंट आप कर सकते थे? और दूसरा सवाल ये कि जिस तरीके से केंद्र में हम देखते हैं कि केंद्र में एक पार्टी की सरकार आना काफी मुश्किल है, तो अगर कोalition की सरकार होती है या अलायंस की सरकार होती है तो क्या आप इस तरीके का ग्रोथ मॉडल देश में लागू कर पाएंगे?
देखिए भैया, कुछ करने के लिए कोalition, ये प्रॉब्लम, ये जो व्याख्या की गई है इन दिनों, ये अपने साथियों के साथ अन्याय है। कोई मुझे बताएं कि इस वर्तमान सरकार ने कुछ अच्छा करने का निर्णय किया हो और कोalition पार्टनरों ने परेशानी पैदा की और उसके कारण नहीं हुआ, ऐसा कुछ है क्या? ऐसा नहीं है। और इसलिए मित्रों, अगर आपका इरादा नेक हो और आप लोगों की भलाई करना चाहते हो, तो मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि आप कोई साथी पक्ष आपको छोड़ करके नहीं, ये अच्छा काम नहीं करने देंगे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं करेंगे। आज देश को समस्या करने के कारण कम है, न करने के कारण ज्यादा है।
संत बम से
काफी हो गया मुझे लगता है।
विनिवेश के मामले में आपकी क्या सोच है? यहाँ अरुण शौरी साहब बैठे हैं। एनडीए की सरकार में विनिवेश हुआ, बहुत सारी कंपनियां हैं पब्लिक सेक्टर में जो सिक हैं, जो लॉस मेकिंग हैं, उनके बारे में आपकी क्या सोच है? क्या उन्हें बेच देना चाहिए? क्या उन्हें स्ट्रेटेजिक सेल के द्वारा बेच देना चाहिए ताकि वो प्रॉफिटेबल बने, प्राइवेट सेक्टर उसमें निवेश करके उसको ठीक करे?
अच्छा सवाल आपने पूछा है। देखिए, हमारे देश में ये पीएसयूज का जन्म होता है, वो मरने के लिए ही होता है, ये भूले नहीं। किसी का बाल मृत्यु हो जाता है, किसी का युवा होने का मृत्यु हो जाता है। कोई एक परिवार को डुबो कर मरता है तो कोई 50 परिवार को डुबो के मरता है, लेकिन मरना तय है। तो एक तो ये स्थिति है। अब इसके रास्ते खोजे गए, तो क्या रास्ते खोजे गए? या तो बंद कर दो या प्राइवेटाइज कर दो, दो रास्ते खोजे गए। मित्रों, गुजरात ने एक तीसरा मॉडल लिया। मेरे यहां आप 2001 या 2 के गुजरात स्टेट फर्टिलाइजर कॉर्पोरेशन, गुजरात नर्मदा फर्टिलाइजर कॉर्पोरेशन, ये मेरी कंपनी देखोगे, सारी कंपनियां लुढ़क चुकी थी। भूकंप का कहा था, बैंक में स्कैम हुआ था, सब तबाह हो चुका था। शेयर कैपिटल की दुनिया में हम लोग 11 रुपया 12 रुपया पे खड़े हो गए थे। और मुख्यमंत्री बनने के बाद मुझे जो सबसे पहला डेलीगेशन मिलने आया था, वो गुजरात स्टेट फर्टिलाइजर कॉर्पोरेशन बड़ौदा का कर्मचारियों का यूनियन में आया था और बड़े परेशान थे। मैं गुजरात में रहता नहीं था, इसलिए मुझे जानकारियां नहीं थी। मैं 2001 तक दिल्ली में था, एनडीए सरकार में काम करता था सबके साथ, तो मुझे वहां की बारीकियां पता नहीं थी। मैंने कहा भाई हुआ क्या? कुछ लोग रोने लगे, बोले हमारी नौकरी चली जाएगी, हम 35-35 साल से यहाँ रहे, क्या होगा? मैंने कहा हुआ क्या भाई? बोले साहब ये जीएसएफसी तो खत्म हो रहा है, हमारी इतने साल हो गए, हमारी जिंदगी बात होगी। मैंने कहा आप चिंता मत कीजिए, 1 हफ्ता दीजिए। मैंने खुद ने स्टडी किया, स्टडी करके कुछ मैंने परिवर्तन लाए। फिर मैंने सभी पीएसयूज का स्टडी किया, सब में परिवर्तन लाए। और मित्रों ने एक नया मॉडल डेवलप किया। नया मॉडल ये डेवलप किया कि गवर्नमेंट पीएसयूज को एक रास्ता था बंद करो, दूसरा रास्ता बेच दो, तीसरा रास्ता मैंने लाया, उसमें प्रोफेशनलिज्म लाओ, टेक्नोलॉजिकल अपग्रेडेशन लाओ, लीकेज बंद करो, इस दिशा में ले जाओ। उसको मैंने कोशिश की और आज परिणाम ये है कि हमारे पीएसयूज के शेयर मार्केट में हाईएस्ट रेट पर चल रहे हैं, हाईएस्ट प्रॉफिट इसी 10 वर्ष में हमारे पीएसयूज ने किया है। तो हमने एक सिद्ध करके दिया है। लेकिन एज ए फिलोसफी मेरा मत है, गवर्नमेंट है नो बिजनेस टू डू ए बिजनेस। ये काम ही नहीं है जी, सरकार का काम है समझना। लेकिन बिगड़ा है तो उसको ठीक करने के लिए मैंने चिंता की। जैसे मैंने अभी रेलवे का बताया, रेलवे का जो मैंने बताया वो ये आपने जो सवाल पूछा उसी का है कि भाई आप पूरी रेलवे पटरी मत दे दो, लेकिन कम से कम आप इस पटरी का मैक्सिमम उपयोग हो, उसके लिए तो आप प्राइवेट पार्टी को इनवाइट करो। और स्कोप है, ऐसा नहीं है कि चीजों को करने में कोई मुश्किल है। तो हमें एक मिली जुली व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए। लेकिन मेरा जरूर मत है जी, मुझे एक पुरानी घटना याद आती है। वाजपेयी जी नए पार्लियामेंट के मेंबर बने थे, पंडित नेहरू जी प्रधानमंत्री के नाते उनका बहुत बड़ा रुतबा था और ये अशोका होटल का उद्घाटन हुआ था, शायद वो सरकार ने बनाई थी, और प्रधानमंत्री ने बड़े गर्व के साथ जाकर के पार्लियामेंट में इसकी घोषणा की कि आज अच्छे समाचार है, मैंने ऐसा एक अपने देश को आज हो ऐसा एक होटल का उद्घाटन किया है। और उस दिन अटल जी ने भाषण दिया था, बहुत छोटी आयु थी, नए पार्लियामेंट में आए थे, और उन्होंने कहा था प्रधानमंत्री जी जो खुशखबरी आप सुना रहे हो ये मेरे लिए बड़ी दुख की खबर है। काश अच्छा होता मेरे देश का प्रधानमंत्री ये आकर के कहता आज मैंने कोई अस्पताल का उद्घाटन किया है। देश को अस्पताल चाहिए कि होटल चाहिए? सरकार का काम अस्पताल बनाना है, होटल बनाना नहीं है। तो उस समय उस आयु में मेरी पार्टी विचार थे। तो ये मैं मानता हूं कि हमारी प्रायोरिटी अलग होनी चाहिए।
Gentleman at the back, the earphones, he's got his hand up for the longest time. Let's take his question, please.
Thank you, Rahul. I was afraid there was only people we knew by name on the first row that would get to ask questions. Namaskar, Mr. Modi. Namaskar, Mr. Modi. You're using the word friend many times, so I will say this. Mara Mitra Kemcho.
मजा बचो।
Tumna Mule Anand Tayo, it's nice to meet you. So, but as you can hear, my Gujarati and these skills are limited, so I have to ask my question in English. I hope that is okay. Now, I can clearly hear that you can speak every bit like the presidential candidate you are perceived to be. This nation, India, to be moved forward by you or by anybody else would need to be whole and healed. What would you do to ensure that going forward, India remains whole and becomes healed?
वो जानना चाहते हैं कि जख्म जो हैं, जो भरे नहीं हैं, उन जख्मों को आप भरेंगे कैसे? कि एक है विकास की बात, जख्मों को कैसे भरेंगे आप? जो जख्म हरे हैं अभी, अगर आप आगे चल के देश को चलाना चाहते हैं, तो कई लोग हैं जो मानते हैं कि जख्म भरे नहीं, उन जख्मों को आप कैसे भरें?
मैं समझता हूं कि ये परसेप्शन का सवाल है, और आपका जो परसेप्शन है मेरा परसेप्शन नहीं है।
Okay, let आप कैसे हील कैसे करेंगे, यूनाइट कैसे करेंगे देश को हील कैसे करेंगे, यूनाइट कैसे करेंगे, ताकि सब साथ में रहें, देश के जितने भी लोग हैं सब साथ में रहें?
मैंने मेरे भाषण के प्रारंभ में मैंने यही कहा है कि जैसे मेरा गुजरात एक्सपीरियंस है, मैंने क्रिकेट का उदाहरण दिया। एक ऐसा देशभक्ति का ज्वार भर जाता है, कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक सब लोगों को लगता है हाँ यार ये करना है, ये होना है। तो हमने हमारे देश को आगे ले जाना, ये देश का मंत्र बनाना पड़ेगा। अगर 125 करोड़ देशवासी तय करें यार हमको देश को आगे ले जाना है, आप देखिए, और मैं उदाहरण बताऊं, यह देश विदेश से गेहूं मंगवाता था। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने कहा, जय जवान जय किसान, यही जमीन, यही पानी, यही खेत, यही किसान। उसने मेहनत की, देश के अन्न का भंडार भर दिए। आज 30-30 साल हो गए, इस देश को अन्न बाहर से नहीं लाना पड़ रहा है। मतलब मोटिवेट किया, लोगों को ताकत दी, काम किया। और इसी आवश्यकता है एक प्रॉपर लीडरशिप की, एक विजन की, और बिना स्वार्थ को देश के लिए कुछ करने की प्रेरणा जगाने की। तो मैं समझता हूं ये चीजें कठिन नहीं है।
Javed has a question.
Modi ji, this is not the first time that you will be asked this question. You often avoided answering it, so I'll try and rephrase it. You said what happened in 2002 was unfortunate. Do you at least regret what happened under your watch?
मैं समझता हूं कि इस विषय को मैं बहुत बार कह चुका हूं, बार बार कह चुका हूं, और आप ही को लोगों को कह रहा हूं।
एक बार फिर कह दीजिए।
नहीं, इसलिए अब मैं चाहता हूं कि कुछ सवाल इसलिए बाकी रखूं ताकि मैं अगली बार बुलाओगे ना,
बुलाओगे, ये आप जवाब दे दीजिए।
तो आप लोगों को काम चालू रहेगा। और देश की सुप्रीम कोर्ट जवाब दे चुकी है, देश के जनता जवाब दे चुकी है। अब मैं जवाब नहीं दूंगा तो भी चलेगा।
इसमें एक बात मैं कह दूं, अब जब ये राइट्स हुए थे 2002 में, आप चीफ मिनिस्टर थे गुजरात के, तो एज no court has indicted you, no SIT has found you guilty in any way, but as the head of that state, do you take responsibility of what happened?
ये सारे विषय में बोल चुका हूं।
फिर बोल दीजिए ना।
आप निकालिए सारे पुराने सारे डॉक्यूमेंट निकालिए, आपको सब मिल जाएगा। मैं यही कहता हूं ना, आपको सब मिल जाएगा, सब मिल जाएगा। एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल। और इंटरनेट पे जाइए, यही मैं बैठा हुआ निकाल सकते हो। मैंने अब कीजिए ना, अच्छा होगा, क्योंकि वही रिकॉर्ड कमाएगा आपको, वही रिकॉर्ड का, क्योंकि जो रिकॉर्ड मैंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने कहा है वही रिकॉर्ड का उपयोग कीजिए। मैं कभी घबराया नहीं हूं, वरना आता नहीं इंडिया टुडे के कार्यक्रम में भैया। हाँ, और 50 बार आप लोगों के खेल देख चुका हूं तो भी आता हूं।
लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
Okay, Gaurav has a question. Gaurav Bhatia.
मोदी जी, आपने युवा शक्ति की बात की। हाउ टू अट्रैक्ट ब्राइटेस्ट एंड बेस्ट टू एंटर इनटू पॉलिटिक्स। जैसे आईटी की बात की, युवाओं ने आईटी में दिखाया, आपने बताया जैसे। तो इंटरनल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, कंट्री के ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए आप महिलाओं का एग्जांपल दिया, वैसे युवाओं के लिए क्या है? और ट्रेडिशनल इलेक्टोरल पॉलिटिक्स में जैसे मनी पॉलिटिक्स, मल पॉलिटिक्स, पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स, इसमें यूथ पावर को कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए आप क्या कर रहे हो और क्या सहाय हमारे जैसे यूथ के लिए?
ये कहना कि आज जो पॉलिटिक्स में है सब बुद्धू है, ये उचित नहीं होगा। आज भी राजनीति में बुद्धिमान क्षमतावान लोग हैं, और मेरा ये मत है कि हमने कोई ऐसी व्यवस्था खोजनी होगी ताकि बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में जो जिसका डीएनए भले पॉलिटिक्स ना हो, लेकिन जिसको लगता है कि इस फील्ड के माध्यम से मैं देश की सेवा कर सकता हूं, उनको एनकरेज करने का माहौल खड़ा हो, उनको अवसर मिले बहुत कम मात्रा में, और वो भी ज्यादातर जिसके पिताजी राजनीति में हैं उनके बेटे आते हैं। वो भले पढ़े लिखे होंगे, विदेश में पढ़े लिखे होंगे, लेकिन ज्यादातर वो आते हैं। समाज जीवन में से मेरा एक अनुभव बताता हूं। मैंने पिछले दिनों मेरे यहाँ पंचायतों के चुनाव हुए थे, और मैंने ट्राइबल बेल्ट का देखा और मैंने शहरों का देखा। शहरों में जो लोग चुन करके आए थे उनका एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशन कम था। ट्राइबल बेल्ट में मैंने देखा पंचायत सरपंच बना था, तहसील का पदाधिकारी बना था, मोस्ट ऑफ देम वर ग्रेजुएट। मैं ट्राइबल की बात करता हूँ, गुजरात की। और जो महिलाएं जीत करके आई थी वो करीब करीब 10वीं 12वीं कक्षा की ट्राइबल महिलाएं थी। यानी एक बड़ी मेरे मन में आनंद और आशा का विश्वास बना था कि बदलाव आ रहा है। तो ग्रासरूट लेवल पर मैं देख रहा हूं कि काफी अच्छे पढ़े लिखे नौजवान राजनीति में बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में आ रहे हैं। ये मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है।
मोदी जी, हाल ही में आपको वॉटन यूनिवर्सिटी ने इनवाइट किया था स्पीच देने के लिए वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए, लेकिन फिर एक बहुत जबरदस्त ऑनलाइन कैंपेन स्टार्ट हो गया कि नहीं, मोदी जी को नहीं आने देना है, उनको हम नहीं बोलने देंगे। सवाल उठता है कि क्या आपको ये चिंता है, जैसे आप अगले कुछ महीने में आगे बढ़ते हैं, कि नरेंद्र मोदी अभी भी कई लोगों के लिए एक डिविसिव फिगर है, एक यूनिफाइंग फिगर नहीं है। जितने लोग आपको पसंद करते हैं, आपके लिए तालियां बजाते हैं, उतने ही लोग आपसे खौफजदा भी रहते हैं, आपसे डरते भी हैं। उनको चिंता होती है अगर मोदी आ गया दिल्ली, न जाने क्या होगा। अभी भी आपको एक यूनिफाइंग फिगर के तौर पे नहीं देखा जाता। ऐसा आप क्यों मानते? आपके हिसाब से ऐसा क्यों होता है?
इसका एनालिसिस मैं तो नहीं कर सकता हूं, कोई और ही कर सकते हैं। मैं अपना एनालिसिस तो नहीं कर सकता हूं।
क्या उसको
लेकिन मेरे रोजमर्रा के जीवन में, मेरे काम करते जीवन में जिनसे मेरा सीधा संबंध आता है, उसमें मैं अब तक ऐसी कोई अनुभव नहीं किया है, अब तक नहीं किया है। और फिर भी मुझ में कुछ कमी हो तो मेरे ध्यान में आएगा तो खुद सुधार करूंगा, कोई ध्यान में लाएगा तो ही सुधार करूंगा। क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली मुझे समाज का काम करना है, लोगों का काम करना है, मुझे लोगों को साथ लेके चलना है। अभी तो मेरे ध्यान में कुछ आया नहीं है और न ही मुझे ऐसा अनुभव आ रहा है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि आपको आगे चलते हुए अपने काम करके तरीके को कुछ बदलने की जरूरत है? क्योंकि कई लोग हैं, जिस फर्ज कीजिए,
मैं समझता हूं मैं अभी जो काम कर रहा हूं मेरा यूएसपी है और उसी के कारण मेरे राज्य को इतना आगे बढ़ गया हूं, मैं सफलता मिली है मुझे, तो मुझे उस यूएसपी को आगे चलाना है। और मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि मेरी यूएसपी में ऐसा कुछ गलत है जिसको आप उंगली उठा सकते हैं।
क्या नरेंद्र मोदी को एलाइज ढूंढने में प्रॉब्लम होगी आपके हिसाब से? जैसे नीतीश कुमार हैं, जहां पर भी मुस्लिम वोट है वहां पे क्या आपको लगता है कि एलाइज आपके साथ जुड़ेंगे नहीं? जैसे
ये सब आपको, ये 24 घंटे चैनल के विषय है। देश इनके आधार पर नहीं चलता, चैनल चलती है। देश चलाने के तरीके के अलग होते हैं और ये आपके हिसाब किताब काम नहीं आते।
Well, the Gujarat Chief Minister has spoken. Several questions have been asked. He's answered them in the manner that he deemed best. He's spoken of a vision for India. Now it is for the people to decide whether they buy into the Namo mantra. Will it work? It's for people who are watching this at the India Today Conclave. It's for people who are watching at home to decide whether they want to buy into the Namo mantra. He says that's his USP. He intends not to change it. He's bashing on regardless. Mr. Narendra Modi, for joining us at the India Today Conclave 2013. Thank you very much. Mr. Modi, if you can stay for a moment, please. Mr. Arun Puri would present a token of appreciation on behalf of the India Day Group to the Gujarat Chief Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want just a minute more of your time because remember, through the last 2 days, I've been asking you to put your business cards in a bowl in the Omega stall. Well, we're going to be doing a luck draw now because one watch is being given away by our time partner Omega. It's a Planet Ocean timepiece and it's worth 3 lakh rupees. Can I request Mr. Ashish Bagga to come on stage for the lucky draw? Don't leave because we're named figures and you're not here. I'm taking this watch home. Well, actually, then maybe you should leave. just stay on for a second.
This is Omega. This is an Omega watch which is going to somebody who's going to deserve it. And it's going to be a lottery. And all of those who are standing will not get it. I'm going to call the Conclave director, Kalipuri, to come and pick the winner. But if the winner is standing, the winner will not get it. Kali? Kali, are you around? Yeah. Come. And the winner is, and Omega is one of the finest watch brands of the world. And I can tell you that because I wear an Omega. And the winner, and hang on, and if the winner's not here, he doesn't get it. You got to come here personally and show your ID, your passport, your driving license, or right? Because the first one was, well, it wasn't Kali, but it's Madam Kartikeya. You won our Omega. And it is one of the world's finest Swiss watches. Oh, he's not here. All right. I'll give you 5 more seconds to come. Oh, he's not here. All right. Okay. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Get the next one. Nando, I can see you. Oh, you're here. I gave you 5 seconds. I'm sorry. Let's see. ID, please. You know, we got to be very proper because this is Omega. It's him? Yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the watch goes to, right. Kartikeya. All yours, Kali. Oh, man. Well, anyway, well done.
Yeah. Also, since all of you have been tweeting, I am very pleased to inform you that the India Today Conclave with the hashtag Conclave13 is trending at #1 internationally. And especially at the time that Mr. Modi was speaking, the trending has peaked and we're right at the top of Twitter trends. All of you have been kind enough to have been tweeting over the last 2 days. I would like to start with day 1 and tell you what the most popular sessions of the last 2 days have been. At number 3 on day 1 was General Bikram Singh, the Chief Army Staff, when he spoke on the Army's role in nation building. At number 2 was the Super Auditor, Vinod Rai. And right at the top on day 1 was the session, the final session of yesterday, where the leaders from all different political parties got together to discuss India's future, the leaders brainstorm. And today, no surprises there, Gurukul was at number 3. At number 2, we had the Captain's League, and look at that, ladies and gentlemen, the leaders lecture. Mr. Narendra Modi's session, just look at that spike, and that is what has made the conclave this year the top Twitter trend. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful having you here at India Day Conclave 2013. Dinner has now been served at Shah Jahan Hall. I request you all, please move to Shah Jahan Hall. You can come back here with your plates or stay there, whatever is comfortable. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night and a lovely dinner.
आज